Hey, how's everyone doing? What's up? Um, hey, what's up? How's everyone feeling? I got I got deeper into the argument that I was talking to Dr. Blitz about. I think I think I have it I think I have it like more or less figured out. But then there's just like a controversial assumption that I would need to likely look deeper into. Ooh, my Discord is so glitchy. Um, Peaches or nectarines? Peaches, probably. I don't eat much of either. Yeah, let me pull up my notes. Okay, the premises might be like a bit complicated, but maybe I'll yap about it. Maybe I'll pull up the notes and I'll yap about it for a bit. Um, One sec. Let me get all my stuff situated. Um, okay. Uh, I don't know. It still needs work. I still need to justify one of the premises pretty substantially, but I do think that it's interesting and I think that it has potential. Um, okay, which one? Is it Damn, where the hell did I leave my argument? Where would it have been? I think it would have been here. Oh, no, I remember where it was. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay. Okay, so the argument I think is this. Let me get it pulled up. So it's gonna be something like premise one, if theism is true, then God and creation don't overlap. Um, the 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 sum of God and creation is all of reality. Um, and both God and creation are proper parts of all of reality. So, okay, these are like some technical words, but I mean they mainly they usually mean that's the cool thing about analytic philosophy is that like the jargon tries to mean something like similar to like the everyday usage, but okay, what it means for things to not overlap is just that they don't share parts, that they're like totally distinct in terms of their parts. They could be like a part of like a bigger total. Like for example, my left hand and my right hand don't overlap, but they're like parts of like a bigger me. The sum of God and creation is all of reality is just saying like, okay, if you added these together, you'd get all of reality. Um, and then proper parts are just parts that don't, uh, I think they're just parts that don't overlap or like parts that are not identical, something like that. Okay, premise two, uh, God and creation modally constrain each other. What this means is that there's specific ways where it's possible for creation to be, and there's specific ways that it's possible for God to be in, but you can't freely mix and match. There are incompatible possibilities. It's not like anything goes. Like, for example, the theist probably wants to say that it's possible for me to stay sitting, it's possible for me to stand up right now, which means that it's possible for God to know that I'm sitting, and it's possible for God to know that I'm standing. But it can't be the case that I stay sitting and don't stand, and that God knows that I'm standing. So even though all four of those things are possibilities, there are only some combinations that work. They constrain each other. in terms of like what's possible and what's not possible. It's going to take time for you to track it. It's going to take time for me to refine this and make this like understandable, frankly. If God in creation, premise 3 is if God, or sorry, premise 3 is if, I think premise 3 is the controversial one. If two things modally constrain each other and don't overlap, then they must depend on a shared thing external to both. It's just saying that if you have like these limitations on what's possible for you, and you share those limitations with another object, it's basically saying that there needs to be some thing that's more fundamental than both of you in order to impose those limitations in the first place. I think this one's controversial, so I need to read into the literature about like what sort of motivations or justifications, because I think that this is probably the one that the theist would want to reject currently. And then premise 4, if God in creation, sum to the whole, sum to the composite total of reality, then the only thing external to both is the composite total of reality. Therefore, God in creation must depend on the composite total of reality. So I don't know, this argument probably won't make sense to most of you, but I'm going to refine it and then get it. I'm going to refine it and make sure that it makes a bit more sense before I start like running it or whatever. All right, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Yeah, you can screenshot it if you want. If you want to, like the paper that kind of underlies this, it's a paper titled "The Internal Relatedness of All Things" by Jonathan Schaeffer. It's an argument for his view called priority monism, which states that the composite total of reality is like the fundamental object in reality, that everything else like depends on that. This is basically an argument for why, it's basically an argument as to why theism collapses into priority monism, but then priority monism is itself incompatible because God is supposed to be independent. So if God depends on like the composite total of reality, then that's a problem. All right, let's go to the very first guest. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Let's go to the next one. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Atheist, but it's the beginning of the stream, so I just had a question for you, if that'd be okay.
Sure, a quick one, then I'll move on to the next guest.
Yeah, so just real quick regarding like, I was talking to somebody and regarding about like how I'm bringing up this idea about what if God and creation exist together eternally, and the idea would be that I know your response might be something along the lines of like, well, then he wouldn't be like an ultimate foundation, and I'm wondering what one's response might be if the theist simply says they don't really care, or like that's not how they define God as like an ultimate foundation. So like, where would you go if the two of you simply just don't have a matching definition, like how you define God?
Yeah, I mean,
would that really matter at that point?
What's kind of catastrophic to the view of God? Well, first of all, I think God being ultimate is like one of his essential features. I think if God's not ultimate, I really don't even know what God is at that point. Just like a powerful guy. But for sure, they don't want to say that creation is independent of God. So if what they're telling you is that creation is independent of God, then that includes things like God didn't create it at all. Like God is kind of just like a dude in like a cuck chair who exists like totally independently of creation. But anyway, I'm only looking for debates, so only request to join if you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Ooh. Okay. Let's go to the next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm alright, man. What about yourself?
Doing well. But how old are you?
I'm 22. I hope my fan in the background is not bothering. I don't know
Nope.
if you can hear it.
It's totally fine. Yeah.
Right, what's up?
Yep.
Yo, I'm a theist. Yo, I'm a theist. I'm a theist. I'm a Muslim.
Okay, sure. What makes you think that God exists?
I came across this really strong argument that I don't think anyone has been able to refute. So,
Mhm.
yeah. But do you have like evidence against the existence of God, or do you just not believe that he exists?
Yeah, I think that there's like pretty strong evidence against the existence of a God. I don't know. I find the problem of evil pretty compelling in terms of like just evidentiary weight. I also think that there seem to be like very few models of creation that would actually be compatible with the existence of God. So, for example, it seems like you can rule out like the vast majority of positions by through like the following like series of questions. Do you think that God's act of creation is eternal, or do you think that he begins to create at some point?
I believe the action itself isn't eternal, but he has the genius of creation is eternal.
When you say the genus of creation, what do you mean?
So God has been creating from eternity whenever he wants.
Sure. So then he has always. So there always has been a creation.
No, that's not the case. Like there cannot be a creation with him, so he destroys one creation entirely, and then there's like a period of time in between that, and then he creates something new.
Sure. Did God create time?
No.
Then that seems to imply that God's not an ultimate being insofar as he wouldn't be the creator of all things.
Well, time is not a thing as you would usually view it. It's a concept, so that doesn't follow.
When you say time, what do you mean?
Just the like relative change between moments.
The relative change between moments.
Like,
and
I don't know. I don't really know how you say it in English. We would say something like yeah, something like that. You could say something like that. Yeah.
Relative change between moments. So, okay, when you say like relative there, what are the things that are relative? Is it like the moments?
Yeah.
Sure. So you're saying that time just is like the relationship that exists between moments?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, is God the creator of change, or is he the creator of that relationship?
Well, the relation. One second. When we're talking about time, we're talking about the relation that these two things have, right? That relation itself isn't like some extramental thing, but those moments, so those things existing, they do exist extramentally. That's the difference.
The moments do, or what does?
The moments exist extramentally. I'm not saying the relations exist extramentally, because obviously, like, I'm a presentist, so I don't believe like these past moments exist like in reality or something.
Okay, sure. So the moments exist extramentally, and then you're saying like the relation is entirely mental?
Yeah.
Okay. So what determines the fact that this moment changes into this moment, changes into this moment?
Well, I believe God causes them, so he causes something to be, for example, annihilated, or something to be created. So,
yeah, but like what determines the fact that when God wills something, that's like the thing that pops up into existence next?
Well, I'm like a dispositional realist, so I would say these are the like God has attributes, and these attributes just cause these things.
Okay.
Or well, God causes them through his attributes.
Okay. Do you think that moments ever came into existence, or that like the relation between these moments ever came into existence?
The moments itself, like, if you're talking about like the concrete existing objects, then yeah, I believe those really exist. But if you're talking about the relation like between those two things, then well, I can say that exists like extramentally.
Sure. Okay, so here's an objection that you might find interesting. Since the fundamental substance of the universe is space-time, time is inseparable from space. What's going to follow from this is that God can't be the creator of space-time if he's not the creator of time.
Well, I also believe God is like spatially extended. So
what? You think he has spatial location?
Yeah, I believe him to be spatially extended. But
where is he?
Like, I believe he's above his throne. But one second, like
Where's
I'll get
that?
into this. One second, I'll get into explaining this.
Yeah.
But like this has to do with like my theory of space and whatnot. So, like when I say he is spatially extended, I'm not saying he's like physical or whatever. So I say he's the owner, he's the creator of like physical space and whatnot, and like the time we observe here. But he isn't like the creator of space or like time altogether, because those two things aren't concrete existing things.
What's the difference
Okay.
between space and like physical space, or like time and physical time?
1 second. So this is just something. If you know about like Ibn Taymiyyah and his position on it, you could go to like Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Sometimes here it's explained what he believes.
Could you explain it to me?
Yeah. I'm explaining it. He held the view that space is something that exists in like inside of a thing, and that there is no empty space, right? So for any concrete existence, it has space, or it's like spatially extended. That was his view, and there is no space that isn't occupied by something. Rather, it's something that is that occupies space. If that makes sense.
Okay, there's no space that isn't occupied by something. Something occupies space. Okay. So what's the thing that space is inside of?
Of the concrete existing thing.
Oh, you think that space is okay, sure, but there certainly seems to be like empty spaces,
Such as? Like we're talking
don't
about
know.
metaphysics right now, right?
like in front of me, like what's in front of me.
That's not empty though. Like that's filled with like atoms and whatnot.
But do you
that's-
think that there's
that's
going to be like
physical.
empty spaces between those atoms?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay,
Or
how am I
well, maybe-
capable of moving
maybe.
anywhere if everything is just filled?
What do you mean if everything is just filled? Like
So-
you can.
Hmm.
Whoa, one sec, bro. Like this is going into physics. This isn't talking about metaphysics anymore.
But we're talking about space and time. These things are beholden to the laws of physics.
Okay, so we differentiate between space and time when we're talking about physics and when we're talking about metaphysics. Like
Hmm.
I'm not gonna quote you Einstein when we're talking about metaphysical time or something, right?
Do you think there's any relation between metaphysical time and physical time?
At best, I think you can make, like, let's say you can build like a case that physical time is a certain way. The best thing you can do with that on a metaphysical level is you can provide an argument for that position, but you cannot necessarily prove that position to be true or false.
Do you think any of the moments of physical time sync up with any of the moments in metaphysical time?
I don't really understand that question.
You know what it means for
moment?
like two moments to happen at the same time?
Two moments to happen at the same time, like
Right, like there are like moments within
What are you
like
talking
my
about?
life, and there are moments within your life, and like clearly there's like a syncing up between these two moments. Like we have our own individual history lines, and there's like some syncing up of this that, you know, you exist when I exist.
if that's what you mean, then yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay, sure. Then they would seem to be on the same manifold, physical time and metaphysical time.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with that, because according to like the definition of time I gave, that like that would kind of be like not necessitated, but that would be the most plausible thing, right?
Okay. How would you explain things like the effect of gravity if space and time are just relations? How is it possible then
Um,
that there's like some sort of like bending of space that's going on if it's just a
again-
relation?
Again, now are we talking about physical space?
They exist on the same manifold. You just said it.
Wait, 1 second. First of all, you were talking about time, which is just the relation between like or we could say like the relation between like relative moments, or like I forgot what exact wording I gave, but something like that. And now you're talking about space. That's something different,
Mhm.
right?
These things are interconnected though via space-time. You know,
Yeah,
space
but-
is inseparable from time. At every moment in time there's going to be every single point in space. At every single point in space, there's going to be every single moment of time, is what the four-dimensionalism of general relativity implies.
Wait, 1 second. I didn't get you right. What did you say?
Yeah. At every point in space, there's going to be some corresponding moment in time, or it's going to correspond to every single moment of time, and at every moment of time there's going to be corresponding to at every single moment of space?
No, I don't believe that to be true. No.
You would reject general relativity then, because that's like trivial from general
Oh.
relativity.
Bro, but like that's the thing I told you like a couple of seconds ago. Like we're gonna differentiate between time on a physical level and space on a
They
physical
exist
level
on
and
the
time
same
on a
manifold. If they exist on the same
what does that
manifold,
even
then
mean?
it's going to be beholden.
Like, what do you mean by that? I'm asking, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, just that there are going to be points that sync up. If you have points that sync up between these two timelines, then it can be described with one mathematical object. So it's going to exist along the same manifold.
I don't really see how that follows. Like, what's your argument for that?
Okay, sure. So how to explain this? So think about this. So let's say that let's say that you have a timeline and then you produce like a separate timeline, and the moment that you produce that timeline is the very first moment of this other timeline. Because they share a moment, that means that their times are just going to be syncing up, that there's going to be like a definite timeline that's taking place either simultaneously or all at once. Otherwise you'd run into contradictions.
Well, but like, well, because maybe you're making this argument with like your definition of time in mind, but my definition of time is just the change of, or like the moments between like the change between relative moments, right?
And I'm telling you
Okay,
that
so
literally can't be true because of effects like gravity.
why not? Like, what's the argument for that? I'm asking.
Yeah, because if Weyl curvature exists, then that means that there's like some sort of object that gravity is propagating through. It can't
There's
just be
an
a
object
relation.
which gravity is propagating to.
Yeah. For example, like how would you
What do you mean
explain
by
the
that?
tides if it's just a relation? If space is just like a relation between points, how would you explain something like the tides?
Well, you're asking me how to explain something like the tide. You mean like at sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just the moon's force pulling on
But what
on one
relation is
side.
that? How does that force
What do you
propagate
mean?
if it's just a relation?
One second. What do you mean? What relation is that?
You said space is just a relation between objects.
Space is no, that's not what I said. What?
You think that
Okay.
time is just a
Okay.
relation? Do you not think so? You're
I
an
think
absolutist about space, but you're like a relationalist about time?
1 second. I think you're kind of getting confused, right? I said time is relational.
Yeah.
Space itself, that isn't relational. If you're talking
Okay.
about place,
I see.
place, that's relational, okay? So
Okay.
place is relational.
So then you would, okay, so to be clear, oh, wait, sorry. So time's relational, but space is absolute? Is that your position?
Yeah, as I just explained, like the space is something that is that exists within a concrete object, right? So I don't know where you got the idea from that I was talking about like some relative space or something, but that just doesn't
I
follow
see.
with the definition.
So you do think that space is an object?
Yeah.
Is space eternal?
Well, are you talking about like the genus of space, or are you talking about a specific
Like
space?
space,
or what
the object. Is space the object eternal?
There is no, as I just explained, there is no concrete existing thing called space. There is no.
It's just a relation, or?
Bro, I already explained this.
So there are kind of two positions that you can take. Either you can say that space is dependent on spatial relations, or it's independent. Which one is it?
1 second, you just asked me a
Sure,
question.
go for it.
So I already explained this at the beginning. I don't know why I have to repeat myself. There is no space that exists without something occupying that. All right. So there is no empty space. You cannot talk about some absolute space that is free of any other concrete existence. You also cannot talk of space as some relational concept, right?
Oof.
It's real. It's real, and a concrete existence is what occupies space. It's not the other way around.
I think you're going to find that those are the only two positions. Do you think that space depends on spatial relations, or do you think that spatial relations depend on space?
Spatial relations depend on space.
Sure. Okay. Then that means that space just must be its own independent object. Otherwise,
No,
what is it reduced to?
no, of course not. Of course not. If
What is it
space,
reduced to?
when you say that space is its own concrete object or like its own thing, you're positing that there can exist space without anything occupying that space, right?
That is what would follow if it's its own concrete object, which, by the way, is also what general
Exactly.
relativity tells
Which
you.
I don't
Like
hold
in
to.
quantum field theory, you don't hold the general relativity?
Bro, I don't hold to what you just told me, so that there exists
Okay,
space
so you just
out-
reject GR
without
then?
occupying. No, that's not even general relativity, bro.
So,
Like again, you're conflating the metaphysical level with the physical level, bro. Like I don't see how this is
but it
helping
would be
you
the
at all.
same manifold. Okay, so what would be your definition of space? Let's just get super clear about that. Like, what is space?
Bro, space is is like the boundary of an object inside of which the object extends and obtains.
Boundary of objects where it extends. So it's like the place where it extends.
It's the boundary of an object inside of which the object extends. All right.
Okay, so let me write this down just to get super clear about this.
I just you know the Tamian position, right? The
No,
Aetherian
I don't.
position. You've talked to a couple of guys before.
Okay, wait.
That
So
helps my position.
space is, what's your specific definition?
It's the space is the boundary of an object, like inside of which the object extends and obtains.
Which an object extends. So objects are inside of space,
And obtains.
extends and of things. So objects are inside of space. Is that correct?
Well, it would be more proper to say that space is within objects, right?
Space is okay, but so the boundary of an object didn't you say inside of which?
What? Bro, I said space is the boundary of an object inside of which the object expands and obtains. Right? So
That's literally what it says.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the point?
So okay, you are saying that these objects are inside of space.
Yeah, you could flip it around, right? Because
I'm not sure how this is flipping. It's literally
because
okay.
because one second, I'll explain it to you. You could say like something is within space if all by that you mean that that like the boundary extends and obtains within that, right? But if you're talking about like I don't know how to word it. If you're trying to say that space exists within an object, then that can also be true, just depending on what you mean.
So you think that space exists? So I guess like what would be when you say that it's the boundary of an object inside of which an object extends? What are you referring to by like this inside? Because from what you're telling me, it sounds like you're saying that there's like some sense of inside where space is inside of the object, and then some sense of inside in which the object is inside of space. Obviously, it can't be the same sense of inside. So like, what's the deal?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I qualified what I mean by it, right?
Yeah. So I guess like, what are your two? Okay. When an object is inside of space, what does that mean?
When an object is inside of space?
Yeah.
Well, that's just given the definition that I just gave you.
Given the
Right.
definition that I just gave you.
You gotta write everything down, bro.
Do you think that was like informative?
Yeah, of course.
I'm trying to distinguish between your
So
two
it's-
senses.
Okay, so space is the boundary of an object.
It's written down. It's in writing. You don't need to say it again.
Inside of which the object extends and obtains, right?
Okay,
So
when-
when you ask me when an object is inside of inside of space, bro, make clear what you mean by that question.
I'm just trying to get clear on like your different senses. You're saying that you can you can say both that space is inside of an object and that an object is inside of space. I'm trying to get
Yeah,
clear on what
because,
your different senses of the word.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Without the object, no space exists.
Okay,
Right?
sure. No objects imply no space.
Okay. And here you could pull this up if you want to, but to put it differently, existence do not occupy space. Instead, existence are spatially extended, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at,
What
right?
does it mean to be spatially extended if not to occupy space?
Bro, that's exactly what I just like. According to that definition there of space, you can figure that out. It's just the boundary to which an object extends and obtains, right?
But
That's what
this
spatial
seems to
extension
directly
is.
contradict the definition, right? Because what you just told me is that existence do not occupy space, but if you're inside of space, then that would be occupying it.
No, exactly. But that's why I'm telling you. Saying inside of space, it's gonna be correct according to one way of saying it, but it's gonna be incorrect according to another way of saying it.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
what
have
I'm
to
trying to get
qualify
clear
what you
on.
mean by that.
It sounds like you
Yeah,
aren't able to
exactly,
explain the view very
exactly.
clearly.
So when I explain to you, something is you should just say something is spatially extended instead of saying it's in space. It's easier that way, at least.
So boundary of
Okay.
an object
So something-
spatially extended. Is that it? Like,
Okay, bro, existence do not occupy space, but existence themselves are spatially extended, right? That's my
and
view.
what does it mean to
So-
be
so
spatially
e-
extended?
So every it just means to be like a concrete existing thing. Like that's the
Okay.
entire thing, right?
Spatially extended, a concrete existing thing. Okay, so you're just saying like the boundary of an object that is concretely extended or that is concretely existing.
Yeah. That's
Doesn't this
what I
collapse
mean by
time and
spatial extension.
space?
Bro, we're talking about metaphysical
Yeah,
time
I'm
and,
telling you,
like,
this seems to
metaphysical,
collapse time and space into the
space.
same thing because there are temporal boundaries as well. Like there's a temporal boundary of my coming into existence. So this would seem to imply that
Now,
time just is space under your definition.
Bro, you just opened an entirely different domain, bro. We're not talking about like
It fits your definition, does it
temporality or
not?
something. Wait, we're not talking about temporality. That's something entirely different. Okay?
This
So-
fits
so
your
now one sec-
definition,
one sec-
though.
One second, Ian. You just for like I know how long my phone is starting
I'm
to eat
sorry.
up. That's how long it's been.
Listen,
One-
Adam.
one
I'm
second,
sorry
one second.
that
You've been-
that you blundered. I'm
been
sorry that your
asking me-
definition is bad.
Oh no!
You're
one
freaking
second,
out because you got caught.
Bro, just let me talk, bro. Just let me talk.
Okay, you need
So
to
you've
talk
been
your way out
asking
of
me
this. Yeah,
questions?
you dug yourself
Wait,
quite a hole.
Where is the defeater? Where is the
Yeah,
defeater?
the defeater is that you collapse time into space. That
Go ahead,
these are just the
prove it.
same definition. Insofar as there's
Wait,
boundaries
bro,
of an object, if all
go
you mean by
ahead.
spatially extended
Go ahead,
is the
prove it.
concrete existence of a thing, well, there are boundaries to my existence that are temporal, but that would fall under space under your definition because it's a boundary of my
exactly.
concrete
Wait.
existing.
Look at the definition right there.
Yeah.
The boundary of a space is the boundary of an object inside of which an object
Yeah,
extends.
and you just mean concrete
and
existing
obtains,
by
right?
that. That's true of time as well.
Exactly. So, one second, bro. When we're talking about like temporality and stuff, like that's in itself not something that like concretely exists. Like, can you feel temporality? Can you look at temporality? No, obviously not. Okay.
It's not the
So
claim.
that's
The
just-
claim is that
that's
I
one-
exist
bro. That's just a
and I'm
category
a concrete
error, right?
object, which means,
that's just
but
a
I came
category.
into existence. There's like a boundary of my existence along the temporal axis. You'd agree with that, right? You'd agree
Yeah,
that
but I'm
my
saying I'm
concrete
explaining to you
existence
that
is
that's
temporally bounded as well.
Dude, I'm explaining to you that that's a category error. Like, no one is here is talking about like some instrumental, like temporal notion of limit or something.
I'm
of
asking
extension.
you, is my concrete existence bounded temporally?
It's temporally bounded, obviously. That's why you do not
Sure.
exist eternally.
Sure.
Smart ass.
Sure, then you agree. You agree then that time is space.
No, of course not, because
It
that's
fits your
not my only
definition.
definition. No, that's not, bro. Look
He's
at the definition.
busting out
again.
new definitions like
bound-
they're Pokemon.
One second. Okay, so space is the boundary of an object inside of which an object extends and obtains. Okay.
Hmm?
I don't know why it says of things
Oh,
and obtains.
and
okay?
obtains.
Yeah. Okay, so this is not talking about some instrumental notion of extends and obtains, right? This is talking about the extramental, like ontological extending and obtaining.
Yep. But doesn't this definition literally fit time as well?
No, it doesn't. Why?
Yeah, why
You want
not?
me to explain why?
Yeah, please.
Because time, as I already explained, is something that is going to be instrumental according to my words.
Sure, but how does that contradict the definition?
Because I just explained to you when an
Which
object.
sorry, which part of your
One,
definition of
bro,
space
like,
would that
like,
contradict?
are you gonna?
I want
You just
something
asked me.
specific from
You
your
just
definition.
asked me a question. Are you gonna
I
keep
just want
talking, or are
something
you
from the
gonna let me?
definition itself.
Are you gonna keep
Okay.
talking, or are you gonna let me?
Yeah.
talk,
Well,
bro?
first, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna inform the audience. I'm gonna say, hey, audience, stay on watch. He's not going to cite specific things that are within the definition itself. He's gonna need to go outside of the definition in order to try to explain the
Hey,
difference.
W rhetoric, bro. W rhetoric. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Go for it.
Okay. So, a couple of things, right? When we're talking about space, we're definitely not talking about something that exists instrumentally. Okay. How do we know this? Because something that concretely exists, or something that has space, is something that exists experimentally. So when I'm giving you like the definition of space and whatnot, we're by definition not talking about something that is like, of course I'm Dutch. We're not talking about something that exists like in our minds.
Okay. So if we could lay that out in like argument form, maybe you would formalize that as saying like, if the things that exist in space are concrete, then space is extramental. The things that exist in space are concrete. Therefore, space is extramental. Is that correct? Is that like roughly what you're saying?
If the things that exist in space are concrete things, then space is. Wait, if the things that exist in space are concrete things, sorry, bro. Then space is extramental. The things that exist in space are concrete. Space is extramental. Well, I already explained this because
Is that basically what you're
when you
saying?
say something that exists, something that exists in space, like what exactly do you mean by that?
Is this wait? Sorry, is this what you're saying? Is that like a accurate summary of what you just
Bro,
described to me?
I asked the clarifying question.
Yeah, in the sense that you were just talking about when you were explaining it.
That's not informative at all.
You don't
What do you mean by
know,
it?
you aren't informed about the way you were using the word just now? You think it's not informative to say, I mean the word in the same sense that you were talking about it? You forgot your own meaning?
I'm saying your answer to my question isn't informative because I have to know whether you have the same understanding as I do. So I'm asking you what you mean by it. Now answer the question.
What I mean
please.
by the word "it"? Literally exactly what you mean.
No, exists in space, okay?
Okay.
What do you mean
so
by
that is
that?
the thing. So no. Yes, the thing that you were just saying. Okay.
No, exists in space. What do you mean by that?
Whatever you mean by that.
Okay, but that's like not telling me whether you understand me or not. So please explain what you mean by that.
I'm trying to get clear on whether or not this is an accurate summary of the thing that you said.
Bro,
is there a reason why you're not answering the question?
Listen, dude.
Okay, it sounds like you don't even know what you mean. I'm starting to suspect that you don't know what you mean.
One second, Ian, 1 second. Explain to me what you understand by exists in space, because that's important for the conversation.
Yeah, my understanding of what you mean when you say exist in space is something like it like traces the boundaries of it.
Wait, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Are you saying something?
Yeah, I just said something.
It traces the boundaries of what?
That's my understanding of what it seems to be meaning when you say exist in space.
Bro, repeat it one more time because like you didn't
just
finish
that
your
space
sentence.
traces the boundaries of it seems to be what you're saying.
Like it traces the. What do you mean by that? It traces the boundaries of it.
Are you doing like the Jordan Peterson strat or?
I don't know what that is, bro, but go ahead.
You want me to explain the Jordan Peterson strat to you? You know, you just don't know what anything means anymore.
No, obviously that's not what I'm doing, bro. I'm asking you serious questions.
You just asked me like 4 clarifying questions in a row.
That's the second one because you're being extra vague.
Okay, about what?
Okay, so what you just said. So
which was what? What did I just say?
Yeah, I'm repeating it.
Mm-hmm.
So space being the outside boundary of a thing, right? What do you mean by that?
In the same sense that you mean boundary.
But I'm asking your understanding. What is it?
Just
what
that you could like trace it. Wait, are you asking on my worldview?
No, I'm asking of
You're
your
asking me
understanding
to
of what
answer
I said.
questions about your
I'm
worldview? Why would
asking
that
of
make
your
sense?
I'm asking of your understanding of what I said.
The way that
Okay.
I'm understanding you within my worldview is that you're saying that it traces a line or like traces like a perimeter through, you know, this, I don't know, like extended space, something like that.
Bro, okay. This thing that is in question.
Anything to not
Does the
answer the
thing
question, am I right?
does the thing wait, you didn't ask a question. You just
Yeah, I
said
did.
right.
It was a yes or no
You just said
question.
this and you said right. Okay?
The question that I asked you
Bro,
is
that
whether
stretchy
or not
rhetoric
this
doesn't
was an
work.
accurate summary of your argument.
How am I crashing out? Yeah, exactly. That
Are
way, that's the
you
first question you asked me.
hallucinating? Holy
Wait,
shit, dude. You're like
that's
shadowboxing. I didn't say that you're crashing out. You're having like an
no,
episode.
no, bro. I was talking about someone in the comments, bro. My bad.
Okay.
Okay, so this argument right here, I was asking clarifying questions about it. Okay, then I asked two clarifying questions. Then you made it seem like I was doing some type of strategy or something, right? Okay, now
Mhm.
now that I know what you mean by it, sure, yeah.
Okay, sure. Then we can do a parity argument. If things that exist in time are concrete, then time is extramental. The things that exist in time are concrete, therefore, time is extramental.
No, I don't believe that follows.
Why not?
Because when we say something is in time, that's just something that we say that's just something semantical. I don't believe something can be in time. Okay? We can say like
Is God in time?
something. 1 second. We can say something has time. Yeah, you could say God acts like successively, for an example. That's informative.
But is
Saying
God
God
in
is
time? Like, is
yeah,
he temporal?
saying that exactly. Saying that like semantically because we use it that way, like it may make sense, but like on a metaphysical level it doesn't mean anything saying God is in time. Okay,
Probably, presumably, that means that he like stands in temporal relations.
bro, if that's what you mean by it, but that's not the same thing as saying he's in something, right? When we say something is within space, we're invoking like a like a real like concrete notion of something. Okay, when we say something is within time, that's just something semantical. Okay.
So I guess so. Of this parity argument, which premise would you reject?
Well, it's just fake, so yeah.
Is that premise one or premise two?
I like both of the premises because you haven't qualified what you mean by in here. Okay, one sense of the way you want to use in is going to be correct, and the other one isn't. So I would reject that.
What's going to be the sense of in where it would be extramental?
Well, I don't believe time is extramental. So like
you said that one sense it would be
none of them.
correct. What's the sense
Okay.
under which it would be correct?
The sense under which you could be understanding this is correct is the sense under which you say, well, time, saying something is within time is just something semantical and it's nothing formal. So like you're not invoking any sort of like grounding or whatnot when you say something is within time.
Well, to be clear, what you would be saying is that time is grounded in relations.
Saying it's like what grounding relation are you invoking here?
Grounding, like grounding is the notion. It is the relation.
Yeah, what type of grounding relation?
Name two different grounding relations. There's just
What?
one grounding relation. Name
No,
two.
obviously
Wait, if I'm
not.
wrong about that, name two.
Bro.
Brutal.
Listen
He
up,
just
bro.
lied.
Bro,
Yeah.
you don't think there exists multiple type of grounding relations,
Name
bro?
two. If there are, then name two.
Oh, okay, bro. Like a counterfactual grounding relation and like a one-sided grounding relation, bro.
Wait, what's a one-sided grounding relation?
That's just a normal. That's just.
Can
a
you name
normal,
one
like,
philosopher
grounding.
that uses the
Yeah,
term
bro,
one-sided grounding relation?
I'm making
In fact,
these terms
let's
easier
actually
for you.
do like a real-time like
bro,
Google search, like a fact check.
don't run away from this. Wait. Don't run away from this, bro.
One-sided
When I
grounding.
when I say
One sec. Let's
yeah, bro,
one-sided
come on.
grounding relation.
Yeah, go ahead. Press search.
Typically refers to the core principle of metaphysical grounding, where a dependent fact holds in virtue of one or more. So if we look, is there going to be any like specific usage?
1 second. Wait, I just made this up, right?
Oh, so you did make it. So you did just make it up.
I just made it up, right? Okay, what does it say? dumbass, bro. Like if you don't know what you're talking about,
Wait,
then
why
just
isn't
be
it
quiet.
updating? Oh,
Why isn't
sorry.
it updating, bro?
I think
You
it's,
just read. You just read from the internet.
Sorry, I'm
Yo,
trying
you're
to.
you're kind of
Okay.
embarrassing
Yep,
it now,
there it
bro.
goes. So
You were doing
we
good.
pulled up the SCP. One-sided. Nope. No instances. One-sided.
I don't see what
maybe
this
just
proves, bro.
maybe just sided. Nope.
So absence
Can't
of evidence
find any
is evidence of
reference.
absence.
Can you find me
Yo,
like? I'm
smartass.
just trying to find like one instance of this actually
Yo,
getting used.
smartass.
Let's
So
check it out.
evidence of
Maybe if
absence
we go to like metaphysical
is evidence
grounding,
of
maybe we'll find
absence.
something there. Maybe if we
Wait,
go
smartass. So
to
evidence of
what?
absence is evidence of absence, bro.
Name one philosopher that uses it, or did you just make it up?
Wait, you want me to
Sided.
like you want me to like get it? Bro, when I say one-sided grounding relation,
You said
you
there
know
were
how I
multiple
mentioned
grounding relations, and then you just had to make
okay,
them
yeah,
up.
yeah,
It's
wait.
because there aren't. There's only one type of metaphysical grounding.
Wait, you like to do this stuff, right?
hmm
Okay, so
Just find me the philosopher, like the paper that talks about one-sided grounding.
we're
Arguably, you'd say that all grounding
can you hear
is
me?
one-sided because it's all asymmetric.
Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me? My
Yep.
phone is kind
Yeah, we can hear you.
being hot right now. But wait, can you see my screen?
Nope. I just want the name of the paper, or like the name of the book, the name of the blog post, even just the name of like any of the things.
Here. So,
But what's the name of the
Smartass,
paper?
can
Is
you
there
hear
like
me?
a name of the paper? Do you have like a?
Yeah, it's here. It's here. Stanford Encyclopedia.
Yeah.
of
Well,
Philosophy. They
okay.
talk
So
about
I'm already
different
on.
types
We
of
already
grounding
checked the
relations.
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Pull up the specific usage on the SCP of one-sided grounding relation. Go ahead.
Wait 1 second. So now you're just like doing a red herring, bro?
That's what I was asking you
okay,
for. You said there were
so
multiple
I
grounding
already
relations. You
explained
tried to
there is a
outflank me on
one-sided
philosophy,
grounding
but
relation.
unfortunately, I'm just way deeper on this topic than you, which is why I know you're full of shit on this. You're not going to be able to find any instance of any philosopher using the term one-sided grounding relation. It's because there's only one grounding relation. It's just called grounding, or like metaphysical grounding.
Oh.
So
No, that's wait, can you hear me too?
yeah.
Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Did you make up a grounding relation? This guy's
Yeah.
metaphysically grounding the one-sided grounding relation the way he made it up.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Wow.
Okay, like I'm still seeing like the red stripe, so I don't know if you can hear me properly, but what I was explaining is that there is a counterfactual grounding relation. I was just naming an example, right?
You said one-sided
and
grounding.
there's like a one-sided
Wait,
grounding
I'm so
relation.
sorry. Wait,
If
what's
you,
what's the one-sided grounding relation?
Bro, one second.
Can I just get the name of the article that talks
I-
about this?
Bro, one. Yeah, 1 second. I'll give it to you in 1 second. Like, I didn't give like a formal name of a grounding. I just said there is a one-sided grounding relation where one thing depends on another thing, and that other thing doesn't depend on that thing.
Can you
right?
give? Wait, I don't
So
know
you
if you're
just
aware of
buried
this. Wait, I don't know if you're aware of this. That was like a giga blunder. All grounding is asymmetric. There isn't a single instance of grounding where two things ground each other. Because what grounding
Of course
is
there is, bro.
attempted.
You don't know what a
example? Can I get an
symmetrical
example?
grounding relation is?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Can I get an
Yeah,
example of symmetric grounding?
a symmetrical grounding relation, a counterfactual dependence.
Can I get an example of a symmetric grounding relation? Because there's something kind of fundamental about grounding that you seem to be missing, which is that grounding gets you closer to fundamentality. That's the essence of grounding, is that grounding goes from less fundamental to more fundamental, which is why it's all asymmetric. Because strictly speaking, grounding gets you closer to the foundation, and it can't do that if it's symmetric. If A grounds B and B grounds A, then you just end up in a cycle. You don't actually get closer to the foundation. That's the main feature of grounding, is that it gets you closer to the foundation. So, in fact,
So that's just not true at all. Okay, so bro, if you don't know what counterfactual dependence is, then you haven't been reading about this stuff for a long time.
counterfactual
Okay?
dependences
Okay.
aren't an example of symmetric grounding.
Okay, so when something is counterfactually dependent, okay, what are those two things grounded in?
What are the two things grounded in? Which two things?
Bro, the things that are in relation with each other that have
Which are
counterfactual
what?
dependency.
What are they?
Bro, any example, bro, it's not
Name
really
one.
relevant.
Name a single one.
For an example, between
Brutal.
like God and his attributes.
You think God is a
What are you talking about,
counterfactual
brutal,
relation
bro?
with his attributes? That's the fucking infinity blunder.
No, that's not what I
Do
said.
you
I
want to
said
wait? Do you want to lay out how
God's-
that's a counterfactual dependence? Fucking giga blunder.
One second.
Just stop
Yo, these
larping.
comments
You're
are
a
frying me.
philosopher
Well,
larper.
That's not what
You
that's
put
not
on
what I said.
your philosophy
I
cap
said-
and then you larp.
Bro, I didn't say his attribute is like counterfactually dependent to his being. That's not what I said.
That's
I
what you
said
just
the attributes are counterfactually dependent on like each other
How?
because there is no ontological priority.
This guy doesn't even know what you don't even know what counterfactual is, do you?
Of course I do.
What is it?
Where A depends on B and B depends on A.
Fucking giga blunder, dude. That's not what a counterfactual is. What a counterfactual is saying, if
Wait,
this
you know what
did
a
not
counterfactual
obtain,
dependence
then
is, bro?
that would not obtain.
Bro, that's what I just said, you dumbass,
No, it
bro.
not You said when one thing
Bro,
depends on the other.
Listen. If you're struggling with like variables, bro, I can teach you on that. Like
That is
no problem.
just descriptively
When-
not
when
what you
A-
said.
okay,
It's all recorded. You're not going to be
you-
able to
you know-
gaslight. You said
You know,
a counterfactual
one
is
second,
when A
bro.
depends on B.
bro, are you gonna let me finish?
Go for
I
it.
said a counterfactual dependency is where an A depends on B. Okay, what does it mean for something to depend on the other when its existence could only obtain if the other existence obtained, right?
Well,
and it's
that's
the other way
That's
around
going to be
too.
brutal because that's just not the case for a lot of counterfactuals.
Okay, name
Like
them.
for example, yeah, happy to. So okay, let's say that we're trying to account for the fact that this water bottle is at this exact location, and it's at this location because I put it there. But had I not existed, counterfactually, there are still cases where the water bottle could be here on the desk. For example, if somebody else put it there.
But that's the point. There's
Brutal.
ontological priority here.
Where? Which one? But there isn't like strict counterfactual ontological
we
priority.
bro,
We have
bro,
cases of
smart-ass-
dependence that don't involve
Smart at you. Wait,
counterfactuals.
you just brought something that isn't analogous though. There
I did.
is ontological priority here, so it's not analogous. That's the thing.
Wait, what's the ontological priority between me and what?
Okay, you know what ontological priority is?
Yeah,
Okay.
some would call that grounding. Like Jonathan Schaefer.
Okay. So it's when your existence doesn't depend on the other thing, but that thing does depend on your existence. Okay?
That's what
In this
people like
case-
Schaefer
in this
refer to as
case,
grounding,
bro,
right?
In this case, the place of that object would depend on your existence, but your existence wouldn't depend on like the place of that object. So that's why it's not analogous.
So the counterfactual in question is between two events: me placing the object there and the object being there.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the counterfactual doesn't hold, even though it could be dependent on me,
But like that's the entire point. It's not analogous.
because there are possible scenarios wherein. Wait, sorry, you don't think that this is an example of like a counterfactual not
That's
holding,
not
even
what
though
I
the
said.
thing depends on me?
That's not what I said. I said it's not
Okay,
analogous.
let me.
to what
Maybe
we
we could
were
like
just talking
formalize
about.
this.
Yeah, you want to formalize everything, bro.
I do. You don't want me to formalize things because it exposes you to be like a liar
But
and a fraud,
second,
frankly.
One second. We've been talking for a little while now. Where's the defeater, bro? I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, sure. So here's the defeater. So okay, in terms of counterfactuals, you're saying that counterfactual relation is identical to dependence relations. But it's not true because you can have something that holds in a dependence relation that doesn't hold in a counterfactual relation. So the scenario that I'm giving you, the water
Wait,
bottle.
That's not what I said though.
That is what you said. That's how you defined it. You said a counterfactual relation is just a
Bro,
dependence
you have
relation.
you have a counter. I didn't said it's a counterfactual relation. I said it's a counterfactual dependence relation. Okay.
Yeah,
So I'm
what you
alre-
said is
wait,
that a
one
counterfactual
second.
relation is when
One
A depends on
once,
B. That's what you said.
bro. One second. I'm already invoking. I'm already invoking like a dependence relation. So I never said anything about just counterfactuals, right? That's a different topic, bro.
Wait, what? That's
Bro,
literally what you
do you
said.
do
It's all in
do you think?
recording. Do you want me to pull it back
Wait,
up? I have the recording.
bro, go right ahead. Do you think a counterfactual relation is the same thing as like a counterfactual dependence relation? Because a counterfactual relation isn't qualified yet. Like you can mean different things by that.
Yeah, I think so. I think that those things would be the same. Maybe I'm
Wait,
wrong about that, but I
wait,
would
wait,
I
wait.
would suppose I
Okay.
would suppose that those
Oh,
things are the same. That they're
oh,
saying the
oh,
same thing.
okay.
Like counterfactuals, like had these facts not obtained, then those facts wouldn't have obtained.
Okay. Put up back up on the screen where you were just.
Wait, let's
having
pull up the replay. But sure, we can do that. Because you're
Okay.
insisting that you didn't say that a counterfactual
so
relation is
count-
just when A
count-
depends on B.
Oh, bro, that's no. That I didn't make a claim. I didn't make a claim about this.
Saying the same thing.
Okay,
Let's,
so
let's
let's
proceed then. The main feature
one-
of grounding
once-
is that it gets you closer to
one-
the foundation.
Bro, 1 second. Are you gonna let me
So,
speak?
in fact,
So that's just not true at all. Okay, so bro, if you don't know what counterfactual dependence is, then you haven't been reading about this stuff for a long time.
counterfactual
Okay?
dependences
Okay.
aren't an example of symmetric grounding.
Okay, so when something is counterfactually dependent, okay, what are those two things grounded in?
What are the two things grounded in? Which two things?
So what are you looking? The things that are in relation with each other that have
Which are
counterfactual
what?
dependency.
What are they?
Bro, any example, bro. It's not
Name
really
one.
relevant.
Name a single one.
For an example, between
Brutal.
like God and his attributes.
You think God is a
What are you talking about,
counterfactual
brutal,
relation
bro?
with his attributes? That's the fucking infinity blunder.
No, wait, that's not what I
Do
said.
you want
I
to
said,
wait? Do you want to lay out how
God-
that's a counterfactual dependence? Fucking giga blunder.
I didn't
Just
say
fuck
that.
with him.
by
You're a
the way.
philosophy LARPer.
That's not what.
You
That's
put
not
on
what I
your
said.
philosophy
I said,
cap and then you LARP.
bro, I didn't say his attribute is like counterfactually dependent to his being. That's not what I said.
That's
I
what
said
you
the attributes are counterfactually dependent on like each other.
How?
Because there's no ontological priority.
This guy doesn't even know. You don't even know what counterfactual is, do you?
Of course I do.
What is it?
Where A depends on B and B depends on A.
Fucking. That's what you said. So you're saying it's just a symmetrical dependence relation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree with my characterization.
Bro, smartass, a counterfactual dependence relation is literally just like a symmetrical dependence relation.
That is insanely not true. That's like they're
Wait,
trivial
wait,
counterexamples.
okay,
They're like
okay,
obvious
bro.
counterexamples to this.
Pull me one second, bro.
Yeah,
Pull me
okay.
like a paper or pull something up.
I can just give you an example. So the fact that the water bottle is on my desk counterfactually depends on me placing it there. But you wouldn't say,
Wait, one second. Let's stick here real quickly. Okay, if you say that it counterfactually depends, right? Like, what exactly do you understand under that?
for which one? A counterfactual is just saying, had this not been the case, then that wouldn't have been the case.
Okay, but like the type of dependence I'm invoking, so a counterfactual dependence relation, okay, that's when, let's say if A occurred and B occurred, if A had not
Oh,
occurred,
wait,
then
I
B
have the
would not
funniest
occur.
counterexample to this. Oh, boy. Okay, wait. So, counterfactually, had God not willed the universe into existence, then the universe wouldn't have existed, correct?
If God had not willed the universe, yeah.
So, and you'd agree that this is a counterfactual?
Bro, I'm telling you, like there are different types of counterfactual, so it depends what you mean by that.
The ones that we're talking about, you said that a counterfactual, like A counterfactually depends on B. All that's saying is that A depends on B and B depends on A.
If you want to hold to this like definition of a counterfactual, then yeah, of course.
Okay,
Like
sure.
of course,
Would you
of
say
course
that the
wouldn't be
universe
a counterfactual.
counterfactually depends on God?
Well, when you say the universe counterfactually depends on God, like it's not one thing that's only like depending on the other thing. According to the definition you just gave, it's more like a relation, right? So like
Counterfactuals
a symmetrical
are a
relation.
relation. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, yeah. I
Wait, you
said
think the
symmetrical
universe
relation.
depend on
Bro,
God is
bro,
symmetrical? Wait, did you just say the universe depending on God is symmetrical?
No, that's bro, like
What was
that's
the thing that's
exactly the
symmetrical?
opposite. That's exactly the opposite I said. The definition you just gave of a counterfactual is just like a symmetrical relation, right? So according to this definition, it wouldn't follow. That's my entire point.
Sure. Okay, so then you would deny that the universe counterfactually depends on God.
According to this definition, bro, obviously, because then you're saying that there's a
Sure.
symmetrical.
Okay, I mean, I take that
dependence.
as a reductor to the position if you don't think that the universe counterfactually depends on God.
Okay, but according to oh wait, so you're saying wait, you just called
So
this
you
a
don't think
reduction,
that the
bro?
universe, yeah,
What?
you don't think the universe depends on God.
Bro, now you're just I think you're equivocating on terms, right? Because when you just
I'm using
defined
the
a
term in the standard
counterfactual
sense. You're
one
the one who's
second,
using it in the
one
substandard
second,
symmetrical sense.
when you just defined like a counterfactual dependence, you were using it as like a symmetrical dependence, right? Okay.
No, of course
Are you
not.
wait, put it back on screen.
This is your definition.
Wait, put it back on screen.
That's
Put it back
your
on screen.
definition,
Okay,
yeah.
so this definition that you just typed out, is that a symmetrical dependence or not?
Yeah, that would be symmetrical. It's your definition. Which
Exactly.
which to be clear,
Smartass, one second,
is not the definition of a
smartass.
counterfactual.
1 second. So I said according to this definition
Are
of
you using the
counterfactual
term in a
dependence,
proprietary way?
which
Did you just make this up?
1 second, which is not the way it's usually.
Okay, that was a
it's
yes or no
usually
question. I
used.
suspect you're not going to get an answer to it.
Bro, 1 second. Are you gonna let me finish or not?
Is the answer yes or no?
Okay. So according to this definition,
Okay, he's not going to answer. He's like
obviously-
terrified.
What are you talking about? I'm answering your question.
Is the answer
Okay?
yes or no?
So according to this, bro, let me just finish talking. Not everything is
it's
yes,
a yes.
or no.
Well, the question
to
that I
this
asked you is a yes or
definition-
no question.
Bro, stop being so childish.
Wait, what
okay?
question did I ask you? Do you remember?
Okay, so according
So
to
you're
this
not trying to answer the
definition-
question, to be clear.
According to this definition, okay, it would not follow that the universe is counterfactually dependent upon God, because that's just a symmetrical dependency, smartass. Okay, if you use another way of saying of using counterfactual dependence, yeah, obviously, then it might, depending on your definition. Well,
Okay.
what about that?
Is
do
the
you not
answer yes or
understand?
no?
To ask your question again.
Okay. You don't even remember the question. You were just yapping.
Obviously not. I was.
Yeah.
Explaining
Is your
something
definition
to you.
proprietary, or is it used by anybody to mean this?
My definition of what?
Counterfactual?
Of like symmetrical relation?
No, of counterfactual.
Well, I just told you that there are multiple ways of using it.
But I'm asking you, is this a proprietary definition? Like, are you the only one who uses it this way?
Yeah. If you're talking about like a symmetrical counterfactual, then obviously, yeah.
So you are the only one that uses it this way?
Wait, I just told you, if you're talking about a counterfactual, a symmetrical.
The thing that's highlighted on screen, are you the only
counterfactual-
person that uses
Bro,
it this way?
Are you gonna keep interrupting me, bro? Come on.
I just want an
If
answer
you're
to the
talking about
question.
the symmetrical, yeah, I'm qualifying my answer. If you're talking about a symmetrical counterfactual dependence, then yes, multiple people have talked about it in this manner.
Name two.
You want me to go look
You
them
said
up, bro? I don't
multiple
have them
people.
off
Name
the top of
two.
my head. Bro, I don't have them off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
actually, yeah. Go look them up.
Yeah, I
I'm
will, okay?
super curious. Let's see ChatGPT hallucinate this.
I'm using Google, bro.
You're gonna get a brutally unfortunate answer.
Let me take a look.
If you want a good resource, you should look on Phil Papers. That's where they keep all the philosophy papers.
That's why I'm looking at like Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy right here. Okay, so what I'm finding right here is David Lewis talks about this.
Blunder. That's a blunder and a half.
One second.
Oh boy.
He,
Yeah.
he, like that's one second. That's what like Google is telling me, right? So, David Lewis, he talks about this, and he says the following. Just give me a second. He says event E counterfactually, symmetrically counterfactually depends on event C if and only if C occurred, then E and E occurred, and if C had not occurred, E would not have occurred.
Yep. So let me find a specific quote because one of Lewis's key
that's just
concepts
one
in the
person?
counterfactual is that they're
Like-
asymmetric. Let's stick with Lewis.
But 1 second, bro.
By the way, just to
There are-
further
there are
expose you as a
multiple-
LARPer, can you name like one key idea from Lewis? He's famous for one idea in particular. He's famous for a lot of ideas, but can you name like a single idea from him?
1 second, bro. Like I don't really read like modern philosophy.
I grant that.
So, yeah. What are you talking about? You grant that?
Yeah, I grant that you don't read much modern philosophy,
Yeah, I don't.
which
read
is why
much
you're
of
like a
it, bro.
total LARPer.
Well, how am I LARPing anything, bro? Like, I'm admitting that I
You
don't.
got
really know
you
about
got
this
like
stuff.
totally like
But, like-
utterly exposed for not knowing what grounding means.
But the more the more embarrassing thing, or like the real embarrassing thing here, is you not like saying you know something about this when you just blundered like 10 times in a row.
Name one blunder.
Well, what you were doing with space, right?
Like what?
So-
What was the blunder?
You think.
By the way,
there's-
Slade4
there's-
in the
one
comment
sec- one
section said
second.
host is just spamming buzzwords. Slade is also a LARPer, clearly.
Okay. So, you said you made like a strict dichotomy between time being relative and being absolute, or not time, space.
That is, I want to be clear about this. Yeah, the relational view of time does trade off with the absolute view of time. Yeah, they are a strict dichotomy. The way that you could draw the dichotomy between relational is saying that time depends for its existence on temporal relations, whereas the absolute version is saying time does not depend for its existence
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
relations.
exactly, but-
that is a
but
strict
that's-
dichotomy, by the way.
That's the point that you still think it, but I just.
Wait,
provided
do you agree
like,
that
an
that's a
alternative.
strict dichotomy?
Wait, under the view that I just provided you, like, can you say under which
that-
category it
Is
falls?
that a strict dichotomy? Yes or no?
1 second, under the view I just gave you, can you tell me?
Okay,
under which
I'm
view
gonna
it
write
falls?
this on the screen so we can all make fun of this dude for not being able to admit that it's a strict dichotomy. So here's the dichotomy.
Bro, I'm not. Whoa, 1 second.
time-
1 second, bro.
Depends for its existence on temporal relations. Absolute time.
I'm talking
Time
about space.
does not
smartass.
depend for its existence
I'm talking
on
about
temporal
space.
relations.
smartass.
We can change
Bro, I'm
this
not
to
talk-
space.
I'm not talking about.
We can
Yeah,
say
yeah, go ahead.
space depends for its existence on spatial relations. And space does not depend for its existence on spatial relations. You agree that this is a true dichotomy, right?
But that's the entire point. That's not the definition you provided earlier.
This is the definition that I
Like
provided.
Okay, so within my view of space that I just explained to you, under which category do you think it falls?
I have no idea. That's the problem with your view. It's not clear where it falls.
Okay, exactly. So there you.
It kind of seems like it's trying to not fall
Very
under
nice.
either, but because it's a true dichotomy, that means that it must be false.
What? Yo, you just said that it's not falling under either.
Yeah, which means that it must be strictly false if it's a
Yo,
true
that's-
dichotomy.
That's honestly ridiculous, bro. Like that's something new. It
Okay.
doesn't follow under either.
You
So-
think
so
like
now
something
you're-
something that doesn't
so
fall
now-
under a
so
true
now you're-
dichotomy, something that's incompatible with a true dichotomy? You think that that could be true?
So now you're the one blundering, right?
You think that's a blunder to say that
Because-
things
because
that
you just
violate
said-
true
because you just
dichotomies
said-
are false?
yeah, because-
it's like
because you just
trivial.
Because you just said it violates a true dichotomy when it doesn't at all. Okay.
You agree that this is a true dichotomy, so it must fit within that.
You can say in one aspect it falls under absolutism because
Yeah.
yeah, stop with the nervous laughter, bro.
Oh, it's not
It's not
nervous.
making you it's not making you look any better.
Yeah,
trust
as
me.
long anything but
So-
the
so- and
substance.
on
Am I
the other
right?
hand-
Stick on that meta.
And on the other hand, you can say, Well, it's like self-reflect, like it's reflexive, right? The relation. So in that sense, it's relational. Yeah.
You think
To the
relationalism is just when it has relations?
no, obviously not. That's bro. Where did you get that from, bro?
Okay, I'm just asking about its existence. It's like ontological dependence. Does space reduce to
Whoa,
spatial relations?
it's ontological, bro. There you go again. It's ontological dependence. Okay.
Yeah,
We do not believe that like space can exist devoid of anything. Okay, and we do not believe
that
that
would
like
place you usually in
something
relationalism, by the way.
something exists within space in the manner that you're understanding it. Okay.
Okay, what you just said would probably commit you to relationalism about it.
How? Yeah. Well, explain that to me.
Yeah, because insofar as it can't exist without objects, that means that it's going to need to reduce to relations between these objects, that there's some
No,
property, some spatial
yeah.
property that about these objects that it's grounded in.
That's nice because this thing called space, it's still a concrete, like real existing thing. This space, well, rather we should say spatial extension, right? The spatial extension is still real. Okay, it's not just something that you can like think about or something.
Are you
Okay?
saying that it's
Like,
independent of concrete objects?
no, that's the opposite of what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. So it is dependent on concrete objects.
Exactly, but it still really exists.
Yeah, sure. So then that would seem to commit you to relationalism about it.
Wait, but relational. Okay.
By the way,
So
it still
space
really
depends-
exists in relationalism. It's just a
one
question of
second,
whether or
one
not it
second.
depends for its existence
Bro,
on
bro, bro,
spatial
one second,
relations.
one second. So space depends for its existence on spatial relations, okay? Are these relations, are they concrete or are they mental?
You could take both views. You could take either view.
Yeah, well, like in what way are you using it?
There are people that take either view. The definition
Yeah,
of the
well,
term
what-
isn't going to
what
presuppose
way
a
are you
view
using
that would
it?
be question begging.
Bro, what way are you using it? That's what
I'm not
asking.
presupposing a view about whether relations are real or extramental. or
Then
are
how am I
instrumental
then how
or
am I
extramental.
supposed because
You
like
can insert your
the,
own view as to whether or not they're instrumental or
because
extramental.
it's gonna be dependent on this, right? Okay, that's the thing. If you say these relations do exist extramentally, well then obviously like the thing in question here, like space and whatnot, that's gonna be something that exists concretely, right? Or do you believe relations between like mental objects can really exist?
I'm agnostic to it.
What? Wait,
You don't know what it
think-
means to say you're agnostic to like a niche philosophical
No,
issue?
no, I do. I'm just shocked, bro. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So
That's so I can
one-
give you
one
like I
second.
can give you like a
So
list
you-
of views that would hold
wait,
to
so-
this.
so-
Like for
so you-
example,
so you-
ontic structural
Bro,
realism
are
would
you
hold
gonna
that
let me talk,
relations have
bro?
like real, true, mind independent existence.
are you doing good, bro? Like, what's up?
Yep. Talking about
Okay.
my favorite subject, yeah.
Okay. So something can exist, like a relation can exist extramentally between two instrumental things.
Between two instrumental things?
That's what I asked.
What are the
you,
two
bro.
instrumental things? You just asked, could it exist extramentally? Could like a
No,
relation exist
bro,
extramentally?
Bro, listen. The relevance of this is, okay, we're talking about space, right? In this view, if you view space to be something that isn't concrete, well, then obviously there cannot be a real relation between those two. If you view space to be something that is concrete,
Well, wait, you
well,
would
then
just say
there
that it
can
is
be
the
like
relation.
there can be like a conceptual or real.
Okay,
a real
you're
relation.
like deeply confused about metaphysics. You would say that space reduces to
Bro.
the relation.
Space reduces to the relation.
That's what
yeah,
relationalism
but
is claiming,
one-
is that space
but-
reduces
but
to
one
the
second,
relation.
We're talking about my view right now, right?
hmm We're talking about the
you- you're-
distinctions
you're-
between the two views.
We're answering the question, where does my view fall under? Okay,
Yeah.
Under relationalism.
Wait, so
or
if
under
you took
absolutism?
away all spatial relations,
Yes,
would space
so-
still
so you-
exist?
bro, you just keep jumping from topic to topic, bro. What's
It's
this?
the same topic. I'm jumping on you, by the way.
No, bro, you can talk normally. Okay, so this, if it's the same topic, then
He's not
stick
going to
on
answer the
one thing, bro.
question.
What question, bro? I'm
Yeah.
clarifying something.
If you took away all the spatial relations, like, is this distance away from that, is here, is there, do you think that space would still exist?
There would still be spatial extension, yeah.
Even if there are no spatial relations? Is there
Yeah,
going to be a
because-
spatial
because
relation
we
between the
differentiate-
start of the extension and the back of the
Because-
extension along the same axis?
Because we differentiate between something having a place, that's something that we believe to be relational, and something being spatially extended. Okay, حيز.
Sure. So let's say that we took like you can slice it up however you want. Let's say you took like some point to be the front in the spatial extension, some point to be the back. Would there be a fact about like the relation between those 2 points, like the distance?
Yeah, but it's gonna be like
Sure. So there's a spatial relation there,
One second, but it's gonna
right?
be like
Wait. Would you
reflexive.
agree that is
Are-
10 miles away
whoa,
from
wait,
is a
wait,
spatial
are-
relation?
Bro, you gotta stop doing this, bro. You're
Just
gonna
answer the
let me finish.
question: Is that a spatial?
it's-
Is it a spatial
then it's
relation to
gonna
say
be-
that A
then
is
it's
10
gonna
miles
be-
away from B?
Bro, I already explained this to you. Then it's gonna be a reflexive relation. Okay, it's gonna refer back to the same subject.
Wait, sorry. What do you think reflexive relation means?
I just explained it to you.
Which is what? What is it?
Bro, it's just a relation to something as to itself, okay?
You're slightly off. Specifically, it's a property of relations wherein
So I'm not
A
one second,
standing
so
in
I'm
this
not up.
relation or to A is always
Bro,
going to be
stop.
true.
Stop constantly saying like, oh, you're off. You don't know this when you're explaining
It's
the exact
true.
same thing.
You're
I'm
making like
explaining.
basic blunders.
Bro, that's the thing. It's not a blunder, bro. You're explaining the same thing I'm explaining. just using different words.
Reflexivity is a property of relations. There are some reflexive and some irreflexive relations.
Bro, exactly. That's the thing. And I was explaining that to you. What it means for something to be reflexive.
My goat, this dude is so good. I fucking love this guy. You know, right after I give him the true answer, he's like, "Oh, that's what I just
Wait.
said."
1 second. Okay, can I give you my argument for God's existence now? Finally.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, but like you gotta pick the notes because it's really good and it's a syllogism.
Okay.
Like someone gotta record this, by the way, because this is a. Can you take up the notes?
Sure.
Okay, so premise 1. God either exists or he doesn't.
Okay.
Premise 2. The non-existence of God doesn't exist. Conclusion 1. Therefore, God exists.
What inference rule does this follow?
So like I don't know the name of the inference rule, but it's like either
It's
P or
invalid.
Q. Well, 1 second. It's either like either P or Q. So that's like the true dichotomy, and then it's like not Q, therefore P.
P or not P. And then which one's this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be like the P or the not P?
That's
Well,
the-
okay,
that's
actually
the not-
let's actually write this
that's-
down so I
that's-
can show you how
that's-
this is an
that's-
invalid
that's the not P,
syllogism.
That's the not P. That's the not P.
So we're gonna write down the value P, not P, and then we'll reconstruct the argument. God either exists or he doesn't.
Wait, you should add like a second conclusion saying like apocalyptic. 1 sec.
Second conclusion materializing out of fucking nowhere, dude, out of thin air.
No, this is important. Okay, apocalyptic myth or realism is true.
Based, my fucking goat. W reference.
No,
okay,
actually put that
so-
up, bro. Actually.
So for P, what's the P in this situation? Would be like God exists.
Yeah, for an example, bro.
God does not exist.
No, bro. You gotta follow the wording of the syllogism. Otherwise, you're
The problem
cheating.
is that is the wording of the syllogism for 1, but not for 2.
the God either exists or he doesn't. Okay, then the non-existence of God doesn't exist. So that's premise 2. You got
That
that
is,
right?
to be clear,
Therefore-
not the not P
which,
there.
Which premise? Which
It's like a
premise do you
different one.
disagree
It's a
with?
non
Wait,
sequitur.
1 second. Which premise do you
It's a
disagree
non
with?
sequitur, first of all.
Wait. What premise do you disagree
It's
with?
a non sequitur.
Okay. Either God exists, okay, or the non-existence of God exists.
Either God exists
Yeah,
or the
write that down.
non-existence of God
That's
exists.
That's bars. Okay, or the non-existence of God doesn't exist. Right. That.
Existence of God exists. Yeah, what would be the
Okay.
argument for 1?
Either God. Well, that's just like a
No, it's
strict
not.
dichotomy.
Don't
right?
say it. Nope.
Why not? What's the other option, bro?
So, for example, God exists. The negation of God exists is not the non-existence of God exists.
Yeah, it's gonna equate to the same thing. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. I don't grant that. Why would these things be identical?
Okay. So you don't think saying the non-existence of something exists and the non-exist and it doesn't exist are the same thing?
I don't see why I would. What's the justification for that?
Yeah, well, I just see like it's gonna reduce to the same thing, right?
It seems like a category error to say like a
one
non-existence
second,
exists. That seems
bro,
like a category error.
one second. Okay, so if the non-existence of something doesn't exist, all I mean by that is it doesn't exist. Okay, but
Oh,
just
sure.
keep it
So
in
you
this
literally
wording.
just
No,
mean
no,
that it doesn't exist?
keep it in this wording though. Yeah, that's what I mean. Keep it in this wording. Okay?
Sure. So by the non-existence of God exists, you're just meaning God doesn't exist.
Yeah, but keep it in this wording because it's nicer. I think.
Okay.
Okay.
The
so-
non-existence of God doesn't exist, and by that you just
Yeah,
mean
that's- yeah, but that I just mean like
just that God does exist.
Kind of, but keep it in this wording. Keep it in
That
this
seems to be circular then. Premise 2
No,
would
no,
just
it
be the
isn't.
conclusion.
It isn't, bro. Keep it in this wording, and then tell me which premise you disagree with.
It's
1, 2,
circular.
3? Wait, 1, 2, 3?
2.
2. Okay, so why do you disagree with it?
It's circular. That's literally the
You
conclusion.
cannot, 1 second. You cannot disagree with it because that's just like definitional.
That God, it's just true by definition that God
It's
exists.
true that definition. It's true by definition that the non-existence of something cannot exist.
Wait, sorry, but by that you mean that God does exist. You've clarified that your meaning on 2 is just that God does exist.
Bro, that's what I'm telling you, bro. You keep conflating on the wording. You got to stick to this
That's
wording.
what you
okay?
said. You
Wait,
said
wait,
that
1
that's
second.
what it means.
So you wait.
That's
so
just
you
the conclusion
think,
again, bud.
So you think the non-existence of something can exist?
If by that you mean, do I think that the
that's
thing
actually
can
a blunder.
exist or that the thing can't
That's-
exist?
Bro, that's actually a blunder.
I think
bro.
that things are capable of not existing, if that's what you're asking. Like, for example,
Okay.
you know, by this argument,
wait,
you could
you
reason
think-
to the conclusion that, you know, the pink fluffy penguin, because the non-existence of the pink fluffy penguin doesn't exist, therefore, like the pink fluffy penguin must exist.
Oh, bro, I'm a apocalyptic mytho-realist, bro. I accept all of that shit, bro.
Okay,
Okay, but
I take that as a reductio. All right, make sure we're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Okay. Fuck, I was worried. I was like, why isn't my restream open? Damn. Scary times. Joe, thanks so much for the super chat. Is this legit? Karen Bennett in Making Things Up argues grounding, which she terms building, is a one-sided or super internal relation. That might be true. I know that it's, you know, I was being a bit of a scumbag, but I do know that there are some people that argue that grounding is symmetrical, but I also knew that that guy wouldn't know about any of them. Karen Bennett's one of the people I've been looking at. She makes there's so one of the premises that Schaeffer uses, he argues that things that are fundamental must be modally free. And I know Karen Bennett makes the same sort of argument in Making Things Up, and that it gets challenged by Jennifer Wong in her 2016 paper. But I think Karen Bennett is gonna be there in my near future, I think. Let me go and pull up the book on Z Library. Modally free just means that these things, okay, let's take all the possible ways that something could be. So I think the God example is good. It's easy. It's possible for me to be wearing a hat. It's possible for me to not be wearing a hat. Because of that, it's possible for God to know that I'm wearing a hat and know that I'm not wearing a hat. There are these like states of possibility, but they're not modally free because it can't be the case that God knows that I'm wearing a hat if I'm not. And it can't be the case that I'm wearing a hat if God knows that I'm not wearing a hat. In that sense, these like possibilities, even though there are like 4 possibilities that I listed out, it's not like you can freely mix and match these. There are some options that are constrained to other options. But anyway, let's go to the very next guest.
Tall
Hey, how's it going? North San
Oh.
Diego handyman?
Yeah, well, not just the camp on the coast.
The
Hello?
cap on the list.
Yeah, here, just when you come look.
Oop, awkward. Hey, how's it going?
G'day, Ian. How we doing, mate?
Doing well, yeah. How old are you?
41.
Yep. And what religion are you?
I am of the belief of the divine, but have not decided to define it by one of man's chosen definitions.
So when you say God exists, what are you saying?
Yeah, I look very excited to be here, mate. Oh my goodness! First of all, just get off that bat. But when I say God exists, I believe that God is expressed through our artistic endeavor, and I think that our reach for the divine is a description of it in and of itself. And I've wrestled with this concept a lot because I started off with Christianity and learned about the Abrahamic religions. And then it occurred to me a long time ago that all of these different religions, from talking about Apollo to the Aztecs, the Mayans, you go back 40,000 years and we've had different descriptors and rules and regulations for what God is supposed to exist as. But ultimately, it is just an expression artistically through humanity. And so I wonder if God and art aren't just one of the same.
Are you saying God
No.
is fictional? Because I agree God is fictional, if that's what you're saying.
Oh, I'm not, no, because not all art is fictional.
So, okay. Would God exist if humans didn't exist?
The observation of God wouldn't exist without humans.
But would God the entity exist if humans didn't exist?
Yes, I think that the beauty and divine would still be expressed through the universe, regardless if a conscious entity observed it or not.
Okay. Sure. So then I guess your definition wasn't really clear to me, because it sounded like what you were saying is that God just is our artistic expression.
Yeah, I think that it is our best way to describe it. Just like we are currently using science and metaphysics, we're using various observations over the past 40,000 years of combined human intuition with artistic merit, with scientific redundancy to prove these things as we go. And I believe that that is an expression of something beyond.
What is it an expression of?
I think it's an expression of that. So there's an expression of both creation and destruction that can be observed not only in humanity, but also even if we didn't exist, this procession would still occur.
The procession? What do you mean?
But the occurrence of destruction and creation.
Oh, thank God somebody else requested to join. Hey, how's it going?
Hello,
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm actually 67 years old.
Okay. I like the impression.
You know, I
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right. What was your question, man?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 29, brother. Actually, 30.
Yep. And what religion?
Can you hear me all right? Is it fine for the audio?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah.
Okay.
But what religion?
Christianity.
Yeah, what makes you think that God exists?
The first and second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, which are what and why would those demonstrate God's existence?
Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and we only are left with two options at that. It either came from a place that would allow things to exist the way they come to be as we experience them, or which means like beyond the natural universe, which by definition would be supernatural. Anyways, the second option would be what's it called? That it was here. The energy was always here,
Yeah.
which is meaning that it was infinite.
Yeah,
But
sure.
then the second law shuts that down immediately because
The second law
entropy
shuts
and all
that down?
Yeah, because entropy.
Because entropy.
So,
What
huh?
about entropy?
So when energy is not functionally available, like there's a constraint on energy to where like the heat death, for instance, happens.
Why would I think that
Are
a
you
heat
just
death
gonna?
is going to happen? as opposed to, for example, there's like lots of models of the cosmos wherein the second law doesn't strictly hold. So, for example, the universe could be rapidly expanding, and then at some point in the future, it could rapidly collapse. So, if we're just speaking about like what possibly could have been the case, it possibly could have been the case that energy always existed, and that it rapidly expands and rapidly contracts, and that when it starts to rapidly contract, the entropy reverses.
So are we appealing to possibilities with all these?
That's what you're talking to about the possibilities. You're saying, there are only two possibilities, but if you'd like, I can give you lots of evidence for it.
About the possibilities. That's what you're talking
You want the
about,
evidence?
but you
I
have
can give
to
you the
explain one.
evidence.
I'm sorry?
Do you want the evidence that indicates that probably is going to happen?
Let's hear it, brother. We have
Yeah,
400
sure.
people.
So we have DESI data that indicates, this is like dark energy data. Dark energy is the thing that's driving expansion. We have data indicating that the acceleration of dark energy is slowing down over time. And if it slows down at this rate, then it will be overcome by the force of gravity, which will lead to a big crunch. And in the event of a big crunch, entropy would reverse.
Isn't that the relevist fallacy, where it's like only a few people who are studying this and understand the science of what's happening? By the way, is it science if they're only using math equations that only explains? Like, for instance, that only describes?
Probably not.
Because for instance, like when you try to find an electron, it's within an electron field, and when you try to like actually like zoom in on one, it disappears. It has no weight. It has no no mass, and we just have this equation that explains what an electron is. But
so it still has properties, right? Like it still can confer it can still affect the things around it with its charge. As an example, electricity works via electrons. The existence of electrons is something that has a ton of empirical evidence behind it. In fact, I think we actually do have pictures of electrons, if I'm not mistaken.
So those pictures, if I'm not mistaken, they're taken with the you know the word I'm looking for, right? Spectrog pictures. But anyways, they're contrasted images of a model of an atom, and then you go deeper and deeper into like what things could look like. But it started off like as a circle, and then now it's like a nebulous cloud. So that, going back to the cloud, we have math to describe what that is, but we don't actually have a picture of an electron.
No, we do.
Why you bring on the second dude?
Because he's a
you guys always
physics
need backup when
PhD.
it comes to someone like me, huh?
Yeah, I literally specialize in building particle detectors, so this is very relevant for me.
Yeah. Listen, if you don't actually care about the truth, I can totally kick Quantanaut and we can just like debate in like a way that's disconnected from the truth. Is that what you want?
What I want is Quantanaut to be gone.
Okay, sure. So you're just not
Damn.
interested in like facts or whatever. So what's going to be the source for the thing that you just said?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you just gave a description about how like those aren't actually pictures of electrons. What's the source for that, or did you just make that up?
No. I'm saying that there was.
I
we
heard what
started
you
off.
said. I want to know what the source for
Okay.
that claim is. Like, why would
Well,
I
you
think
could
that
just
that's true?
You just Google the evolution of the atom.
Could you Google it for me? That like whatever says like those pictures are fake.
Ah, come on! You have everything here for your audience to find out, and for me to try to explain it, it just doesn't do it justice. With me trying to find like a www dot, it's like, are you going to look it up anyways? So why don't you just do your best and research something right now for all of us to
Okay,
benefit from?
so I just want to be clear about this. You made that claim, literally zero factual basis for it. So
If you want to say that, bro, it's fine. The truth
we
will
have
be
like
heard.
we have tons and tons of evidence for electrons. If electrons don't exist, how would you explain electricity?
Tons and tons of evidence for a math equation.
You think
Based off of a
electricity
few.
is just a math equation?
No. I know electromagnetics exists, right? 10 to the 36 times stronger than gravity claims to be, right? But it's a modality of the ether, right? Liquid, ice, steam. It's water, right?
Speaking of liquid, the ether got fucking liquidated by what was it? Like the fucking there's like the two guys, Mickelson and
He's
Morley.
cursing a lot, using a lot of weak words. Why don't you do a couple push
They're strong
push-ups?
words, actually. I think it's Mickelson and
Do a
Morley.
couple
Yeah,
push-ups.
yeah.
You like the way I
Mickelson
say
and Morley,
push-ups?
indeed. No, not
No?
particularly. Yep.
I thought-
So
my
we
bad.
were expecting to see in the Mickelson and Morley experiment that was done with respect to light waves. We were expecting to see the speed of light differing, but in fact, from every inertial reference frame, the speed of light's the same. It's pretty catastrophic for the view that there's an ether.
Got a null result because they didn't get the spin of the Earth, bro. So like they got like 1/6 the result that they were supposed to get,
Do
but
you-
they don't really like
Do you deny
flaunt
that?
that data.
Do you deny that light has?
That's
the
the ether
exact
drift,
same
by the way.
speed?
It goes faster.
You think that light has
further you go
different
up to the
speeds in
clouds.
different reference frames?
Okay, let me humble myself a little bit. Let me use humility here. I didn't hear I didn't hear what you just said, brother.
Do you think that light has the same speed in different reference frames, or do you think it has different speeds in different reference frames?
The latter, bro. It's what's it called? Ace. No. You know the word.
How would you explain the
A-
fact that when you shoot like muons through like close to the speed of light, that they last for like 29 times longer than what you would have expected them to last for?
Bro,
If general
you're
relativity is
presupposing
false,
the speed
which
of
is what you're
light, by the
saying,
way, and light exits a system before it enters. I'm talking about shining a flashlight on water. Are you assuming those specks
are you
gonna
trolling?
move
You
faster,
you
bro?
must be trolling.
No, you want me to troll.
You
You want
sounds
me to
like
be
you're
a troll,
trolling.
bro.
It kind of sounds like it, but
But
sure.
it's best for you to frame me as a troll because I speak the truth so effectively that you want to deceive your audience because your ego's actually hurt.
Oh boy,
How about that? How about
this
that?
guy's like projecting like crazy. Is it because my audience is being mean to you? I'm sorry, my audience is being mean to you.
No, it's just one guy said one thing, and I averted my eyes to the comment, and I was like, "Dang, that guy's. I guess he knows what he's talking about, huh?"
Yeah,
No.
seems like it.
Anyways, you want to talk about C plus V?
C plus V.
Right? C is the speed of light supposedly, and V is like the direction or something like that.
C plus V.
You're not familiar with these? I mean, listen, I don't know everything, but I can
V
be
would
reminded
V
of
would for
some
sure not
concepts.
just be like the direction. Presumably, if C is a speed, then V is also going to be in the same units. It's also going to be a speed.
But light moves
Does-
faster east to west. That's crazy, huh?
Oh wait, what's the source for that?
Dang, bro, you're gonna make me pull up more sources that
You
I
haven't
already
pulled up a
pulled
single
already.
source. You're gonna make me pull up more sources in parentheses one.
Wait, hold on. You know the word I'm looking for, right? I need to spark my memory.
course
Like
not.
asymptotic. Like
Asymptotic.
no, that's not the word. Does light move faster? Dang, bro. Isometronic, asymptotic, like light having a preferred direction. Light moves faster. I know, bro. This is a headache
I
for
have
me
no
too.
clue what the fuck you're talking about.
My bad, bro. Anyways,
But
hey,
wait,
if
sorry.
light moves
Wait,
faster
I'm
in
sorry.
in
You
east
said
to
that
west,
it moves faster east to west. What's the evidence for that? Like, what's the argument?
wait, hold on. This dude says a comment. Isometric. It's literally how
If only
it's
there was
literally
a
integrated into
physicist.
their
If only there was like a
satellites.
physics PhD student who was here to help us. Who could give us the term. Wouldn't that be cool?
Dang, yeah, I kind of regret that because I would be able to. Why don't you bring it back up, bro? Why not?
You're thinking of anisotropic.
Anisotropic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have any experimental evidence to show that the universe is anisotropic.
It's kind of different the way you said it.
In fact, we have more than enough evidence to suggest that it is isotropic.
That means no preferred direction, right?
Correct.
Hmm. Can you give me an example?
Literally any experiment
No,
that
just
has
give me one
tested
example.
special relativity in the past, 100 years.
So any experiment, did you say?
Yes.
How about Hathel and Keitel in the plane? Do you know those guys?
Hackle and Keetle?
Hathel and Keitel, or something like that.
That's not coming to mind.
You mean, are you talking to Mickelson and Morley?
Oh no, let's talk about them though. Do people actually know the experiment, Mickelson, Morley?
Yeah,
Mhm.
we do.
So when I
And,
say
and
that
they
there's
found no ether drift.
no, they found a null result because
Yeah,
it didn't like
that means that they found no evidence of ether drift. That's what
No,
a null
because-
result means.
no. What pertaining to the question
Do,
of the
do you know what a null
experiment?
result means in an experiment?
Well, why don't you say what it is? Because what
It
I
means you
understand,
didn't find the thing,
yeah, the thing is the thing in
and the thing
reference
would have
to
been ether drift.
the thing in reference to what you're
Like, for example,
actually
we're
trying
currently
to
with
find
like a null
in terms
result
of the
with
speed of
respect to
the
the clit.
It-
I didn't hear that, and I'm glad I didn't hear that.
And not to mention,
Christian.
the concept of the luminiferous ether is incompatible with time dilation, which we have overwhelming evidence in support of.
So you're saying that the thing that we use to identify passing change in motion somehow bends?
Moving clocks tick slower. We have observed this.
Wait, do you explain that through math or something like that?
We can explain it through math, but we observe it in reality
How so?
by running experiments. For example, there's something called the G-2 experiment, which observes a unstable particle called a muon, which Ian was referring to earlier, and we observe that their lifetime, how long it takes for those particles to decay, depends on the velocity of those particles, something exactly predicted by special relativity.
Special relativity claims that time and space are concrete, or they have characteristics of concrete items, but they're just abstract, like length, width, and height.
Not necessarily. I think that there's like good special relativity
Hear
evidence.
me
There's
out,
kind of
'cause-
good special relativity evidence in both directions. Like Einstein made his like famous whole argument that supports relationalism, but then there seem to be properties of it, like the propagation of gravitational waves that would support a view of it as like an actual substance. So there's kind of evidence in both directions.
Well, they say that space needs to have like physical properties, but
Just space or space-time alone, without any other
Space-time.
objects, can carry energy and momentum.
okay, so we take one thing that's not concrete, which is space. It's just the idea of length, width, and height. You ever zoom in on like technology, for instance? Everyone's seen that video, right? Well, everyone's seen Men in Black. Anyways, you zoom in on technology. At what point can you point at and say, "Oh, that's space"? It's just length, width, and height, bro. It's a concept, bro. And then time,
Do
bro?
you know what a gravitational wave is?
It can't be stronger than electromagnetics, because it's 10 to the 36 times
Well,
stronger
it
than
depends.
never
It depends what the
said it
object
was.
is, right? Like it depends on the thing
But
that's
it's
emitting the
surrounded
force.
by. Hold on, guys. This is getting crazy. But it's surrounded by electromagnetics, and it itself is electromagnetic.
No, there is
Per
zero evidence
university,
that gravitational
all
waves are
molecular-
electromagnetic in nature.
And
What if there was
intermolecular
something more fundamental than the
objects
fundamental
in nature?
force?
Huh?
In fact, we know about
Four?
multiple particles that interact not at all with the electromagnetic force. 3 of those being neutrinos.
Neutrinos are like
Hmm.
so.
Yeah, neutrinos.
Do you think it reduces? Guest, have you heard of the Tuggema law?
Dang, maybe because I it just comes across like some of these terms do come across my mind sometimes. Go ahead.
Tuggema balls, bitch. Okay, we're going on the next one.
Mile away. All right, see ya.
Yes, yeah. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. With that, we'll go to the very next guest. Damn, that dude was a yapper. Hey, how's it going? Oop, fuck. Okay, I guess not. Hey, if you want to debate the topic, all the people that are currently requesting to join have been on quite recently. So if you want to debate the topic, if you think that God is real, if you want a good faith linear dialectic, you got to be 18 or older. You got to believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. If you don't have some reason to think that God exists, then don't request to join. I might have to hit a reset. Wouldn't that be sad if I hit a reset? That'd be so depressing. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll have to. Okay. I think I'm gonna reset the stream and then we'll get some more ops. What? Okay, wait, never mind, we got one. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yep, how old are you?
21. No,
Yep.
22 actually.
Yep, what religion?
Christian.
Yeah, what makes you think that God exists?
Well, I've seen it in my personal life. That's why.
Okay. Have you seen like God himself?
No, but the effects of believing in God, like praying, believing in God.
Sure. I agree that like praying and believing in God might have some effect. You know, people act differently based on the things that they believe. But why would I think that because there are some effects from the thing that you believe that makes it true?
Because I haven't found the same effect in believing in other gods, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, I bet if you believe in like various different religions, they're probably all going to lead you to acting in different ways. You're probably going to get different effects with every single religion. There are going to be some things, like some ways that you view the world that you won't if you're not Buddhist or if you're not Muslim. You know, I'm sure that's true. I just don't know why that would mean that the belief is true.
Yeah, I guess you have to, like, there's a leap of faith. Like, you have to really believe in it, you have to believe in it, kind of.
I mean, I agree with that. Sounds kind of trivial.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have like real evidence or something like that?
A real evidence of God existing is other reasons is there seems to be intelligent design to nature.
Okay. I think I probably disagree with that. I looked at nature around me and there's just all these like things that don't look very intelligently designed at all. For example, when I looked at the variety of species don't seem to be like God created the species that would be good. It seems like the species that exist are the ones that would have been selected through evolution. You know, the ones that are good at spreading their genetics as far as they can. There are various strategies to do it, right? Like rabbits have like a ton of kids, whereas like humans have like relatively few, but you know, you invest a lot into each child. In both cases, there's like a successful strategy there for spreading your genetics. And that seems to kind of be like the common thing. That also explains things like parasites. The fact that parasites exist makes sense if the only thing that selects is whether or not the strategy helps you survive and reproduce. But it makes like basically no sense why God would select this cohort of animals.
Yeah, but the fact that the animals can still live and consciousness can occur.
But so many species have gone extinct.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't seem very intelligently designed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. But like, how do you explain like consciousness? Is that just? Do you think that's just a coincidence?
No, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it probably serves evolutionary roles. That we have like instant experiences, and then we have like instant reactions to those experiences. That our conscious experiences play like an important role in our surviving and our reproducing. It allows us to have like a deeper understanding of things and to like think things through in unique ways that we couldn't otherwise think them through. Like we were able to picture things, to visualize things. Conscious experiences have like a lot of utility in that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it reduces to
yeah.
the brain, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. So you don't believe in a soul, or?
If by soul you mean like something that's like non-physical, then no.
Do you think because I feel like we also incarnate here to like learn lessons. That's a thing.
I think that
It
sadly
seems-
seems like totally irreconcilable with like a lot of the facts of the world. Like a lot of people die really young. In fact, you know, there's like a huge prevalence of things like miscarriages. So many people never even like make it here due to like miscarriages, or you know, also like people die really young. People die as like babies. It doesn't seem like they're learning very many lessons.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah.
Is there anything else?
I mean, wait. Existence of God. Yeah, the Christian God in specific. Yeah, I mean, there's also the story of Jesus, like him proving being as proof for the existence of a God,
Okay,
and the
so
miracles that happened around that.
What's the evidence that miracles happened?
Yeah, the crucifixion and him coming back to life.
Oh, that's a huge claim. I don't believe that Jesus came back to life. Do you have any evidence for that?
Yeah, I mean, the Bible and the widespread belief in it.
I mean, I
But-
totally agree. If the Bible's true, then Jesus did resurrect. Like he did come back to life, and that probably would make me think that the Bible is, that like God exists and all of that.
Yeah.
But the problem is I don't believe in the Bible because I don't think God's real. If I believed in the Bible, I would think that God is real.
Yeah. Well, what do you think happened then if he didn't come back to life?
I think that he was probably just executed. And then I think that the views of like the creation of like mythology is pretty widespread through a lot of cultures. So I think
Okay.
that the Jesus story, I think that stuff is like largely mythological.
So you think, so you kind of think that people just spread it as a myth like a normal myth of the gnomes or whatever?
Not necessarily. I think that a lot of mythology, especially the mythology that's based on real people, I don't think that the people that are spreading it think that they're like overtly lying. I just think that they probably they don't have like the same conceptions of like true factual historical reality as we have today. In a lot of their history, there was like a lot of like exaggeration that took place, or like a lot of like sprinkling in of like supernatural elements that probably didn't happen. For example, like the King Midas story, Midas and his golden touch. That's based off of a real king, but probably it was just talking about how he was like a super rich dude. That there's like a bit of like exaggeration, like supernatural exaggeration going on there, and that was like pretty normal for the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's but the question is why the other like myths didn't proceed the same way.
A lot of them
didn't have the same.
Like for
Did they have
example,
did they have the same significance?
to a lot of people, yeah, like Hinduism. Hinduism is full of mythology. I'm sure that there are even like
Okay.
real people that are cited in some of the Hindu myths. Buddhism certainly has like a huge impact on people. The Buddha was probably a real person.
Yeah, but is that a myth then? If Buddha was a real person, is there mythology in Buddhism also that people believe?
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole stuff with the Buddha is that he undergoes like some sort of like supernatural, like spiritual enlightenment, that he escapes like this like supernatural cycle of suffering.
Yeah, and that you don't believe. You believe that's also fake then, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that the Buddha was a real person. I just don't think that it's, I don't think that it's like an accurate depiction of reality, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Yep. Is there anything else?
But no.
Hey, well, I
don't
appreciate
think
the talk. Thanks for coming up. Let's read some supers. Skeptics and Scoundrels, thanks so much for the super chat. The non-existence of vampires cannot exist. Based. Carrie White, thanks so much for the 6-month resubscription. I appreciate you. Very, very kind. Shagtha, thanks so much. Thank you, Tugama. The fuck did you say to me? Hey, if you guys are interested in joining a reading group, if you're interested in getting started with philosophy, but you don't really know where to get started with it all, we're doing a reading group. We're reading On Virtue Ethics by Rosalind Hursthouse. It's tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST. I'm leading the discussion. It's going to be a lot of fun. You guys should all be there. I'm hosting it. We'll be having a great discussion about whether or not virtue ethics can give you clear prescriptions as to what you're supposed to do in your life. If it's in a worse footing than things like utilitarianism and deontology, it's discord.gg/allegedlyen. I'd love to see you all there. You got to be 18 or older. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 56.
Yep. And what religion?
That picture of my grandmother, and that's why the picture looks so old.
No, it's okay.
I'm a Christian.
Sure.
I'm a Christian, and there's so many points I've heard you say. I just heard you for the first time yesterday, but I guess to get started, just because you were just talking about it a few minutes ago, is evolution. You brought up evolution.
Yeah.
And you brought up that I forget how you put it, but like some animals or some insects or whatever you think are not very well designed, or however it was you stated that.
Yeah. It seems like there are some design choices that are quite cruel. It's really strange that parasites exist if God exists, because, parasites are by their very nature like a very cruel type of species. They exist by like taking away the vital resources of other things, by basically like starving like the host. That's the way that they live. That makes sense under evolution, because evolution only selects for things that survive and reproduce. Obviously, a lot of parasites are very successful at being parasites, and they're capable of doing those things. They can make new parasites. But if God exists, it's kind of strange that God would make this sort of creature.
I understand your argument, but there's some things I think you don't realize yet. First, God created a perfect world. Okay? It was perfect. There wasn't illness. There might be injury if you fell and broke your leg, but you had everything in your body to heal. Everything was balanced. There wasn't, here's the word we don't hear anymore, pollution. There was no pollution. And everything was in sync. And it was sin that started corrupting. That is what sin is. What determines, which goes into your morality arguments. But let's stick with this. I don't want to jump around too much. So evolution, you said parasites seem cruel. Well, here's the thing about parasites. Everything has to be in balance. Okay? So if there has to be something to keep, like predators. You're not going to have a lion unless that lion can eat. Well, how is he going to eat? He's going to kill something.
Mhm.
You have to consume to get energy.
Why would God design it
Well,
that way?
how else are you going to design it?
He could design it in a way
Right.
where he just constantly creates more energy. Like he could just create the energy into your body. That way, nothing needs to kill anything to survive.
Now that sounds like sci-fi.
It's God, right?
Yeah,
God has the power to do
we are,
that.
okay, see, here we go. God is the greatest scientist. Okay, there's no one greater than God. If it could have been made that way to function properly, then that's how he would have made it. We're not all knowing. He is. The question is he real or is he not? Okay, evolution. How long has it been? How many years? I want to say it's been like 200 years, but I could be wrong. How long has it been since Darwin wrote the book?
Yeah, like 200
On
years.
evolution.
You're in the right ballpark.
It's
It's
been
it's
like
somewhere
200
right
okay.
around there. But do you think
It's
God
been so
doesn't have
long
the
ago, I
power
forgot.
to wait, do you think God has the power to make animals in such a way that they could just get energy automatically by, it's just constantly replenishing? Like, does God not have the power to do that?
God has the power to do anything, but it has to function.
Does God not have
That's
the
like
power to do
saying-
that and it
That's
function?
like saying, I'm not God, evidently not.
No, he
In
seems like
order
he's
to
not all
fun-
powerful.
That's like he is all powerful. You're the one who doesn't like his design.
Well, it just
His
seems
design
cruel.
is perfect. It's not cruel. What is cruel is evil. That's what's cruel. Okay?
Do you think-
Wait a minute. Let me say this real quick. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, it's fine.
We have a really bad problem with death. Would you agree?
It
We
depends
think
what you mean by
death
that.
We think death is awful, when in reality it's not. Death is a part of life. When you know God is real, death no longer becomes this terrible thing. It's just the next step. That would be like saying, oh, my baby is walking. This is awful. He's walking now. Or a mother says, my son graduated and he's moving off to college. This is awful. No, it's the next step.
Mhm.
You
It-
talk about evolution.
Wait,
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it feels like we kind of moved away from the topic, which is just that it seems like God's design choice is cruel. So here's maybe a good thing to get like a symmetry breaker on, or maybe just a good straight up question. Do you think
Okay.
it's like a cruel feature of the world that some animals need to live by tearing other animals to shreds, and it's like an excruciating, agonizing process for that? In the same way that you'll feel pain when you touch something that's too hot, it'll burn you. Like that sort of pain is felt by billions of animals every single day, getting torn to shreds, pain that's prolonged, and 1,000 times worse than that is what's getting experienced by 1 billion animals around the world every single day. Do you think that that's kind of
Okay.
cruel?
Okay. Do you realize that? Okay, we got two. There's two parts to this question. First, you have to realize that the world today, as we know it, has changed. It is not the world that God created. It has been corrupted. It has been tainted. It is sick. Just like humans get cancer now. Humans didn't get cancer. God did not create humans to have cancer. Evil brought that in. Okay, that's the first part. The second part is, do you realize that majority, not all, because everything is now corrupted. We'll talk about a lion because I brought that up. Do you know that a lion, their main goal is to grab the animal by the neck and kill it. They do not start eating it until it dies. They will grab it and hold it, and they'll clamp down on its throat until it stops moving. That's not cruelty. That's just life. I eat chicken. I grow my own chickens, and I kill them and I eat them. But my chickens are free. You can go on my YouTube. You'll see my chickens. They have a wonderful life, and they have no clue that it's coming. I hold them upside down till they pass out. Then I process them. That's life. We need energy to live. And I see your faces that you're making, but do you know it's now been proven that plants have an intelligence?
That's
So
for
is it
sure not
okay
true.
That is for sure true. You need to do your research.
I'm
just
like pretty deep
because
on this
you don't-
topic. I'm aware
No,
that that's not true. They don't have qualitative experience.
I'm very much into plants and growing gardens and doing all of that. I'm always researching into plants for growing my own food. And I'm telling you, you need to look into it because now they can even measure it. Just because
I've already looked
you
into
don't
this.
have,
That's not true.
you haven't.
If you have like a
You haven't
source,
looked
you're more
into
than
it.
welcome to. Wait, I'm sorry. Okay,
Yes,
let's not derail this topic. Let's just stick with it.
Listen,
Let's go
I
one
will
thing
st-
at
I
a
will-
time. Let's start with the cancer topic. If cancer
Listen,
only came into the world
listen,
with humans,
will
then how would
say-
you explain the fact that this dinosaur bone had cancer millions of years before humans even existed?
they claim it's cancer. We don't know what
It
it
is.
is.
That's bone
They're
cancer.
not
It's
even-
inside of the bone.
They're not even telling us
It's a
honestly
tumor.
what the bones are.
They're
you know
bones.
that-
What do you
do you know
mean?
that
What
they're
else would they
lying?
be?
They're the fossils. They're not telling us the truth about the fossils.
They are.
Do you know that you can make a fossil within like a 6-month period of time? People have done it. All it is a chemical, and I don't know the terms of it. All it is a chemical exchange.
You can
That's
make
all it
a
is.
fossil in a 6-month period
you-
of time?
Yep. Look it up.
6-month
All it has to have
period of
is the
time.
proper environment. So we don't even know how old these bones
Oh, you just
are.
mean like it's possible to set in like you could like oh well yeah sure I mean you can create the conditions
take
for
a
a
bone-
fossil in like a matter of like
Yes.
seconds, right? If you fall into like a mudslide, like obviously, but sure. You can't create like a fossil that's going to be found at that layer of like the fossil record though.
You
Like
know how
if
many
you were to carbon date that fossil, you'd be able to figure out how old it was. If you radiometrically date these fossils, it's going to come back to being millions of years.
Do you know how many things that we have found out that they're wrong about?
Like what?
The science community.
Like what? Can you give me
How
some
far back do
examples
you
of
wanna
how we've
go?
been?
How
Yeah,
far
give me.
back?
Can I get
How
some
far back do you
examples of
wanna
the
go?
radiometric dating? When has the radiometric dating been wrong?
There's all kinds of examples where it's questionable.
Yeah, please give me an example where they got the radiometric dating wrong.
I can send you the links. Watch for my comments. Look on YouTube because I don't come to TikTok. I don't use TikTok.
Yeah.
I downloaded this just to talk to you. Watch for my comments on TikTok. I'll send you some. TikTok won't let you. YouTube won't let you put links. But you're intelligent. I'll give you the names of the people, the videos. Excuse me. And then you can look it up.
Let's wait. Let's just do one at a time. Let's
But-
do it. Wait, I want two things. Let's do it right now. And that's fine. You can drop the link.
I can't do it. I can't do it right now. I
Just
don't
give me the
know.
name of the people, or do
I-
you not? Okay.
I don't. When it comes to names, titles, I've got terrible memory.
Okay, well, there's
I-
actually
I
like
just-
several
I just
scientific
have
studies
to-
that disprove the Bible, and I'll just have to send them to you later.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
no, there's not.
there are. I'll
There's-
send them to you later. You know,
No,
I'll
there's
drop them
not.
in my
There's
Discord
people-
later.
Look, you don't know the experiences that I've had.
Okay.
God is real.
Okay.
God is real.
What
period.
experience did
There's
you have that
nothing-
demonstrated that?
There's absolutely nothing you can say to me to convince me otherwise. The thing is, you think you have to know all the answers
No.
to prove or disprove.
No.
Yeah, you do. And then
Oh,
if
sorry, my bad. I
somebody
do believe that. Yeah.
somewhere-
No, you got it right. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. And here that's the very first thing you need to realize is I don't know everything. And just because I don't know it means I
Whoa.
need to research. I need to look into
Whoa,
it.
I
But
don't
you
know
do
any. I
ask
don't know
for
everything. Whoa.
you do ask for references, which is
Mhm.
awesome. That's one thing I liked about you. But back to what I was saying. God created a perfect world. It was perfect.
What's the evidence of that?
But the evidence is if you take away sin, everything goes back to being perfect. That's the evidence of it.
Like
You
what?
know that
That's just not true.
anything. Name something.
Like, for example, I don't know, the fact that animals tear each other to shreds. What sin
That's a
is
part of life.
what sin do you need to
That's a
take
part
away?
of life.
But okay, do you think that there's something bad about doing like dog fighting pits?
Yes.
Yeah,
See, that's
sure, but
different.
what's the
That's
wrong
different.
thing that's present in dog fighting pits?
What is the purpose of a dogfight?
For entertainment, I would think.
Entertainment.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting nutrition out of that. There's something holy and sacred and appreciative about a life.
What if you
giving
ate the
itself
what if you
for
ate the
you to
losing
have
dog
nutrition.
afterwards?
No.
Would there be something
Because
wrong with
now
eating
you're
the
just-
losing dog afterwards? Like, what would be wrong with that?
Yeah, because you're being cruel.
Oh, yeah,
You're
it's
being
cruel,
cruel
but what about it is
for-
cruel?
Because it's for entertainment.
No, it's
You're
for
just gonna eat
nutrition.
the
You
dog.
eat the losing dog.
You're just eating the losing dog for an excuse to justify your cruelty.
What if you weren't
There's-
watching it
I
and weren't
eat
getting
chickens.
entertained by it?
Well, at least I'd say at least the dog didn't die completely in vain. At least it wasn't a total waste. But it's still evil and it still should be illegal, and everybody who does it needs to be locked up and thrown under the jail.
So here's a
There's-
question. Do you think it would be wrong if I went to the dog shelter, took a dog home, and then like cooked and ate him?
How are you gonna harvest him?
I don't know. I could Google it. I could chat GPT it.
Well, I mean, you've seen enough of life. You know that a bullet to the head is, they don't see it coming. They're just gone. They're just gone. They don't even know it hit them.
Do you think that would be ethical?
That's what makes it unethical to eat a dog, but not unethical to eat a chicken.
I'm vegan.
It's meat. What makes it okay to eat a
I don't think
baby
it's okay to
plant?
eat either of them.
So it's okay to eat a baby plant. It's okay to chop down a plant. Why?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
You can't hear it cry.
It doesn't have qualitative
Why?
experience. All the structures that
Says
are
who?
necessary for qualitative
Says who?
experience aren't present. You know, you need
Says
brains, you
who?
need neurons. They don't have those things.
So because its neurons looks different from yours,
It doesn't have any
it
neurons.
doesn't.
You need like a central nervous system.
You
That's like a
need
bare
to check up
minimum.
on. You need to check up on the recent studies.
What, like what?
About-
The other
have you
thing that you're
seen
gonna
the
have to link
study?
in the future?
Have you seen? Yes. Not
Okay.
in the future.
Let's do it. Wait, not in the future? Let's do it right now,
I've got to
then.
work. I can't do it right now.
Why not?
Because I'm on the phone with you. Why can't you just wait till tomorrow for it?
What do you want me to
where it's gonna
Google?
be at.
I have Google in front of me. What do I need to Google to find the studies?
The plant. Let's see. What could you Google? Plant choosing. Okay, I'll tell you the study, and you come up with the words.
Yeah.
The plant. Okay, the study was a room. The plant was in the center of the room, and it was a bean plant. It was a bean vine. They put a pole in the room. The vine grew up and went straight to the pole, so they moved it. The vine did the same thing. The vine always knew where that pole was at and grew up and went straight to the pole. So then they put two bean plants in there, 2 plants in their own pot in one room, nothing else in there but one pole. When one plant reached the pole, the other plant took off in the other direction and started looking for somewhere else to go.
Okay, I'm trying to find this. Plant can see. It sounds like what you're
No,
trying to. imply is that
Not,
they can like
it
see.
don't see like we see. No, it senses, it knows. Experiment. Look, I've got an autistic grandson I'm taking care of, and he's been sick, and he's asleep in the other room. If you let me not talk for just a couple minutes, I'll Google it real quick, and
Sure.
it'll pull it up.
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's really
Okay,
fine.
hold on. I gotta be quiet. I'm at my son's house. I'm on my phone
That's
talking
okay.
to you. If I go to YouTube, it'll delete you off on it.
No, you'll still be on, but just you have to you can't leave for too long, otherwise it might boot you off. But
Can you just wait till tomorrow? Because I'm on my son's computer here. My account is not on my son's. And I can't remember my password. I'm not going to go through and change my password and all that. But I swear to you, I'll send you a bunch of stuff. My name on YouTube is Words Written in Red.
So I got a question for you.
Can you remember that?
Yeah.
And I swear to you, I'll send them.
Yeah, I got a question. I
send you a
just thought
bunch
of
of
it. It's my own original question. I just thought of it. Nobody's ever asked it before.
Okay.
What is true of a dog that if it were, or sorry, let's do I don't know, cows. What's true of a cow that if we took that same trait and gave it to a human would justify slitting their throat and selling them at Whole Foods for consumption?
Okay, you'll have to ask me that again.
Yeah.
I don't
What-
think I understand it.
What property does a cow have that justifies the way that we treat it, such that if we gave that property to like a human, that we could go and eat the human?
Because God created humans to be the authority in this world.
Hmm.
He created this entire world for us to experience life.
I see. Could I eat an
So our
angel?
souls, huh?
Could I eat an angel?
An angel's not flesh and blood.
Aren't they? Don't they come down to the earth sometimes?
They're not flesh and blood.
But don't they come
They're
down to
not
the
like
earth?
you and me. Yeah, they come down to the earth.
Okay, let's
Can
say
you eat a lightning bolt? Can you eat a
no,
ark?
probably not.
Can you eat? Okay,
Let's say
it's the
let's
same
say
thing. It's
God
a different energy.
let's say God gave them a flesh and blood form. Could I eat that?
See, why are you asking ridiculous questions? Why don't
Because
you ask
your
sincere questions?
your view is absurd. The
What
idea
is
that it's
absurd?
okay to eat animals leads to like crazy bullet bites.
No, it doesn't, because it goes back to something you were talking about. I think it was yesterday I was watching.
You didn't
When
okay.
you
I just
said
want to I
that-
do want to mark
No,
for the
let
audience
me
that
finish.
we reduced
me
this
finish.
position to absurdity, which is why now we're moving to a new topic, is what it feels like.
We're not moving to a new topic.
Okay, go
This
for
is
it.
the same topic. This goes back to the moral question, morality.
Hmm.
Yesterday you were saying, let's see, okay, you say what you said about morality. And this is the same question. Morally, why is it wrong to eat a human, but it's not wrong to eat a cow?
I don't
That's
think
a
you should eat
moral
either.
question. Is it a moral question?
Yeah, it's a moral
Yeah, okay,
statement to
what
say
is
that
it
these
you
things are
said?
wrong.
What was it you said about God yesterday, or about what was it the caller said to you?
I have
They
no
were telling
idea.
you that the caller was saying that, well, what is your opinion on morals? That God, that they were saying to you, if you don't believe in God, then how do you know what's right and wrong?
Yeah. So the way that you can determine what's right and wrong is by thinking through the positions logically and then determining the contradictions in them. There are certain necessary moral facts that everybody is committed to. Otherwise, there's a contradiction on their view. And because contradictions are false, that means that the only true view is the one that holds that everybody has a right to freedom and well-being. Otherwise, okay, let me break it down like this. So I'm an agent. That just means that I take actions to try to achieve my goals. I have things that I intend to do with my actions, or I intend to bring about with my actions. But in order for me to do any of that, I would need my freedom and well-being. If I don't have the freedom or well-being to do the action, then I can't take the action. And if I need that, then I need for you to not interfere with that, which means that I'm claiming a right to it just because I'm an agent. But if me being an agent means that I have a right to freedom and well-being, that means that all agents must have a right to freedom and well-being.
Okay, yesterday you were saying that, if God claimed rape was okay, then rape is okay.
That is a good question.
see,
Yeah.
Here's where you see, you always want to come up with ridiculous examples.
Why is that ridiculous?
To try and prove that it's ridiculous, because what God says is right and wrong is what keeps this world and us, his children, healthy. Why is rape wrong?
God commands the killing of a ton of people.
Here we go. Why? Do you
Because
know
he's
why
evil.
he commanded
'Cause he's
that
like
stuff?
he's like kind of
No,
sick.
that's what you said. That's what you claimed. You claimed that.
Well, it's
He
true.
said
I think you're gonna find that you're committed to
it's
some pretty
not
crazy
true.
moral positions.
It's not true. God was trying to stop evil controlling the world. He has stopped it several times.
Mm.
Evil wants to take
Those
over
evil
this world.
babies that he
Do
killed.
you know why? Do you know why? Why did he
Why?
kill them? When did he kill babies?
Yeah, he kills babies in 1 Samuel 15:3. So this is first. I'll read 2 through 3. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, but do not spare them. Kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. So he says, go
Okay,
kill the
so
babies
why-
of this nation as a
so
punishment for their
why?
previous crimes.
Why?
As a punishment for what their great
No,
grandparents
he's
did 400 years
wiping-
earlier.
He's wiping out the evil.
Are the babies evil?
Yes, they're their children.
Do you think they deserve the death
They-
penalty?
They are. Yes, they need. Do you want a healthy world or not?
I
Because
can't
he's
believe that
gonna
you
come
think that
back.
there are babies that deserve the death penalty as like a punishment.
I think evil needs the death penalty. If they are okay, you want to say this child that we know is going to grow up and be Hitler, you wouldn't stop him?
I wouldn't kill a baby.
You
I
wouldn't
wouldn't
kill
kill
him.
baby Hitler if that's what you're asking. Baby Hitler is
Yes.
innocent. Adult Hitler is guilty.
Who do you think becomes adult Hitler?
Baby Hitler becomes adult Hitler. That doesn't mean that
Baby
baby
Hitler.
Hitler is guilty.
So at what point does he become evil?
When he starts committing
what
moral
point?
wrongs. When he starts like
Why?
I don't know, like plotting
why
to
does he
do
start?
atrocities.
Yeah, and that probably started around 5 years old.
Unlikely.
When his neighbor was playing with his car and he didn't want him to.
I don't know if that's
Evil
true.
is evil. That's true. It's called a psychopath or a sociopath. And
I
that
think-
is just how their brain is made. But wait, let me finish this solid.
I don't
the
think
solid
that that's an accurate
answer.
assessment of what happened in Germany.
It is.
I think
It
that
is an accurate
what
assessment.
happened in Germany
Hitler
is like
himself.
a startling reflection of the flaws of human psychology. I don't think that this was human psychology like going wrong. I think that this was like human psychology working in the way that it evolved to work in a very tribalistic way. I think that if we learn anything at all about Nazi Germany, it's that you are like every single one of us is absolutely capable of doing a thing like that if we were born into the wrong sort
No.
of social environment.
Nope.
I think that if you were
Disagree.
socialized to do that, you would almost certainly be a
Disagree.
Nazi.
Disagree.
Okay.
And I'll
Well,
tell-
it's so
I'll give you-
strange
I'll-
that
I'll
the
give
entire
you-
nation
I'll
of
give
Germany
you-
fell in line.
The entire nation. You want to say that the entire nation
Not literally,
was
it's
somehow
hyperbole.
what?
But the vast majority of German people just fell in line.
Yeah, because of propaganda, because of what they were brainwashed into believing,
Mhm.
because of Hitler, because of what Hitler said to do.
Yep.
But have you seen the study? I'm sure you have, and I don't remember the name of it, but I know you're going to know this one about the electric shocks.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a prime example of humans being taught to do what you're say, do
Exactly.
what we
That's what I'm
say,
saying.
do what you're told.
You agree with my position. Yeah,
Well-
my position is that if you're socialized into it, you'll probably do it. It's a
And-
very
but see,
small
I-
number of
but
people
see, I
that won't.
disagree.
That's what the
disagree,
electric
and
shock
here-
experiment demonstrates is that you can get people to do horrific things.
Okay, now go back to everything that I've been saying to you. God created a perfect world. We have been corrupted.
There's no evidence of this.
And it's not just, there is evidence of it.
What's
It's
the
in all
evidence?
kinds of scripture, not just the Bible. There's other, I don't want to say scriptures, there's other artifacts, books, whatever you want to say. Have you seen the ones, and I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names and titles.
That's
My
okay.
brain anymore, I just can't remember things like I used to. The documents, whatever they are, that talk about L and the aliens, supposedly the aliens came here and took the humanoids and changed them and made them slaves to get the gold,
I
to
have
harvest
no
the gold.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I bet you do if I could remember the name of it. Well, I'll send you that link.
Is
There
this
are
the
there
Anunnaki?
are ancient,
Or wait,
I believe so. Enlil, and do you know the name Enlil?
nope.
Okay, I'll send you that too. This isn't the Bible. This is some other ancient documents that they found. And the story is that somebody came here from another planet. They said that their planet, they had destroyed their planet or something was wrong with their planet, and they needed gold to put in the sky to block the sun so that they could live on their planet. And
Well,
they came to Earth because Earth had gold.
well,
They
here's what I'll tell
genetically
you.
Changed.
This is almost certainly something that derives from like the 1960s, right around the Cold War era. Basically, there was very little written about what's beyond the stars, like what's in the cosmos. This is a topic that becomes really big around the time of the Cold War, specifically, because that's when we were focusing as like a society so much attention to space. And that's also when we as a society were terrified of getting completely wiped out by nuclear weapons. It was kind of the combination of both of these things together that gave rise to the entire genre of like scary aliens coming from beyond and like fucking everything up. There are very few stories that follow that theme before like the 1960s.
These were found way before the 1960s. They
I'd
weren't
be surprised.
translated. I'll send you that too. Here's the truth. God created this world perfectly.
What's the evidence for that?
Evil There's all kinds of evidence for it, and I'm not going to be able to sit here because you're
Can I
going to
just
say
get one
something like,
example?
"Well,
Just
then
one
I can
example
rape
that you're knowledgeable
babies,"
about.
which is just a ridiculous argument. Talk about real stuff. This is what happened. God created a perfect world. He said, "Do not do these things."
Not granted. What's the evidence?
It will corrupt this world.
I don't grant
Humans
that.
did not listen. Evil, he had created his helpers, angels. Some of them decided they didn't want to listen. They weren't going to be his slaves, and they were
Not
going to do what
granted.
they wanted to do. So he tossed them out. They are now in a void. The only place they can go is here on this earth. So they came here. They corrupted this whole place, convincing us to do their work for them, and we've been doing it. And the more we do their work, the more corrupt the place gets. The more sick we get, the more sick the earth gets. And the evidence is all around you. The evidence
Like
is
what?
in your own brain. The evidence is in your own brain. Your pituitary gland is your intercom to God, which is exactly why they want to calcify it.
What the fuck are you
Exactly why.
talking about? That's gibberish.
You don't know what your third eye is?
I thought the pituitary
You don't tell me
gland
you're
just related to
Not
things like
pituitary.
hormones.
I told you that I've got a memory issue.
Okay.
And that names and titles I have, and if you start making fun of me for that, that just shows how evil you are.
I wasn't gonna
I've
make fun
got
of you
an
for
illness.
that.
Thanks to, okay, thank you. I said pituitary, but I'm talking about the third eye. What's that called? What's the name of the
Non-existent,
third
like
eye?
fictional.
No, you've got a gland in the center of your brain that's called the third eye.
I think you are thinking of the pituitary gland.
No, the pituitary gland's in the
Or-
back.
Oh, you mean like the pineal gland?
Pineal gland, that's it. The
Yeah.
pineal gland. That's why they started giving us fluoride and everything. Because
I don't think that's true.
That is exactly
Damn,
how
Mr.
you
Christ has
communicate
like
with God.
omniscience. Mr. Christ has like foreknowledge. Holy shit. Someone in the comment section like pre-predicted it. Somebody already knows your moveset. Yeah, that's just not true. I mean,
And
fluoride
we
has like
have-
tons
we
of
have
like dental benefits. I can cite you like an endless list of studies and meta-analyses demonstrating like the goodness and the usefulness of fluoride.
I can send you my own dental records and show you that it's not.
Why would I
got
take
dental
that?
treatments
Why would I take
got
that as
dental
being better
treatments
than
from
meta-analyses?
because I'm living proof of it. From 1st grade to 8th grade, I got fluoride treatments at school. By 9th grade, my teeth were so brittle they started cracking. I had to have all my teeth pulled when I was 48 years old. It's already been. Do you know what fluoride is? It's a waste product. It's
don't
a
think that's
waste
strictly true.
product that they have. Look it up.
I'm sure fluoride can be
Look
used
it
for a lot
up.
of things.
It's a waste product. Another chemical, another evil that we've done to this world.
Fluoride, I measure fluoride exposure. Okay, wait. So,
Where does
display
fluoride come
differences
from?
in exposure.
Google.
I have no idea where
Google,
fluoride
where
comes
does-
from.
Google it.
For-
Where does fluoride come from?
I want to see in water on dental health. Yeah, it reduces dental decay by 26% to 44% across all age groups.
Oh man, the people who don't want to spend money to get rid of this waste convinced everybody, just like
To fucking
just
eat
like
it?
the Nazis,
That's-
just like the Nazis did.
Why wouldn't they
called
just dump it into the
propaganda.
ocean like all the other
Just
evil
like
corpse?
just like Nazis convinced everybody to do and listen to what they said. That's what you're doing. You're not looking at it for yourself.
I
don't
am. I'm
care
literally
what
looking it up right now.
They're getting paid to do that. Google what I said. Where does fluoride come from? Google it.
Where does fluoride come from? Derived from the element fluorine.
How is it produced?
Sounds like it's produced from the mineral fluorine.
It's a waste product.
It's naturally found in almost all soil and water and many rocks.
A lot of things are. Arsenic is found in fruit pits. Doesn't mean it's not a poison.
Yep, there are lots of chemicals, lots of places. I think what you should actually be looking at is what effect do they have on people?
I'll tell you what it has effect on. It causes your teeth to become brittle.
Ooh, not
Too
according to the
hard.
studies. Not according to the studies, it doesn't.
Oh,
According
who
to the
paid for these
studies. Whoa,
studies?
whoa, sorry. Why do you hate science?
I don't hate science. I
Clearly
hate
you do.
liars.
Wait, should I
hate
trust you or
liars.
the meta-analysis of 157 studies?
Who paid for these studies? I'll tell you
can find
who
out
I
if you
trust.
want.
I trust my teeth. My
Okay.
teeth is who I trust.
You know who I trust? I trust this
I trust-
meta-analysis of
I
3,000
trust
children.
when
In
things
fact, I
get
think I trust
Too hard.
I trust the meta-analysis 3,000 times more than I trust your
So
anecdote.
you're brainwashed. So as long as I can get anybody
Why would it be
to make a white
brainwashing?
paper,
Wait, sorry, why would that
if
be
I can get
brainwashing?
somebody to make a white paper telling you that God's been proven, then you'll become a believer.
It depends on the methodology. Certainly, if
Oh,
you
they can-
produce
they
a
can
study
write
that
it up
says
so
that
that-
like written on every
They'll write it up
neutron
for
is
ya.
the word, made by God with love, then certainly I'd
There-
become a believer with like a study like
There
that.
is some kind of signature thing in the DNA that they're just now finding.
No, there isn't.
Now
This is
that
more
they can
gibberish.
study, yes, there is. Look at, yeah, you say it's gibberish. You haven't even
It's
looked
all
into
gibberish.
it.
I'm looking
me
into it
ask
right
you
now. The
this.
claims fall apart instantly,
Let
which
me-
is why you need to move to
let
new
me
claims
ask
because
you
your old
this.
claims fell apart.
Let me ask you this.
Hmm?
Why doesn't the government research any of this stuff?
Like what?
All the people who have afterlife experiences, all the people who have memories of a previous life, all of the things, all the supernatural things that the government denies to the public, but then behind closed doors they're studying it for themselves.
Wait, I thought you said that they don't study them.
They don't. You're not going to find a white paper on it. It's not for you. It's
How do you
not
know
for
that they're
me.
studying these things in the
It's
background?
for them. What's it called? The brainwashing thing.
You mean MK
Um,
Ultra?
MK Ultra.
Yeah.
The other thing where they something seeing, where a person they go to a building and they just give them a few little clues, and then the person in their mind goes to the other place to see what's going on. Remote viewing.
Yeah.
Remote viewing.
Yeah,
All
those
of
guys
that is
are like for sure
supernatural
full of
stuff.
shit.
That's all.
What happens in
supernatural
that
stuff.
case is confirmation bias and selection bias in terms of like which results actually get shown or which results actually get looked at. In the vast majority of cases, and I'm actually familiar with the case that you're citing about like I forget which intelligence org it was that it was like the Soviets teamed up with like the CIA or something, and they had like their two teams of like psychics. And then the psychics would like draw down like the location based on like some clues. They'd say, "Oh, I'm seeing a picture. Oh, I see this field right here." And the vast majority of cases, they were nowhere even close to the place. But there's like a couple of examples where it looks like about the place where the thing was actually found. And then they celebrate these as the successes when in fact the vast majority of them didn't pan out at all. So
Where's the
if
examples
they were
of the
useful,
government?
wait, sorry, if they were
Where's the
useful, then why did they get
examples?
decommissioned?
They're not decommissioned. That's just what they tell us.
Source?
They're not
Can I
going
get
to
the
tell us what
source?
they do.
Wait, sorry, so you have no evidence that they're not
Live?
decommissioned. They did indeed tell us that they're
Live?
decommissioned, so
Lies,
I don't know.
just because they tell
what you just
that,
said is
believe them?
unfalsifiable.
You believe the government.
Sometimes.
You believe the government.
I'm not sure why I would think that they're lying about this.
When it benefits you,
I don't think that it
when you want
benefits
to use
me.
it for an argument.
Like clearly,
Yeah, if you
if
think you
the
can use it
psychic
for an
stuff
argument,
works, then presumably every government
then-
around the world would be doing it.
Who says that they're not?
I have no reason to think that they are. And quite frankly, if my tax money is going through psychics, I'm going to be pretty mad about that. I'm going to be raising that at my next, sit down with
Well-
your senator meeting. I'm going to
Why?
call my
Because
local
nobody else
senator and
studies it?
encourage him to stop spending money on fucking psychics.
Why? Because you've not experienced it?
Because it's gibberish. There's no evidence that these people are actually psychic.
Why? Because you haven't experienced it?
Because there's no evidence.
Why is there no evidence? There's a lot of people, including
If there was,
me,
where's
have
the evidence?
experienced things.
Where's the evidence that the psychics are
right
effective?
here, you're talking to one.
You're a psychic?
You're talking to one. No, I wouldn't say I'm a psychic because I don't practice it. Practice what you preach. Practice, lose it or use it or lose it. It's a skill like any
What
other
ability do you
skill.
have? What ability are you
But
claiming?
I'm not claiming any ability. I'm saying I've had experiences. I've had dreams that the very next day came true.
Okay.
The very next
Have you
day,
had dreams that the
verbatim,
very next day
true.
came false?
So, just because you've not
That was a yes or no.
experienced
Wait,
it,
sorry, that was a yes or no question. I don't know if
What?
you noticed that.
what'd
Have you had
ask?
dreams that didn't come true?
What's that got to do with anything?
Do you think
Everybody
that
has
the dreams that
don't
you
come
had
true.
that didn't come true, are those evidence against you being like foreseeing?
There's a reason. See, do you see how ridiculous?
That was like another yes or no question.
Do you see how ridiculous your arguments are? You know that that's.
They're
a
so good that you
ridiculous
can't even
argument.
answer the question.
You know it's a ridiculous argument.
Well, it was a
What are
question.
the odds? What are the odds for me to have a dream, complex dream, with all these different people, with this random, out of this, anything to do with anything, event happen, and then it happens exactly like that?
Probably pretty good, actually. Okay, so you're alive for 6,000
God,
weeks.
you
You
are
multiply. You hate math. You
you
hate science.
just-
I'm about to break this down
you
for you. It's
just
going to be
hang
okay. There's really no
on to
need to
that.
cope. It's
You
really going to be
just
okay. Whoa, let me just
hang
break this
on
down.
to it.
So you live for about like 6,000 weeks. You can multiply that by 7. You'll get like 42,000. How many dreams do you have a night? I think it's like 3 or something. Well, let's Google.
You've got to.
How many dreams?
Add in all the
per
variables in
night?
that dream.
You have 4 to 6
There was-
dreams per night. So we got 42,000. Let's highball it, I guess. Let's 42,000 times 6. What are we going to get? We're going to get like,
That's not how you would. That's not how you would figure the percentage of this. You would take all the variables.
240,000
of the
plus, I'll just put it into a calculator. 6 times
dream.
40,
That's not how you. That's not how you figure that.
2,000.
It's every one of the variables of that.
Yeah, you get
dream.
around 252,000 dreams throughout the course of your life. What are the odds? So you're asking me, and to be clear, your brain constructs your dreams by referring to the things that you've seen, like the properties that you're already acquainted with. So
That's why I'm telling you.
you got
this had something that had
252,000
nothing to do
dreams
with
over the
nothing.
course of your life. It's like,
This had nothing
it's
to
like
do with nothing.
probably
People
pretty
I
likely.
didn't even know.
did it
The
involve
only
people that you
person
already
I
knew?
knew. No, that's what I'm telling you.
You didn't know a single person
And
involved,
have
but you
to-
saw
I
all of
did not-
them.
except for me. Except for me.
Mm.
In a place that I did not even know I was going to go until that morning after I had the dream. And you have to count all those variables. And I'm not the only one who's done that. And it was a warning because this was a really bad event. And I'm not the only one who's had stuff like that happen. Why doesn't the
But
government?
it's statistically likely,
or-
is what I'm
when
saying.
I say government, I mean the science system, which is our colleges and all that. They don't study none of this.
I think if you knew the
None of
first
it.
thing about the scientific method,
So
I think
why
I
don't
think there'd be
they-
like almost an
I know
immediate
everything
explanation for
about the
that.
scientific method.
What's
Why
step
are
1
you
of the
changing
scientific
the
method?
question?
Wait, what's
Why
step
are
1
you
of the
changing
scientific
the
method?
question?
Because I'm
Why are you
explaining
changing the
to you.
question?
I'm not changing
I don't
anything. I'm
need that. I
explaining
need
to
you
you
to-
why what
yes,
you
you
just said is
are.
gibberish.
Why would
Okay,
the
I'll
government-
explain the
meaning,
scientific
why
method to
would
you.
not the scientists,
Because that's
which
not
is the
scientifically
colleges and all
studyable,
that.
because it's not able to be
Yes, it
observed
is.
via
Yes,
repetition.
it is.
You can
Yes, it
repeat
is.
a prophetic dream.
There are people who do have them on a regular basis.
Name one.
There's all kinds of them.
Name
There's
one.
people who work with police department. You already know I don't know
If my
names.
police
You already
department
know that.
works with a psychic, dude, I'm moving counties. That's
you
crazy.
are so brainwashed. They have been so true. They've helped find. Look it up.
Like
How
who?
many have
Name one.
found bodies, missing people?
Name one.
Tell them exactly where the people are at.
Name one.
Google it. You're capable. You got a
Name
computer
one.
right there. You got 10 working fingers and a working keyboard. Google it.
Bodies
They're all over the United
found
States. There's
by
people who help police departments.
psychics.
Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean it's not true. I got a story to tell you. Now I'm gonna let you go, and I'll pray for you.
Wait. I'm sorry.
you
Wait. Before you move on to the next point that's gonna fall apart instantly, let's talk about this one. Do you think all the psychics that make predictions about where something's going to be and then that pans out to nothing, like for example, what was it, like the Jeffrey Dahmer case, I think, or sorry, not the Jeffrey Dahmer, but the Zodiac case, when the fact that like the Zodiac case, they brought in a psychic and then that psychic prediction went literally nowhere, it did absolutely nothing. Do you think that that's evidence against psychics?
Just because
It's a yes
there's
no
people
question.
that want to make money, here's the answer. Just because people want to make money or get famous. What was the one? Sylvia Brown. I remembered her name. She was as fake as the day is long, but she was a very famous one. She was all over the TV, and you knew she was fake because of how many times she was wrong. That doesn't mean... I'm going to tell you a story.
Is that evidence against
that my
psychics?
grandma... This is a story about life.
Are you physically capable
general.
of answering a yes or no question? Maybe if you took more fluoride, you'd be able to answer the yes or no questions.
Maybe if you didn't take so much fluoride, you could come up with an actual argument instead of ridiculous arguments.
The arguments are literally, they're quite literally so good that all you can do is dodge them.
Have a sincere conversation, but you can't do that.
It's such a good argument that you literally can't answer it. You can't engage. All you can do is
the odds
complain.
of having a dream like that.
Very
you
high.
Talk about how many dreams you have in a lifetime. That's not how you figure out the odds.
What?
Every single variable. You figure out the variables.
You don't think the number of opportunities is
variable,
a relevant variable?
You have to. I didn't say it wasn't part of it. I said that's not how you figure it.
Yeah, so what I figured out was indeed important.
Every single variable in that dream has to be put in there. It was too much. There's no way. There's no way I could not have consciously created that story. It was so...
Why not?
So far, because every bit of it, I ended up having to go to another state. My daughter-in-law ended up getting killed. There's no fucking way in hell I could have come up with any of that. Because when I went to bed that night, I was getting up and going to work the next morning.
Okay. But
And then the
so
next
wait,
morning,
but then you lied
it all-
earlier
it-
because you said that it didn't involve
came.
anybody that you knew, but clearly it did.
I'm talking about the 5 people. The 5 people in the other state.
Okay.
I told you.
Yes.
I told you there was 5 people.
Yeah, what about that?
There's 5 people. I don't know them. Go back. This is recorded.
Yep,
Go
5
back. You'll hear
people,
me
you
say
don't
it.
know
The
them.
5 people.
Yep. You see him in your dream.
So, I've got to be going because my grandson's starting to wake up.
Okay. I just want to be clear
But
about
I
this.
am
Like
gonna
you
te- I
you don't
am
have
gonna
perfect
tell you
memory.
this-
You can
I am gonna
superimpose
tell you
things
this
back
story.
into your memory, especially of a memory of thing like
I am going to
dreams.
tell you this story.
You can like
Ex-
superimpose your current
except
experiences back onto
everybody
that.
around. See, you just keep that. You cannot accept anything.
Yeah, you're right. I
You
can't.
I
don't accept cope.
Everything.
I
You
dismiss cope indeed.
You dismiss everything, and that is going to be your downfall.
Mm.
My grandma, when she was little, Grandma always told this story because she thought it was the funniest thing. When she was little, life was different, not like it is now. There was door-to-door salesmen. You bought your vacuum cleaner from the door-to-door salesman. You bought you bought your milk, your ice. They didn't have refrigerators like we had. They had ice. You got your ice from the door-to-door salesman. Well, one day, they're home. This door-to-door salesman comes. He sits down and he tells them, now this ain't a joke. This is what happened to my grandma. This door-to-door salesman is telling them he has a new product for sale. And it's a box with people, little people inside, and they'll sing and dance and entertain you. Well, they threw him out because they thought he was a con artist, because there was a lot of salesmen who would come around, act like they're selling you something, but they're really conning you. So they threw him out. Sometime later, a couple months, whatever it was, they found out he wasn't lying. He was telling them the truth. He was talking about a television. But because nobody had seen a television, he tried to describe it to them. And how he described it to them was a box. And there'll be people. And in their minds, they thought little people. And he said they'll sing and dance and entertain. That's what not having knowledge does to you. You totally dismiss it. You toss it out in the trash, all because you haven't experienced it. Just because you didn't experience it doesn't mean it's not real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you know, it's a good indication that it's not real. The fact that you can't cite a single source.
If you keep leaning.
The fact that you've had to say like 80 times that you'll have to send it to me later is good evidence that this is bullshit.
Okay, what are you going to say when I send it to you?
You should come back up and we should talk about it.
What are you going to say when I send it to you?
I'll say exactly what I'm going to say about it to you if you want to come back and talk about it.
I just told you the reason why I can't send you no links.
That's okay.
And you want to use that.
You can come back at a different day.
About yourself.
You want to use that as some kind of
argument. You want to use that as an argument, and that's what you do.
Do you think it's unreasonable for me to not accept the claims that you don't have evidence for? How am I supposed to accept the evidence that you don't give me?
Are you not capable of doing research?
I am. I looked into the fluoride claim and it fell apart instantly.
I don't buy that.
That's
because that's what you want to
looked into your like the claim about like where fluoride comes from fell apart instantly.
Look into when it came about. Where does fluoride source from? Yeah, okay, it's in the ground.
From,
yeah.
It seems like it's sourced from a lot of places.
Do you know that everything in this world comes from this world? Do you realize that?
Basically.
This world comes from this world, and it comes for free. So, I got to go because my grandson's in there, and I got to get in there because he's autistic and he'll start getting into stuff. So,
don't I know it?
And I will be calling you back. Are you going to be on tomorrow?
Yes. Same time.
What time?
Same time.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yep.
How do I disconnect this?
I got you. Thanks for coming on. Wow, that dude, she was like a rhetorical titan, rhetorical juggernaut. She was like the Incredible Hulk of philosophy. She was like Dr. Manhattan with respect to providing evidence. Like she just like materialized it into existence. Jay, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Let's get a big W for Jay. Brian, thanks so much for the super chat. 1 hour behind on stream. Adam keeps forgetting his own idiosyncratic definition. Own goal via flambeing under a broiler in the Arizona sun in August. I gotta be so honest. It was an unfortunate pull for Adam that these are like the exact topics that I'm like super deep on. Right now, I'm currently reading through a lot of Schaeffer's works. And Schaeffer focuses a ton on grounding and the structure of reality and like relations between things. So it's just like, I don't know. It's and the people that get cited in these debates are people like Lewis. So I already knew like a ton of shit about Lewis too. So I don't know. It's pretty unfortunate. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Boycott the dog fights, but sell the meat for money. True. Ham Fast Gamwich, thanks so much for the super chat. Please do more vegan debates. Go plants. I don't know. I think that there probably are. I think veganism is true. I think that follows from like basic commitments to thinking that animal abuse is bad. But I also don't think like there are really unintuitive reductios if you use like the consequentialist arguments for veganism. Like for example, you might end up committing to the position that like you should kill all the predators in the world because they cause so much suffering. Brian, thanks so much for super chat. Guest confusing Mesopotamian origins with Battlefield Earth. Shoot. No, she didn't reference Battlefield Earth by Hubbard. But when was that written? I bet I'm like 100% correct about like the age. God, I'm so fucking good, dude. It's from the 1980s. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. It's a fun fact about aliens in history. Is that aliens only became like culturally relevant during the Cold War, and it's probably best explained by the fact that that's when we were paying a lot of attention to it, like attention to outer space, and also we're like full of existential dread. So media got produced that encapsulated both of those themes. Hyperocean, thanks so much for super chat. This is beyond fucking depressing. Brian, thanks so much for super chat. Confused pineal with pituitary. We got there eventually. Pat in the chat, thanks so much for super chat. Sorry, lady, I can't visit the YouTube page of somebody who thinks it's okay to kill babies. True. They were evil. Wait, Pat in the chat, they were evil. Don't you know? It was the evil babies. Thanks so much for super chat. The dude in SF, appreciate the Twitch subscription. And W Anonymous sub, gifter on Twitch, appreciate you. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for super chat. We discovered the dental benefits of fluoride because towns with groundwater that was naturally high in the stuff showed lower rates of childhood tooth decay. It is strictly natural, brain rotted. No, tooth rotted. Hyperocean, thanks so much for super chat. She's literally evidence against God. She's opening herself up to God, and she gets conspiracy crap in return. Why would God not answer her properly? Yeah, why is the evidence that I'm supposed to find God through like some insane ladies like cork board? Eat some shorts. Thanks so much for the super chat. Men Who Stare at Goats. Great movie that covers the CIA trying those things. I don't know. I've seen like some of the drawings in person for that one. They're even like the drawings that are supposed to be like the successful ones look like bullshit. Like they look like nothing in particular. Atheist in a Foxhole, thanks so much for super chat. Sad to see a whole life wasted because of religion. True. Jay like snaps, thanks so much for super chat. Why do I get stuck on the bus next to these ladies? To find God. Skeptics and Scoundrels, thanks so much for super chat. Betty Boop, paranormal investigator. That's cute. I like that. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for super chat. Is it Alanis Morcide ironic that Tama can bite these awful bullets despite having fragile teeth? I don't get the reference, but that is funny. I do like that. I enjoy that. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for super chat. For example, Sylvia Brown, who escaped the justice she deserved by her lies by rudely dying of old age. Oh, yeah, she came up. Yeah, that's right. I know she's looking up at us. Mr. Pacho, thanks so much for super chat. I know we're probably all aware, but fluoridated water is like an enormous advancement in dental health, and it's bonkers to me to hear someone talk about it this way. Ironically, old people benefit hugely, Mrs. No Teeth. Yeah, why am I going to take dental advice from you? Atheist in a Foxhole, thanks so much for super chat. You can fool this lady in a heartbeat with AI. True. Bacon and Bush, thanks so much for super chat. Ian, you can't just dismiss my argument. Now allow me to dismiss your counter arguments. True. Based. Banger. Decker Danny, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate the heck out of you. I'm the Big Cheese, thanks so much for super chat. Grandma's story is BS. When TV became publicly available, the cinema had been a thing for more than 40 years, and surely her grandma seen movies or owned a radio. That's a great point, actually. Although even like I know like the train story where it's like the train, but I one of my friends is like a film buff, and he tells me that it's like basically bullshit. Sorry, I was gathering up all my pens. Pens. Okay, let's do another debate. Let's get the next one. All right, let's go on to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Yep. How you doing? How old are you?
Good, bro. How's it going?
Doing well.
I'm 18.
And what religion?
Yes, sir. I'm Eastern Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah, what makes you think that God exists?
I do want to make that point here in accessing. I also want to ask you, or I'm guessing you're just an atheist.
Yeah.
So, from your worldview, do you believe in accidental cause?
Accidental cause?
Yeah, do you believe in like accidental cause or unintentional design?
Can I get like a definition? Like, what do you mean by accidental cause?
Something that's like I mean, by definition of accident, like if you're saying like something that's not intended.
Okay, so typically, I think that the things that commit accidents are like conscious things that do things that aren't intended.
So you don't believe that accidental cause could be outside of physical interaction or physical
I don't
human
think I
interaction?
said that. So
Oh no, that's what I'm asking.
for
I'm just
example,
asking
like,
this question.
there are a lot of things that are accidentally caused. Like, for example, humans accidentally cause things all the time. But if what you're asking is like, do I think that the world was created by like a mind? No.
Well, no, my question is like, since you're left with, I guess, since you're typically, I mean, I'm guessing you're a typical atheist that believes in obviously no roots of creation of a divine, but are you saying that, like, if I'm saying accidental cause, like I mean like, do you believe that the world was created upon accident or with no intention?
I don't think that there's like an intentional creator, if that's what you're asking.
Well, like, so you don't think there's any intention behind the universe?
No, not other
No.
than like the intentions of like the creatures that emerged from the universe.
So you'd be left with accidental cause by that definition, or
Is
by
that just
that
are
point?
you just like defining it as like a strict dichotomy?
No, not necessarily. That's I
Oh,
think you're
then
missing.
no. I think that that's probably an inaccurate way to understand my belief. So
Okay, can you elaborate on it?
do you take like accidental to be like totally random? Because the universe evolved in a law-like way. It evolves in accordance with the geometry of space-time.
Not necessarily, but I guess if you're looking from that standpoint, that would like random and accidental are different things, though.
Yeah.
By definition. So I would not. No, I wouldn't say that as a weak like that. Not like weakly of definition. No.
So here's the view. You can characterize it how you want.
Okay.
I think that the universe evolved in accordance with the geometry of the various quantum fields.
So what's the justification behind that?
For which part of that? That the universe evolves in accordance with the geometry of the various particle fields?
Yeah. Elaborate on it.
Yeah, that's just the model that's indicated by our best physics, like the physics that we're able to recreate over and over and over again in lab-like conditions.
So what would justify that?
Like the studies?
The creation of the study, yeah.
Okay. Are you asking? It's not clear to me what you're asking.
So like what? So okay, I'm trying to think of a better way I can explain this. So do you think that like so if we're looking from that definition, I guess what would be the easier way I could say that? I'm guessing I don't think there's enough justification to believe that study on the creation of the study. So I don't think it'd be justifiable.
You don't think that you should believe studies? Wait, do you think that we should believe like any study ever?
No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should believe every single study that would be in accordance, but the justification behind the study of why the study would be in accordance of happening.
Can you elaborate on that? It's not clear to me what you're saying.
So basically saying say I mean I would use my position, but it'd be a little different than yours. But say if I'll make an intro critique. Say that let's say I'm an atheist, right?
Yeah.
Let's say that I believe in the Big Bang Theory of expansion of the universe created from energy or whatever, right? What would necessarily be my justification and why I would believe that, and why, if I was to believe that, what would give me justification to believe that, and why would that study be created, and why would I have evidence to believe that? Is my necessarily sense.
Oh, sure. So the reason, like, basically what the studies would indicate is that the universe is expanding. Something like the studies related to the cosmic microwave background radiation are going to tell you the state that the universe used to be in a long time ago, based on like the decay of light. So you'd believe that because it's like recreatable. You know, you can do the study yourself, and that it's a piece of evidence that's exactly what you would expect if the universe evolved from a hot dense state, but is unexpected by, you know, the reverse hypothesis, which means that it's evidence.
So you wouldn't believe that the so with that accordance, you wouldn't believe that the universe would be eternal?
I don't think that follows. No, you could say that the universe
Okay.
used to be like this 13.8 billion years ago, but that also the universe is eternal.
Okay, I've talked to some people about that necessarily topic. That's where it confuses me. There is if there's like a belief of the extension of eternal, something eternal before the Big Bang, like that from an atheist worldview is always confusing to me. So I never.
Sure, I can
So
give
honestly,
you.
if you
Yeah, I can give you a
explain
model.
that.
Yeah, so imagine that the universe goes through infinite cycles where it rapidly expands, like it's currently doing, and then it rapidly contracts at some point in the future, and then from the contracted state, like the hot dense state, it rapidly expands again, and then rapidly contracts, and it just goes through infinite cycles where there's like a big bounce where it rapidly expands, followed by a big crunch as the force of energy overtakes the force of, as the force of gravity overtakes the force of dark energy, and then it just does that infinitely, going back infinitely backwards.
Okay, so that in that sense, that would not have a design, beginning, or creation, correct?
It wouldn't have a beginning, wouldn't have a design. Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, how would that be a more accordance of logic behind? Like, I don't think that would be more logical than to some. Now, I'm not just saying if not A, then B. I'm not saying if I'm uncertain. So, because some atheists will think it's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that if I don't know, then God. But this is just kind of the example I'm providing. I think it would be less logical to believe in something that wouldn't have necessarily 100% justifiable evidence behind that existent creation, compared to a God of intentional design.
Does God have
Like
100%
same with
evidence?
the cosmos, same with the I mean, not necessarily, like, you can't, man, it has 100% evidence. You can't 100% prove the being existence of God, but yes, it would have 100% evidence, but not 100% proof in that definition.
I don't even, when you say 100% evidence, what do you mean?
Like there's justifiable evidence that would prove that intention for creation would be a factor.
Oh, like what?
Gravity, cosmos,
What about those?
intentionality behind that. Like left to accidental cause or
Why
no
would I think
justification would
that?
be
Why would I think that those things require like intentional design?
because the fine tuning and uniqueness of the cosmos. Because if you look at the creation, if you're just going to say that, if I look at a car and I say I bet that probably just was just there and there was nothing behind that intention, I think that would be illogical and stupid.
Well, I agree with that, because we know where cars come from. We know cars come from the car factory, but we don't know that universes come from God, and we don't know that gravity
Fair.
comes from God. So it doesn't seem like that inference would follow. Also, it's not super clear that fine tuning is expected if God exists, because God could have created any universe, and then like, why would God want this universe?
That wouldn't necessarily exclude the fine tuning, but
Didn't say
also,
it did. I'm just saying,
that's
so
the point you're
for
making.
something to be evidence, it needs to be expected under your hypothesis. So for the fact that the ground is wet to be evidence for the hypothesis that it rained, we would need to expect that if it rains, the ground will be wet. So in order for a fine tuning to be evidence for God, we would need to expect that God would fine tune.
Okay, yeah, we can come to that conclusion.
Yeah, what makes you think that God would fine tune?
Because if you lack with no intention, then fine tuning is excluding in that, left with accident.
But why would God want to fine tune?
Because you would be left against accidental cause.
I'm asking you, why would God desire to create a finely tuned universe?
Because then that would, if God did not, or why would God want to? Oh, you're asking me why God would want to create
Yeah.
a universe finely tuned. I mean, if you're looking from my worldview, intentionality has a lot of factors behind it, not necessarily just nature and the divine, but also the uniqueness of the world of how things can function. So if I was to say that, let's say that, what would be a good example for this one? Let's say, I guess also what would be a good example for that? Like, if I was to say a God, why would a God would not want intentional fine tuning of the world? Then I think that would just be written against the doctrine. But I guess I can't really prove the example against it. But
It just seems
for
like
it,
we
more
don't even
likely.
have like a reason to think that God would want a universe that's finely tuned.
I mean, we would have multiple. Why would God? Okay, well, I mean, why would God not want a universe finely tuned? I
Because
mean,
if
that'd
God
be
wants
illogical.
that, then God's desires are finely tuned.
Okay.
So you've just pushed the fine tuning back a step, and then, you're just comparing like the fine tuning of God's desires on your hypothesis to the fine tuning of the universe on my hypothesis. It seems like that would be like about the same.
I mean, like, if you're talking about that, but does energy have an intentional design
I think I've already
from that
answered this
worldview then?
question.
No, you didn't. You explain on the explanation of what you believe, but you didn't say if energy had intentional design.
No.
Okay, so we can go from that. So if I'm saying that wouldn't be the same hypothesis regardless.
No, I
Like,
know
your
they're different
same
hypotheses.
hypothesis.
It's a
Oh,
question
okay.
of what's
Okay, elaborate.
expected. So
Okay, so you're elaborating that, saying that if my God's creation would be the exact same as energy's creation.
no, not really.
Like the same output in a way.
No, I'm just asking, why would God want this universe as opposed to one of the other universes where it's not finely tuned?
What if the other universe? What if the other universes are finely tuned?
Well,
I
then
wouldn't know
that would be a
intentional
huge
knowledge.
dunk onto the fine tuning argument, because if that's what you're saying, then it sounds like every universe is finely tuned. So the universe
No,
could
no,
be
I'm
anything.
asking you that. No, I'm just asking you that.
Then if
Not
every
necessarily
universe
from my
is
worldview,
finely
but-
tuned, then no universe is finely tuned. Finely tuned typically refers to values that fall in like a precise range for a specific thing.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll
Argument.
help you out a little bit with this. Do you know what the fine tuning is supposed to be for?
I know the concepts behind it. Yes.
Okay, what's your understanding of what the argument's supposed to be in terms of like what the finely tuned thing is supposed to be, and like what's it finely tuned for? Like, what would be different if the constants were different?
I mean, I guess now I obviously don't know. Like, I'm still inquiring Eastern Orthodox, so I guess from the church perspective, I wouldn't necessarily know that. But from my understanding of it, rather than, so I'm not like this in this point. I'm not speaking from an Eastern Orthodox principle, because I wouldn't honestly. I'm a little uneducated with the Eastern Orthodox Church in that sense.
Well,
but
wait. So what it's finely tuned for is atoms. That's the claim you want to be making. Is you want to say that if these constants were different, then there wouldn't be atoms, and if there are no atoms, then there's no life. So the thing that it's finely tuned for is life. If you're running the fine tuning argument, you probably want to say that the reason why it's expected under your view that you would have this fine tuning is because God wants life, because he wants like morally valuable agents. Life requires atoms. In order to have atoms, it falls within like this super narrow range. That's what the fine tuning argument is supposed to sound like, if that makes any sense.
yeah. I mean, I know the basics of that, but I'm saying, like, I know it's deeply. It can go a lot deeper than just the basis of that, but that's saying I don't know the deepest basis of that argument. So that's what I was trying to make the claim of.
Okay. What other evidence do you want to talk about?
I mean, I guess I think, even if in a sense I think that it would lack information behind, like, from your worldview, if you believed about the universe being eternal, I don't think necessarily it would make sense for creation to come out of that. Now, I don't know obviously the full intent behind energy being eternal. I haven't got that far in the argument. So this is like the second time I've heard this. So I'm still into hearing it, but I don't know the whole extents behind it. Maybe you could
I'm not
clarify a
understanding
little
your
bit.
I'm not understanding your question. So
Like you're saying that something. So obviously we know this universe began to exist at some point, correct?
I don't agree with that. I think the universe could have been eternal.
No, or at least the world.
Yeah,
this
or
world.
yeah, like the Earth began to exist. If that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. So I find it hard to now. Obviously, you'd have to maybe help me with this conception because I'm not too big in this this area. But how would it be more logical for that to make sense of something coming of like the world coming out of that or Earth coming out of that that ball of energy?
Because we have like a explanation that's physical. It comes just from the laws of physics. Gravity pulls particles together into these various spheroids. The reason why they're spherical is because of gravity. It just pulls inward. That forms roughly spherical objects. That's why we see all these planets around us.
Okay, fair enough. Honestly, that argument I wouldn't have too much to debunk because I'm not too far in that argument yet. So
maybe I can ask. I can give you something to think about. Do you think that
Yeah.
God was? Okay, so God acted to create. Do you think God's act of creation is eternal or not eternal?
For human divine, no, it would not be eternal.
Sure. So you think that God was not creating and then he began to create?
Like, are you asking me if I believe that that there's something before creation?
I'm asking, do you think that God was always creating, or do you think that he was not creating and then he began to create?
I mean, I don't know exactly the whole stories behind God's divine, but I mean, if always creation was to be a part of something, then I mean, I guess, but from my knowledge, I mean, I know he created something that then ended up to stop creating, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily know the whole explanation behind that.
So let's
Yeah,
go down.
elaborate.
Yeah, let's go down both routes. So either his act of creation is eternal or it began to exist. If his act of creation is eternal, then creation is eternal. And if creation is eternal, then God never actually brings it into existence. So that's a problem because that means that God didn't create. The alternative is that God isn't creating and then he starts to create because he isn't always creating. But if that's the case, then God changes. And if he changes, well, he's in time. And if he's in time, then he's in creation. So he didn't create that either. So it kind of seems like we have a dilemma in front of us, and both lead to the conclusion that God didn't create.
Oh, okay. So first, I want to talk about that second point because I think
Yeah.
that's the one. If you're talking about if God was to create, then you're saying he would be in time. Is that what you're saying?
If God changes from not creating and then he begins to create, if God's in a state of not creating and then he changes into a state where he is creating, he would be in time because all the things that change are in time.
So he would. Are you saying that he would change divine?
No, he would just change in the same way that you can change what you're doing. Like I can change from sitting down to standing up, but these just can't be the same state. If God is
Okay.
not creating and is creating within the same state, then that's a contradiction. So he needs to change from one state to the next state, but those just are like moments.
But so that's not changing a divine. So if you're using the analysis of sitting down from standing up, I don't like how would that be a contradiction? You'd have to elaborate on that a little bit more.
Can I be both sitting down and standing up in the same state?
I mean, you'd be in the same divine. I mean, what would that prove? You'd still be able to contradict, or not contradict, or you would. What was the word I was looking for there? You would still be in the state of you still be in the present state of the same state. So you would not be necessarily, like if I'm standing up, I'm not a completely different person rather than I sit down.
I'm not claiming
So
that God's a completely different person.
You're claiming it's a different state, which should not
that
be
it can't
like,
be the
that
same
makes sense.
state. Clearly, wait. So you would agree that that's a contradiction, right?
What? I mean, that's in that state. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I'm confused. What
You think that in the
state is trying
exact
to prove
same
then.
state you can be both standing and sitting?
No, I'm saying that. No, that's not what I said. No, I'm saying that if you're in that state, does that change your if I'm sitting down? Okay, I'm sitting up. Say if I'm sitting down right now, what can I not do or comprehend in my mind, rather than I can do when I'm standing up.
What? I'm
Like what?
not claiming that you can't understand something. I'm saying that you just can't be in both states in the same. You can't have both. It's contradictory. You can't be both standing and not standing in the same state. You would need to be at different moments to sit and then stand, which is why all change requires at least 2 moments with some sort of like sequencing, some sort of like history between them. But that just is time. So if God changes from not creating to creating, then there are these 2 distinct moments in God's life: the moment where he's not creating and the moment where he is creating. And they're sequential. It's like the history of God. And that means that, you know, God is in time.
Honestly, I don't think that makes any sense. Like you're saying that. So obviously, I get you're saying you can't be in the same state. I get that, but how does that change that nature of divine, and then to
I'm not
move to a
claiming that it
state
does.
of creation
That's
to
not my claim.
non-creation?
My claim isn't that it changes his nature. My claim is that it changes what he's doing. And if you change what you're doing, that has to happen in time, because it can't happen within the same state. It needs to happen across separate states where one's before the other.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding the argument. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe
Is there
I'm not
anything
understanding.
else?
Honestly, no. That's probably about it.
Yep. Hey, thanks
But
for coming on.
I do want to know one more thing. One
Yeah.
more thing, though.
Yeah, go for it.
One more thing. Okay. So were you ever, now this is kind of like a religious,
That's okay.
have you ever been religious?
Yeah,
Like,
I was
at all?
Christian when I was like 13, and then I changed my mind because I talked to my friend and he gave me what I thought at the time was a good logical argument, but I don't think it's a very good argument anymore.
Okay. So any time, like right now, obviously you're atheist, but were you ever like, even out of that state of Christianity, would you be agnostic or open to a God?
Well, I'd like to think that I'm open to a God right now. It's just a question of like
okay.
whether or not there's like sufficient evidence for it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you'd be agnostic atheist.
Sure. If you take that to mean something like, you know, I'm like open to having my mind changed, then I'm like kind of agnostic about all of my positions then.
Yeah, it basically means that at the current state, you don't believe there is a God, but you'd be opposed to seeing evidence for a God.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be
But
like,
that's true of like literally everything that I believe. Like if you
Okay, fair enough.
if you had evidence that I was, or that like the earth was flat, you know, I'd certainly be open to that, but
okay, I get you. All right, man. Well, I appreciate that. That was the only question I had to ask you.
yep. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
I guess, sir. Later, man.
Yep. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. I'm the Big Cheese. Thanks so much for the super chat. Wouldn't be surprised if Grandma's story about little people in a box was going to be like, later they found out he had actual many people in a box, but the government took it. True. That's what I enjoyed about talking to the grandma, is that, you know, she really keeps you on her toes. She has like her pocket full of Fent, and she's just like throwing it in your eyes. Lupan, thanks so much for the super chat. You don't believe in God. Do you believe in aliens? It's like statistically likely. I don't think that they like visited or something. I'm the Big Cheese. Thanks so much for the super chat. An argument against fine tuning would be if I saw a new kind of car somewhere random, would it be justified to say God assembled the car supernaturally? There are no priors of supernatural creation. Well, that's kind of the strange thing, is that, okay, change the situation. Let's say that there's a piece of alien technology, but you don't recognize it to be alien technology. So you show up to it like a planet one day and you just see it. If it doesn't resemble any technology you've ever seen, I'm not sure that you can come to the conclusion that it's like technology and that it doesn't occur naturally. I think that it probably is a question of priors. All right, let's go to the very next guest. That's totally fine, Molly. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, no disrespect. Why you look like a sim character, bro?
Good start. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even being disrespect. Like those, like you look like a unreal character.
Yeah, it's because I am. I'm unreal fun at parties is what I am.
You look like
You
an
know,
art
I have
character.
I have
If I
unreal
screenshot you, bro, I could
trivia
probably link you to
about,
art.
you know, dinosaurs. But hey, your name is Blessed Oso, so I assume that you're actually religious. How
Nah, bro. I just gotta say, like, if I created, I could probably create a exact replica of you in Arc, bro. I'm not even trolling.
do it. That'll be fun. I love
Yeah, I
fan
got
art.
it. If I come back and I show you an exact replica, would you be shocked or like you wouldn't care?
That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I love fan art.
Oh yeah, man, I'll be back, bro. I'm gonna
Okay.
make an exact replica.
Sure, that'd be pretty cool. Sounds fun.
All right.
Well, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. I always love like a wholesome fan interaction. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Yeah. How old are you?
49 in a few days.
Yeah. What religion are you?
Raised Catholicism, but you know, I'm out there.
By out there, what do you mean?
I kind of believe all religion ties into itself.
Hmm.
When
But
people
they
say, how is one God your God, the correct God? I believe it's all the same God.
that for sure can't be true because some religions believe in multiple gods.
Well, again, God came down according to Catholicism and said, I am the one true God.
Yeah, but
He
then
never said that there weren't other gods. He says, I am the one true God,
are they like false gods? What does it mean to be the one true God?
the creator, what you were just debating.
Sure. So you think, okay, sure. So he's like the actual creator.
In my beliefs, sure.
Okay. Why would I think that there is a creator?
There's just so much mathematical precision to what we see and how we perceive things that it just seems hard to deny that evidence, in
Like
my
what?
opinion. Like the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, there's just so much precision in the way things are laid out and designed in ourselves, in our universe, in
Let's
nature.
take one thing at a
Just-
time. I mean, the Fibonacci sequence is literally just like a list of numbers. I'm not sure how God designs a sequence of numbers.
I mean, I couldn't go into all that. I'm not a math expert, but the beauty in it
Is there
what I
something
guess
that
I'm
you are
getting at.
knowledgeable? Okay, so I could like write out, you know, the Fibonacci numbers. You know, let's see. Let's start writing them and let's see when the beauty takes over. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 1, I want to say 144. Yeah.
We don't
It's-
have to get into the math aspect of why I believe God is real. Let me ask you this. When you look in the mirror, do you see yourself, your reflection?
I do.
Do you believe that is real?
Yeah.
And then we are taught the kingdom of God is within us. So if you believe you are real, why would God not be real?
Because I don't believe that the kingdom of God is within me.
Why not?
I have no evidence for that.
But you just told me you believe yourself as real.
Yeah, but I don't believe that the kingdom of God is within me because I have no evidence for it. So I don't conclude based on the fact that myself is real, that the kingdom of God is real. Obviously, if I believed that the kingdom of God was within me, I obviously believe in myself, so then I would believe that the kingdom of God is real. But I have no evidence for that.
I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we're going back on thousands of years and multiple generations of people believing this sort of belief in one form or another.
Mhm.
And we're basically telling them you are all wrong or delusional in this belief.
True.
So
based. Yeah, we should do
that's
that. We do that frequently, and it's good. It's really good in many circumstances to do that. So, for example, people for the longest time thought it was fine to like rape the shit out of everyone in a town after you took it over. Like really like just get fucking like barbaric with it. And we want to say today that those people, they were mistaken, they were delusional even about like the moral facts. But I don't think that means, I don't think the fact that we're disagreeing with people who used to exist or like did this thing for a really long time means that we're doing something wrong.
two more questions, and I hope they aren't too personal for you. One, your sexual orientation?
Why are you trying to fuck?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm not sure why
I'm
it's
just wondering if
relevant.
that leads into your belief.
No.
Okay, and two would be, have you ever ingested any type of psychedelics or
Nope.
hallucinogens? Alrighty. Well, it was interesting to come across
Yeah.
your stream, and as you said, you're open to the belief, and it's my belief God loves you no matter what your belief is, and I hope you find your way back to Him.
Why is
As you
God
are
trying
your
to fuck me?
It's not about fucking, bruh.
Oh, okay.
That is part of creation, but I mean, it's much more than just sex.
I see. Okay. Well, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Striped 10 ball. Thanks so much for Super Chat. Have you ever considered making actual videos? Yeah, I have. I want to. It's a thing that I want to do. There's like a couple of videos that I want to do. I wish I could do like super deep dives into arguments and then summarize the argument, like the history of the argument, maybe do something like that. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've seen like Veritasium videos where he like summarizes like the history of an idea. I think it would be sick as fuck to do that for like certain like philosophical arguments that have like interesting histories to them. The other thing, I wish I could do. I want to do like high profile debates against like notable people, but I want every debate to be like a total fucking assassination. So I think it would be interesting to do like a video where I do like a deep dive into a person. I evaluate their rhetoric, their arguments, then I come up with counter rhetoric and counter arguments. Like just really dissect the person, and then it's kind of like twofold, right? It's like the debate is like an assassination, and then like the video is like the how I did it. I think that would be a really fun video concept, but of course, I'm employed, so I don't know. I need more. Send me more money so that I can do that. Thomas G. Henry, thanks so much for Super Chat. As an almost vegan, I'm troubled by the plant consciousness studies I may have been referring to. I found PMID 24394, but there are a few. Stefano Mangusco seems to be the guy. I DM'd Lou a Big Think clip. I'll just eat shadows. I'm kind of tempted to look into it. No, I'm sorry. Wait, I don't want to derail stream for this, but I will look into it. I'll look into it off stream. Brian Peck, thanks so much for Super Chat. Ask Ortho Bros what they had for lunch. These LARPers have no idea. There's a dietary schedule. Alone follow it. Poser Flortho Bros are truly awful. Always inquiring, never a catechumen. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for Super Chat. Maybe I'd believe in God if he screwed so good he cured my acnes. Bacon and Bush, thanks so much for Super Chat. Agnes wants to get high and get down for Jesus. Don't hate the game. Well, make sure you're double tapping on that screen share with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. You can also be a deist. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. I'm sorry, Dr. Fudge. What is it? Am I stupid? What was it? What was the word? Am I an idiot?
Down here
So-
for something. Creep ass nigga.
Oh,
Look at my peephole when I first moved here.
hey, what's up? How old are you there? 2 times. Are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm sorry, brother.
That's okay. Yeah, how old are you?
Not bad. I'm 28 years old.
Yep. And what religion?
Why can I say this? Because you know how you guys look at Christians, right? But like, I followed and I exercised the teachings of Christ till I became a son of God. Is
I
that
see.
cool?
Yeah, sure. But you believe in like the Bible, right? Like you think like what it's saying is like more or less true?
Of course.
Sure. Yeah, what makes you think that God exists?
He's everything, brother. You even mentioned it. I was watching. You said the kingdom of God is not within you. So you aware what the kingdom of God is, though. You just deny it.
If by kingdom of God you mean like, I don't know, something like holiness or like a property like that, well, I don't think that's in anybody.
Bingo. Well, we are sinners. We're free will, right?
Okay. But why would I think that such things exist?
I mean, well, you know it exists. You don't have to do that.
I
You
don't,
You bring up the
unfortunately.
You brought up the kingdom of God. You know what I mean? I mentioned something you mentioned.
I don't believe in the kingdom of God.
No, you said you don't believe it's within you.
I don't believe it's within anyone. I don't think it's real.
Then why did you bring it up, dude?
The other person brought it up. The other person said that their argument for God's existence is that I exist and that the kingdom of God is within me.
You said I don't believe. You said I don't believe the kingdom of God is within me.
Yes, because I don't believe that it's within anybody. I don't
Why
think
did
it's
you refer
real.
to me? Why did you refer to yourself, then?
I just explained this to you. It's because the person's argument was literally, I exist, the kingdom of God is within me, therefore God must exist. I don't grant that the kingdom of God is within me. I don't think that's true because I don't believe the kingdom of God's within anyone.
Okay. All right. Well, my next question, well, my first question would be, why have a whole movement, right, or a whole life to reject something you don't even believe in? Like, why do you waste your time?
Because it affects me. You know, people make their decisions based off of this. You know, people
What
vote
decision?
based off. Wait, I'm so sorry. Give me.
Where you going? Where you going? What decision though? Like, what decision? You're affecting a decision? I don't get it.
Okay. Sorry.
But like,
back. Yep.
what decision? You know what I mean? What
Like
decision?
people vote based off of this.
Vote
People
for what?
dedicate their lives for candidates for office,
Wait. Vote for what? If you don't even believe in God, like, what are they voting for?
for candidates that affect you politically.
So you're influencing people to vote against something you don't believe in.
I think that they shouldn't be voting in line with like a metaphysics that's false. I think that if your metaphysics values things that are non-existent, things like an afterlife, that you probably shouldn't be making your decisions about how you're going to be living your life based off of things that you think are infinitely valuable that are going to happen afterwards.
It's metaphorical, right? Because if Christ say be reborn spiritually, then you definitely have an afterlife.
I don't grant that. Why would I think that there's an afterlife?
Well, it's a new world that's coming, bro. We kind of see it being shaped right in front of us, right?
What's the
And
evidence?
showed us how to spiritually get there. Or give us a spiritual navigation.
What's the evidence that there's some sort of afterlife?
I mean, the Bible, right?
Okay, why would I think that the Bible is true? What's the evidence for it?
I mean, we going all over the place. So, you know what I mean? Like, I know the art of confusion is another name for the devil, but like, you don't have to
This is
operate like that.
extremely linear. You're making supernatural claims. They lead back to the Bible. I'm just asking, why would I believe that the Bible is true?
I mean, I only thought you did because you said the kingdom of God is not within you. You know what I mean? So you know this about.
Nope. I don't think that that's a real thing.
But okay, well, all right, let's take it back to what you just said as far as like
I guess we're not going to get evidence for the Bible then, huh?
No, I know you're trying to like try your hardest, but like with stuff like that, we don't have to prove.
I'm trying. You got me. Shucks. You know, I'm trying my hardest with the like. Please present evidence for the thing that you just
The Bible
claimed.
says victory is already won. You know what I mean? So it's not really a debate. I'm
Yeah,
just trying
not
I'm trying to
granted.
help.
Right.
I'm
That's
trying to
the.
help you. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
so like like you said, this life affects people's decision.
Mhm.
Like, if you don't believe in God, or I assume the devil either, right? What
Yep.
decision is this affecting?
Yeah,
Why
like
are you,
who people
why
vote
are you,
for.
you ever heard of a subconscious antichrist? You ever heard of that?
No.
You haven't? So you're a conscious antichrist.
That doesn't follow.
How not?
Because a thing can
You
just
are,
not
wait,
exist.
you are influencing people that God does not exist.
Wait, sorry, guest, are you a subconscious rapist or a conscious rapist?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's stupid.
You're right, it is stupid.
I'm glad that we agree that your argument is stupid.
All right, so what are you influencing people to do what exactly?
I think I've
In
already
your
answered this question like 2 or 3 times. I can answer it like a fourth time.
your vote, right? Vote for what?
I'm influencing people to hold true beliefs.
True beliefs. Okay, and the true belief is God isn't real, right?
Yeah.
Right? So that's a true belief.
Mm-hmm.
And the definition of atheism, right? Or an atheist is one who lacked a belief or have the absence of belief in God.
No,
Just
I
because-
affirmatively
wait, wait,
disbelieve.
Just because you lack the belief or don't have the absence of belief.
No,
don't
no,
mean
wait.
you're
I'm
not
sorry.
wrong.
I'm sorry. You've mistaken my position.
that-
I
that-
affirmatively think that God isn't real.
Wait, you just told the other guy that you was agnostic atheist with everything that you do.
Yeah, I affirmatively believe that God isn't real. If you have some sort of evidence for why he is real, I'm open to it. But I have good evidence to think that he isn't real.
So
It's
Ian
not
is
just that
a-
there isn't evidence, it's that there's active evidence against him.
Wait, so Ian is not an atheist.
I am an atheist.
What? Okay, the definition of atheism is one who lacked a belief in God or had the absence of belief in God.
I think
does not
the best definition of
Wait,
atheist
wait,
is
wait.
probably somebody
That-
who believes
the
the proposition
lack-
God
the-
doesn't
wait,
exist.
wait. The lack or the absence does not deny God existence, though. You know what I
I'm
mean?
not a
It's just your-
lacktheist. I'm an
it's just your
atheist.
personal lack. You know what I mean?
No.
This is like I'm just curious on you guys like, cause like why waste a whole life on something you don't believe in?
Are you like short circuiting? You're back to the beginning somehow.
No, I'm just confused and like you didn't give me enough evidence. Like
Oh,
just how
you didn't ask for
have-
evidence.
You have the evidence that God isn't real, right?
Yeah, I do.
All right, can you share something with me?
Yeah. For example, it's like really unexpected. So based on the idea that there's like a perfectly loving, maximally empathetic being out there who has the power and the knowledge to stop literally any instance of suffering. And we know that people who are more empathetic are more opposed to suffering. A being that's infinitely empathetic is going to be infinitely opposed to suffering. So we should expect to see way less suffering. And for sure, we should expect to see absolutely no gratuitous suffering. There should be no suffering that takes place for no reason. So the fact that there's like horrific suffering that happens for literally no reason, spread far and wide throughout the world, is really unexpected if God exists.
Okay, so how do you experience happiness in this with this knowing?
Do you want to engage with that at all? Like, why would God let kids die of cancer?
No, I mean it's not the, you know this, you atheists use the same argument, right? But like
It's a really
just
good
like-
argument.
Just asking you though, like how do you experience joy or happiness in this world then?
I'm not even sure what that. Are you asking like what makes me happy?
You personally, yeah. What makes you happy in this
I don't know.
world?
My girlfriend, debating, philosophy, lots of things.
Okay, your girlfriend.
Why does? Yeah,
love? Right? That's love, right?
yeah. One of the things. Why does God let kids die of cancer? Before we get too far from the point.
You already know what's going on with free will, bro.
Whose free will is this?
Humans' free will.
Whose?
God doesn't make anybody serve them, bro.
When a kid dies of cancer, whose free will is that?
It's ours.
Whose?
humans.
How?
Sickness. It's
How?
inevitable. Unforeseen occurrence. It's inevitable, bro.
How is that free will?
It's sickness. You know
Who
what's
should
going
have
on.
made a different
Don't play
choice?
stupid. Just stop deterring. I'm asking you. If
Whose?
this world is, if
You
this
said it's
world is-
free will. Who made the
Me.
bad choice? Whose choice needed to have been different to prevent the kid
Me.
from getting cancer?
We know it's coming in the future. We're not worried. But like, listen, bro. If this
Not an
world is filled with
answer.
if this world is filled with suffering, bro, and you said you experienced joy and happiness with your girlfriend and debating and philosophy, right? That's the top 3 things that you named. So
Mhm.
like telling people that God isn't real is happiness for you.
Yep. Defending the proposition. Yeah. So you didn't answer the question. The question
Your
was
girl,
whose
was number one,
choice would need to be
right?
different in order for cancer to not exist?
Your girl was number one though, right?
We're never going to get an answer to the question, I fear.
So why when that guy asks what's your sexual orientation,
Why
do you just
wouldn't
tell him you
wait,
got a
sorry,
girl?
wait, why wouldn't God create you with the capacity to answer like basic questions?
Because I got free will to answer it or not.
You have
It's
free
like
will to dodge, it seems.
it's not a
Is
debate, bro.
dodging like ethically permissible on your worldview?
God
And
is
if
not a
it's not,
debate.
why do you do it so much?
Because God is not a debate, bro. You just choose him, you know?
It does say that you're supposed to have like arguments ready to defend the faith. That you're supposed to be taking ideas hostage.
Where? Pull
Let me
it, pull
find
the
it.
scripture. Please pull the scripture.
Taking ideas hostage.
It says if someone asks you about your faith, be ready to tell them, of course, but it never said it was a debate.
Yep. Yeah, this is 2 Corinthians 10,
Tell us.
10:5.
Can you read it?
Yep. And every proud obstacle raised up against the knowledge of God, and we take every thought captive to obey Christ. One sec. Let me read. I myself, Paul, appeal to you by the meekness and the gentleness of Christ. I, who am humble when face to face with you, but bold towards you when I am away, I ask that when I am present, I need not show boldness by daring to oppose those who think we are acting according to human standards. Indeed, we live as humans, but do not wage war according to human standards, for the weapons of our warfare are not merely human, but they have divine power to destroy strongholds. We destroy arguments and every proud obstacle raised up against the knowledge of God, and we take every thought captive to obey Christ.
Exactly. He said without human standards. And
But you can't destroy arguments. All you can do is dodge the argument.
Arguing, Ian, is a human standard, correct?
It says we destroy arguments that involves arguing. He's
Stop
taking thoughts
cherry-picking. Stop
hostage.
cherry-picking it. Don't
It's
read the
not
text
cherry
inside.
picking. That's clearly what he's saying. He's
Stop
saying,
cherry-picking
that
and
he
don't
is
read it
ready
so
to
fast.
refute all of the ideas. By the way, that's why he's arguing. He spends like so much of, or I don't know, he like argues against, what is it? He argues against, like the rabbis.
Who? Jesus? Paul? No, he
Don't
was
do
filled with the Holy
good
Spirit to
so
correct
that
these things, 'cause he was
don't
filled with the truth.
do
It was never
evil
an
so
argument.
that good may come of it. This is Romans 3:8. I'll just read Romans 3. Then what advantage has the Jew, or what is the value of circumcision? Much in every way. For in the first place, the Jews were entrusted in the oracles of God. And what if some were unfaithful with their faithfulness, nullifying the faithlessness of God? By no means, although every human is a liar, God be proved as it is written, so that you may be justified in your words and may
Wait, can you
prevail
say
when you
that
go to
part? Can you
trial.
say that?
But
Can
if
you read-
our injustice
Can you
serves
read
to
that again,
confirm...
Ian?
Wait, sorry, we're not even on the relevant passage yet. I can like jingle
Pick
my
up the keys. Pick up the keys. I can help you. The
Yeah, I
Bible's
can jingle my keys for you to keep your attention span. But if our injustice serves to confirm the justice of God, what should we say? That God is unjust to inflict wrath upon us? I speak in a human way. By no means. For then how could God judge the world? But if through my falsehood, God's truthfulness abounds his glory, why am I still being judged as a sinner? And why not say, as some people slander us by saying that we say, let us do evil so that good may come of it. Their judgment is
go.
deserved. So he's literally
There we
responding to
go.
an argument.
Exactly with the
Yeah,
truth. It's not
sure.
an
So he's
argument.
engaging in an
Just-
argument.
Ian, just because he's responding
Arguments
with the
just
truth
mean
does
that
not make it an
you
argument.
are asserting a point with some
Ian.
reason to believe that. That's what
Ian,
an argument is.
lobster,
I
crab,
don't
shrimp.
know. Ooh,
Look,
wait.
bro. Just because
What a,
no,
I
that's
don't
his-
even
that's
get the
your name.
insult.
No, that's your name. Ian, crab, shrimp, lobster.
Okay, yeah.
If just because he responded with the truth don't make it an argument. These people are trying to do these things to justify sin.
You know, arguments can justify true conclusions, right?
It's not necessary. God said do not quarrel, bro.
So I think that you're a bit confused about what the word argument means. Argument in the sense that I'm talking about it
Bro, we don't
literally
look,
just
bro,
means
look,
that you
he
put
said-
forward a
bro,
conclusion and then support
we
it with
tell-
some
we
piece of
tell-
evidence.
We tell people the truth, bro, and if they do not accept it, we dust our feet and go to the next door. But you
Clearly
like
he
you are-
engages in
look,
argumentation.
Listen, just honestly,
Okay.
bro, like you're a beautifully intellectual person, bro, and like you're needed for the kingdom, you know. So we just here to poke at your heart because you're poking at our God, you know what I mean? And we don't respond with your same attitude or like hasty comments. It's just like, dude, like just give up. Like you look tired.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
fuck. Oh, give up. Oh, yeah. I'd love to. I mean, is there
Like,
evidence
why
that God
bash something?
exists?
Why bash something you don't believe in? Like, it makes
Because
zero
it's
sense.
true.
So God is not real.
Yeah.
But I think the only thing that you said that was logical, you said the kingdom of God is not within you.
Nor is it within you. You're
How is it not?
short-circuiting again. You're back to the start of your dialogue tree. This one fell
That has,
apart. I don't know why you
bro.
keep retreating back
Okay,
to this
since
point
all
that
right,
got
look,
like
wait,
torn in
wait,
half
wait, wait,
instantly.
wait, wait. Since we
Every
quoted
single
Paul,
time you go back to this point, I'm just going to explain to you that I don't think the kingdom of God exists. And
grab my
then every
grab
single
straight
time that I have to
prophet.
describe it, it's just going to look worse and worse for you.
All right. So since we quoting Paul and we pulling up scripture, do you remember in the beginning of multiple letters that Paul wrote or multiple epistles that he said, "I don't come to you with persuasive language dressed to the nines. I come to you broken, timid, and filled with the Holy Spirit"? Didn't he say
Sure.
that?
Sure.
Right. So like, bro, like you don't have to dress this rejection up like this, bro. You can just understand that we serve God
Why
broken
doesn't
and
God
timid.
hold up to scrutiny?
Bro, why are you acting like you see what you're doing? Like it's the art of confusion.
It's not. I'm
It
making arguments
definitely is,
against
bro.
God's existence. You can't answer them.
It's
That's
like
really weird if God
you can't
exists,
even
that
have
you
a
can't
competent
answer the
conversation.
arguments for
Wait,
God's
wait.
existence.
We can't have a competent conversation about your lack of faith, bro. Like that's what this
Why
is
not?
about.
Why can't I
Because
provide
you
justification for
ask
beliefs?
questions in the form of an attack, like we can actually be penetrated. If Psalms 37 that says that the arrows you guys throw hit your own heart, you don't believe that? Like you don't
No.
offend us.
Okay, I'm not trying to offend you. What I'm trying to do is present an argument. Why are you like terrified of it?
I'm not, because it's not a debate, bro.
Would you be
Victory is
willing to
already
answer the
won.
question?
Victory is already won, bro.
That's
Like we
great.
just we
Maybe what you
need
could
to
do is answer the
continue, bro.
question that you ran from earlier. You
We
said
need to
that people die of
continue,
cancer because of human free will. Whose
bro.
free will is it to die
Bro,
of cancer? Who
when
chooses
they,
to die of cancer?
bro. All right, are you aware of the curse that happened in
Okay.
Genesis 3? Are you
Oh,
aware of the
yeah, what's
curse?
the evidence that that happened?
Bro, we are in the fallen world right now. That's why
What's the
sickness,
evidence for
death, and
that?
decay. Bro, that's why sickness, death, and decay is here, bro. It's right
Okay.
there in Genesis.
So what
And
would
that
you
answers
make?
your question.
Yeah, that's a really interesting hypothesis. Let's see how well that holds up to the actual evidence. So this is a
What
dinosaur
is,
bone. This is like a cousin of
what is you doing?
Triceratops. This bone is bone cancer. That's a tumor that's
What does
on
that
and
do?
inside of the bone. Maybe you think that he was consuming something that he
Bro,
shouldn't have been.
it's a
Maybe
T-Rex
you
smoking
think
a
that he was
cigarette.
partaking in a bit
What
of
does this
sin.
have to do with
Maybe
your
it was
personal
something in the
faith,
food.
dude?
But regardless, we have this dinosaur bone with cancer. If all sickness comes from human sin, then how is
Ian,
there sickness before human sin?
Ian, what do this have to do with your personal faith, bro? Like,
Because it's
Jesus,
evidence that what you just said is false.
what? What?
What? You can make the
What?
clearest argument in the world, and then this guy's sitting here like, what?
Bro, we can stay on one topic, bro. This is
Yeah,
your heart.
let's do
This
it.
is your heart, all right? Our hearts is consecrated through faith, exercising faith. When you exercise faith, your heart becomes circumcised. That's what the Bible says,
Do you
right?
want to
So,
answer the question? Do you want to engage
so
with that
we're
even at
trying to
all, or
make
just
sure
another dodge?
I'm not in. What do you?
Do you want to engage with the point? Do you understand how like a dinosaur bone, like a dinosaur having
You
cancer?
poured up a dinosaur smoking a
Do you
cigarette,
wait? I'm
bro.
so sorry. Wait, do you want me to elaborate on how that's problematic for
You
the view
poured
that
up
you
a
just
dinosaur smoking a
espoused?
cigarette, bro.
Yeah, I did. And I grant you probably want to talk about that, but what I want is an answer. If cancer came from humans, then how was there
look,
cancer
bro.
before humans?
Huh?
How is there cancer before humans if cancer comes from humans?
Bro, do you what? He created Adam and Eve in a perfect world, did he not?
Clearly not.
All right. And then when they
Dinosaurs
ate,
existed millions of years before humans, and they had cancer.
All right. And then when they ate them,
How could
when
you
they
explain
ate the-
that?
Look, when they ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, right? Because you're so smart.
What
for
comes
your own
first,
good.
humans or dinosaurs?
Bro, just listen. Bro, they ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, right? And then they was aware of their shame. All right. So they became so aware that they ruined their divinity, bro. They didn't die, they just ruined their divinity, their innocence. So knowledge is really what curses us, bro. And you so smart, you can't even understand simplicity. Like, it's love, bro. That's all it
Damn,
is.
banger. Wow. So smart, can't even understand simplicity. It's all
You
love.
can't.
Which came first, humans or dinosaurs?
Bro, dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, by
Right.
millions of years. So how could the dinosaurs have had cancer if where cancer comes from is Adam and Eve?
Well, if it says in the Bible that God said creatures was already here, then He created His creation, which was Adam and Eve, right?
Hmm?
How does that not solve
But where
this?
did the cancer? How did this dinosaur get cancer if it existed before there was any cancer?
What are you talking about? What
The
dinosaur got cancer?
bone. This is bone cancer. This cousin of Triceratops has bone cancer.
Bro, what?
You know, sometimes you get cancer and it's in your bones.
Yeah, but like,
This
bro,
dinosaur had that.
Ian,
We
Ian,
have a bone. It has a
are you
tumor on
really,
it.
are
This
you really
dinosaur has
using,
bone cancer.
listen, bro,
How
you
would you
said
explain the
you
fact that
said
this
you were,
dinosaur had bone
Ian,
cancer at a time when cancer didn't
Ian,
exist?
you said you were Christian when you was 13, right?
Okay,
All right,
just a
all right,
total pivot, total flee.
bro, you really think we debate God, bro?
Just answer the question. How could this dinosaur have bone cancer when bone cancer didn't exist?
Because it had bone cancer, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So clearly bone cancer did exist. So it didn't come
Exactly.
from Adam and Eve.
All right, but when Adam and
So
Eve
then
ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, the world became into a fallen state
it
because
was
they did
already
what
in a
God
fallen
told them not
state,
to
clearly.
do. All right, exactly, right? That's why He created His perfect creation in a
It
perfect
was
place.
already in a fallen state before Adam and Eve. So it wasn't perfect.
But what are you talking about? But when He created them perfect and created them in a perfect place. And
Clearly not.
they fell from grace.
There were
Did they not fall
imperfections
from
before them.
Did they not fall from grace, bro?
They didn't exist. And there were
Because they were
imperfections before them.
wait, because they were deceived by a liar. So something has to be true for them to be deceived, correct?
Were there imperfections before the fall?
Bro, your heart is calling for God. Your whole movement is
Your
rejecting
mind
something
is
that He
calling
does.
for logic. It's so deprived of it.
I think simplicity is what saves me, honestly.
I
You
think
so
that you've been
smart.
leaning too much on simplicity your whole
You
life.
so
I think
smart.
a bit of complexity would probably do you well.
You so smart. You suffering, bro. You keep eating that fruit over and over again.
But I don't suffer. By and large, my life is like really good.
It is.
Yeah, it's like
You
pretty
just
great.
explained. Wait, you just explained all the suffering that we going through. You really good over there?
Yeah,
You watch the same
I
news
am.
as
And
me.
because that's another thing
Wait.
that's really weird about life is that the human mind has this incredible ability to selectively focus on things that if you don't like thinking about something, the human brain has this amazing function to just stop thinking about them.
Wait,
And
so
that's
when
typically
Satan,
what we do. Like, you know, for example, when you right now in this circumstance are being
Mhm.
presented with all of this evidence that you can't answer and don't like,
I
what you
did
do is
answer.
ignore it, right? And then move to something else. And
I
that's,
did
you
answer.
know,
It's just
it's the
frivolous,
same
bro.
capacity that underlies my ability
Wait, do you
to,
see what
when
your
I'm with my
followers saying?
girlfriend, stop
Look,
thinking about
bro.
all the suffering in the
Look,
world because my brain is simply capable of doing
remember
that.
you said that your live helps people vote. Look what your followers are saying. She says Satan has blessed me. Like what?
Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
Exactly. like
Yeah, gosh.
exactly because you guys sow discord within the kingdom. That's
Yeah.
it.
You know, the person commenting that doesn't actually believe in Satan. Your beliefs about the world have made you delusional to the obvious.
No, man. It's just like you got what it is,
You know,
bro. Is that
atheists don't
like
actually believe in Satan
exactly. So why are they on here spamming their God? Just
because
off
they're
your
trolling
live.
you.
They trolling me?
Yes, they're trolling
How?
you.
Do I
They don't
like do
actually
I look
believe in Satan. This is like obvious. If they believed in Satan, they would believe in God. And if they believed in God, they wouldn't be atheists.
do I look pissed?
Well, clearly you're taking it to heart, right?
No, I'm just
Yeah, I
showing
mean,
you
you
what
certainly mentioned it. It
no,
kind of seems like the trolling worked. In
no, I'm
fact,
just
like
mentioning
you like kind of believe it like straight up, right? Like,
no, I'm just mentioning the influence that you
okay,
have.
sure.
Consciously, subconsciously. That's all.
Wow.
Like
Wow.
you guys like so it's rage bait. Is that what it is?
Is it rage bait or are you enraged?
I'm not nowhere near a rage, but I'm saying is this
Okay.
rage bait?
No, of course not. It's true.
A troll is true?
Oh, sorry. Wait. By rage bait, are you asking about the Satan thing or about the live overall?
Yeah, the same thing.
Oh, the Satan thing is for sure rage bait. Yeah, obviously.
For who though?
For you.
How? If it don't work?
We've been talking about it for like the last 2 minutes. Like clearly it worked. This is like the
How?
most successful I've ever seen like trolling go. Like you've been talking about one single comment for the last like 2 or 3 minutes.
I asked you a question.
It was like
'cause you
a it was
said
like a
you
smash success, frankly.
no. I said because you said you have the lie, right? I said why use a whole lie to reject something you don't believe in? You said to help
Wow,
people
he wants
vote.
to run the argument a fifth time.
No, you said to help people vote,
It was a
right?
bit more
So
nuanced than that. It's because
so
I
if
think
they're
people should
saying
believe true
if they're saying
things
wait,
and that people's
okay,
beliefs
bro.
affect me.
So if they're saying hail Satan on your live, right? So is that enhancing their vote to choose Satan?
What it's doing is trolling you. They're having a bit of fun by making fun of you.
How are they making fun by blasting?
Because you believe it. You believe that they actually believe that. Like they're making fun of the fact that you're so delusional. It's like
So
when your
when
friend is like
all
tripping
right,
acid and then your other friend goes after them and screams, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Right? It's like a
all right,
troll. Like they're
all
trolling
right,
the
I
fuck
got
out
a
of
all
you.
right,
And
I
like
got a
clearly it
counter. All right,
worked.
all right, I got a counter analogy, right?
Yeah.
So when the guy came in here and said you look like a sim character and he can create you on Arc, right?
Yeah.
And he was a believer in God, like that's his way of trolling non-believers, right?
Yeah.
So like, but he wasn't successful. You told him he wasn't successful.
Well, I think he probably didn't get the reaction that he wanted.
So exactly. So you guys think you're getting the reaction you want right now?
They literally are. The comment that said "Hail Satan" literally is getting the reaction. Is the crazy part. Like,
No, not that comment.
we're
It's
still
just the one,
talking about
no,
it.
the one she says Satan has blessed me.
Yeah, you're still
When we were
talking
talking
about the
about the Bible.
comment. The comment got exactly what they want. Like, I bet the return on investment that this commenter has received is like astronomical, right? It's like the
Right.
equivalent of like investing in like Bitcoin in like 2017, right? Like this is their investment has paid off in like fucking dividends. Like
Oh, okay.
this is
Maybe
more content than they ever would have expected, leaving one measly TikTok comment.
okay. So what do you do with the money that you receive from this live? Like, what you do with it?
Various things, depends. You know, I visit my girlfriend in New York. Train tickets aren't cheap. I reinvest back into the stream. I pay for college courses for philosophy to study deeper about like this exact topic. I hope one day to go to grad school for philosophy to, I don't know, study metaphysics with my favorite philosophers.
Okay, cool. So how you feel about Socrates?
He was pretty good. I like him. I'm a Socrates fan.
You didn't notice how he was in the sealed portion in the final testament of Jesus Christ? They mentioned Socrates and a couple other philosophers about like how their philosophy aligned with Christ's teachings.
That's pretty cool. I mean, they're
Yeah,
certainly
you
virtue
noticed that?
ethicists.
So
I bet.
you know when Christ, so
I
when
bet
Jesus
probably
said,
Christ
so
taught the things that he taught because of people like Socrates and Plato, because they had such
no,
widespread cultural influence.
they were after him, brother. So like when it says like
You're an idiot if you
so
think that
look,
Socrates and Plato are after Jesus. They lived in
so
like Socrates
so
lived, what was it, like
oh my
he lived
goodness.
470 to 399, and then Plato lived within the lifetime, but
If
he's
you
like
know,
younger.
like this is the thing.
And
So this is
then
the thing about
Aristotle is even younger than Plato.
Ian, this is the thing about you guys, right? So if you guys understand the multi dimensions of the Bible, right? Jesus said spiritually he was before Abraham, he was the God of Abraham. Before Abraham, I am, right? So if the Bible was written by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, it was the same spirit that was in Jesus, and Socrates is in the final testament of Jesus Christ.
I don't
He's
get
filled with the
that.
same, he's filled with the same spirit to rise up against evil and higher praises and principalities.
Yeah,
So
not
they're all
granted.
filled with the same spirit. So it's like,
Wait, do you
how
think do you think Socrates' defense of being gay was the Holy Spirit talking through him?
what defense of being gay?
Yo, you haven't gosh, you haven't read a word of Plato if you don't know about this. Where is it?
Show me that. Show me that one, bro.
Plato text. Yeah, this is the where is it?
Plato or Socrates?
This is Plato, but this is early Plato as well. So Plato is representing
Wait, I thought you said
Socrates.
Socrates.
Yeah, okay. So let me break down what Plato's doing. So Socrates has 0 existent works, but we know what Socrates taught roughly because it's reflected in the work of early Plato. Plato seems to be the scholarly consensus is that Plato is accurately
thought you were
representing
putting up
Socrates'
Socrates,
okay,
bro.
I'm sorry. This is clearly a mistake. This is too many ideas for you. You know,
No, you just made a mistake and like you.
okay, yeah, it's clearly
tweaked
yeah, my bad. Yeah, it's my bad, G. You know, I made the mistake. Yeah, totally. Okay, where is it? Sheriffon called me over and said, "What do you think of him, Socrates? Has he not a beautiful face? Most beautiful," I said. But you would think nothing of his face. He replied, if you could see his naked form, he's absolutely perfect. And to this, they all agreed.
So that's gay.
It's like super gay.
Why? Because he was naked.
It's like
'Cause he was-
it's like
wait.
turbo gay. Like,
Wait,
are you
'cause he was
kidding?
Wait, because he was naked.
No, because they're saying like you should see his naked body. Like he's not naked here. They're saying like, you know, his
So-
face is beautiful, and they're like, yeah, his face is
So he
beautiful.
was a-
And then somebody else is like,
was
it's
a-
nothing
was a-
compared to like his naked body. And then
he
all
was
of
a
them are like,
perfect
yeah, it is
specimen.
nothing compared to his naked body.
So by them
They were
saying
all
he's a
they'd
perfect
all
specimen,
hit
yeah.
at this point.
Wasn't Adam and Eve naked? No, like
Mhm.
so just because they were perfect specimens, like what do you mean?
It's because they thought that this Greek fucking like teenager was hot. Like pretty clearly.
Bro, they thought he was fit.
They thought they thought he was beautiful. The word is beautiful.
Exactly.
They think he has a beautiful naked body.
So how's that gay, bro? That's no shame, bro.
Okay. Okay. If you don't think that there's like something gay about like a bunch of dudes saying, yeah, you know, that dude is like super hot naked. Okay.
So
Are
you
there
hot
any
naked?
dudes that you think are hot naked?
I mean, bro, I wouldn't say that. You know what I mean? I like
Why not?
women.
Because you like women. Yeah, right. It's because it's like kind of gay, like
But
obviously.
like when I'm working out with my bro, right? If he getting gains, I'd be like, hell yeah, bro. You know what I mean? Hell yeah.
Yeah, but like you wouldn't want to see your bro's dick. You know, you would never
Exactly,
see his like you would never say his naked form is like beautiful or that it's like
Exactly.
perfect.
I mean, no, but if he had on like a Speedo and he's showing me his gains, I'd be like, bro, hell yeah. You know what I mean?
You're getting kind of
I'm just being
getting
honest.
pretty low pretty low to the ground. Might want to pull your ripcord.
No, bro, I'm just, being real. You know what I mean? I don't gotta see his wood, you know what I mean? To, be like, yeah, hell yeah, good shit.
Sure, bro. You know, whatever makes you happy.
I mean, you asked the other guy, did he want to fuck earlier? You know what I mean? That was kind of
Because he asked me what my sexuality was, yeah.
But that didn't mean he wanted to do it.
Are you sure? Well, why is he asking otherwise?
Because he wanted to see if it was like something you're dealing with that you probably need to take before God. That's probably it.
Why would that be any of his business?
I mean, because in the Bible it says homosexuality is abomination.
Okay. Do you even know where it says that?
Yeah, exactly. You want me to show you?
Where? I just want to know if you know the verses off the top of your head.
I don't. I have to look
Yeah.
it up. I don't. But it's in there though. You know it's in there.
No, I know it's in there, yeah. Another great reason to disbelieve in Christianity, by the way.
No, not Christianity. We have a relationship with the Holy Spirit. It's super.
Yeah, another reason to believe that the Bible is false, by the way. It's an absurd moral teaching.
What we do by following Christ is religious, but it's not religion. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, bro. Whatever you want to call it is fine.
Yeah, I think that's where you guys don't understand. But it's cool though.
Yeah. Are you sure?
But real quick though, like
Yeah.
since we just trolling each other, like it's kind of like it's crazy how I kind of like ended with the same way the other guy ended. Like you don't think you will ever try to see God again?
No, of course. Like I'm always open to evidence. You know, if
No,
somebody
I
had
mean, not
evidence for
through-
God's
not- wait, wait,
existence, then
okay,
I would
look,
I would change my mind about
wait,
this.
Ian,
In fact,
not
there are
through-
some things about the world
Ian.
that I think are evidence for God's existence.
Ian, what? Okay, but look, not through evidence, bro, right? Because it says the knowledge of good and evil is what brung us shame. So it's like you read in the Bible where we get a relationship with God. What do we do to receive?
Oh, that was like a blunder and a half. Do you think that Adam and Eve didn't know what was good and what was evil prior to eating from the fruit?
Only to not eat that fruit, right?
So they did have some knowledge of good and evil.
You told them not to eat that fruit, they'd die.
But did they know that disobeying God was evil?
Yeah, they knew that.
How'd they know that?
Yeah,
How did they know that?
because he told them not to do it.
But how does him telling them not to do it mean that they know that it would be good to not do it?
I'm pretty sure they knew what he meant.
Okay, sure. So you have no reason to think that they actually knew that it was wrong.
I mean, if he tell you that you can do everything but this, then obviously you would know, like, okay, yeah, I can't do that. My creator is telling me don't do that.
I mean,
And then they were deceived.
people's parents tell them not to do things all the time, and then the kid does it anyway without any
course.
feelings of like guilt or remorse or the feeling that they did anything wrong.
Exactly. History repeats. His story repeats.
Sure.
Exactly.
So then you can do that. You can hear that and then just not follow it and not know that you were doing wrong.
Exactly, until you get tired of yourself. The
Sure.
best
So then
way,
you
the
agree
best
with
way,
me that
the
they
best
didn't
way to
have the
dis-
knowledge of good and evil.
the best way to discipline a spoiled child is to give it what it wants, and that's what happened with Lucifer.
I don't think that's true, but that sounds unlikely.
That's the truth, bro.
Wow. Because you're such a spoiled brat, I'm gonna spoil you even more. That I feel like that just can't be true.
I mean, until you get tired of yourself, that's what repentance is called.
I think if my parents let me have what I wanted, I probably would have just played League of Legends throughout all of high school.
Exactly.
I'm glad that they
You'll be
didn't let
obese
me
and
do
you'll probably
that.
die from, you know what I mean, from not having discipline, bro.
Mhm.
That's what
Yeah,
this is
it would
all
have
about.
totally fucked my life up. Yeah. I don't think you should give spoiled children what they want to the point that you've like completely ruined their fucking lives, right?
That's what free will is, bro. That's what unconditional love is, man.
You would do that? You would do that. You would let your kid fucking
No. If I do that, then I'll go through the same thing Job did. He let his kids do that, and he got tested for that. You know what I mean? He was blameless and upright, but like his children was doing everything they want with the rich dad, and like he got tested for that.
damn. Do you think that's really funny to describe that as like a test, but it's I don't know. Seems like a bit more than that.
Just read chapter 1, bro. What you mean?
Yeah, no, I know. But do you think that's just?
I think what's just?
Do you think it's just for God to like partake in this, to allow Satan, like give his express permission to Satan? He approves of Satan tormenting Job.
That's the thing about knowing the Bible, bro. Like our flesh basically is Satan. That's why we slave to the spirit with flesh. Our flesh is contrary to what our spirit wants, and that's why you have to slave
That
to
just
our
wasn't the
spirit.
question.
I'm answering your question, bro.
Okay.
Flesh is sin. Sin is in the flesh.
What question do you think I asked you?
What are you talking about, bro? I just answered
You
your
said that you were
question.
answering the question. What question did I
That's
ask
so
you?
pointless and frivolous. You the art of confusion.
Look,
Stop
I'll just
doing
remind
that.
you the question because you didn't listen.
I'm just
Do
trying
you
to
think
set
that it
people up.
was just for God to approve of Satan tormenting Job?
Oh yeah. Well, at that time, Satan was in the middle of his contention. So yeah.
Okay, so you do think that approving of an innocent man getting tormented is just?
Yeah, because he lost. Satan lost.
You think innocent people deserve like punishment?
No, it is just still discipline according to Hebrews chapter 12.
Okay,
Innocent people go through the things to have their heart
but he
consecrated.
was already disciplined.
I
He was already
know.
following like all the good stuff.
I know, but his children wasn't.
Yeah, but then the children get like fucking killed
It's a
as a
story about
punishment to Job, as like as a way to torment
if you,
Job.
if you reread, bro, you will see it's a story about a father who failed his children.
No, it says that Job is upright.
But his children cursed God in their hearts.
Yeah.
And he wasn't supposed to allow them to do that. He was the one with the knowledge. And he's supposed to make sure his
Could
kids
you
didn't
find
do
me the
that.
place where it says like Job had fucked up as a father?
Read chapter 1. Go read
Yeah,
it.
sure. There was once
Go
a
read
man in
it.
the land of Uz. Where all the Huz at? Uz, whose name was Job.
I know
That
you
man
gotta
was
be sarcastic,
blameless
bro.
and
Yeah.
upright, so he was blameless. So this contradicted what you just said.
No, I didn't. I said
One
he
who
failed
feared
his
God
children.
and turned away from evil. There were born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. He had 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camel, 500 yoke of oxen, 3 number 7s, 5 number 9s, 6 number 4s, 500 donkeys, and very many servants, so that this man was the greatest of all the people
He
of
was
the
a
east.
rich man.
His sons used to
Let
go
us be
and
the
hold
poor.
feasts in one another's houses in turn, and they would send and invite their sisters to eat
Yeah,
and
he
drink
was
with
rich.
them.
Exactly.
And when the feast days had run their course, Job would send and sanctify them, and would rise early in the morning and offer burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job
Yeah, he was
said,
doing
"It may be
witchcraft
that
and
my
all
children
that
have
too.
sinned and cursed God in their hearts." This is what
Yeah.
Job always did.
Bingo. There we go.
So it says. So first of all, where does it say that Job had fucked up?
What? Because he allowed his kids to do that and even did witchcraft to save them and their nonsense.
What, you think he was doing witchcraft?
Yeah.
Are you blameworthy for witchcraft?
What are you talking about? It's right there. He did burnt offerings to.
Are you
help his
blameworthy?
children.
Would he be blameless
curse
and
God.
upright if he did witchcraft?
Exactly. He
So yes,
offered.
that's not an
he did
exactly sort of
offerings.
question. It's like a yes or a no question.
He did offerings, bro. for
Would
his
you be
children who cursed
blameless
God.
and upright if you did witchcraft?
He did offerings for his children who cursed God.
Would
in their heart.
you be blameless and upright if you did witchcraft?
But does this not initiate the test?
Do you want to answer the question?
It's pointless. Does this not initiate the test?
I think it is
What's
pointed.
going on with his children?
I think the point is so pointed that you're practically like rhetorically impaled on it at this point. Answer the
No,
question.
you're just not gonna set me up.
Answer
Bro.
the question. Would you be blameless and upright if you practiced witchcraft?
Well, he didn't know. He was doing the best he could for his children who cursed
Would you
God.
be blameless and upright if you practiced witchcraft?
Well, no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, sure. So clearly he wasn't practicing witchcraft because it says that he was blameless and upright,
hmm
and he wouldn't be that.
Exactly.
So he wasn't practicing witchcraft. So he didn't do anything wrong.
What
In
do
fact,
you
if you're
mean?
blameless and upright, have you done anything wrong?
No. Just because he's blameless upright and he did these things to sanctify his children, don't mean he didn't do it. That's
He's
why Jesus represented the
blameless.
last lamb. So none
It
of this
says
stuff
that he's
will happen.
blameless. If he's blameless, then he's not morally responsible for anything wrong.
That don't
If
have
you're
nothing
if you're
to do.
blameworthy as
Ian,
opposed to blameless,
Ian,
that requires a
in his
couple of
heart,
things. It requires that you've done wrong and that you're
Ian,
morally
in his
responsible for
heart,
it.
he had reverence and respect for the Lord, bro. Like, so it's like that has nothing to do with what he did to sanctify his children.
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
why the test was initiated.
Yep, sounds good. So, do you agree or disagree that when you're blameless, that means that you haven't done anything blameworthy?
Bro. He didn't know until the test was completed.
He didn't do anything wrong according to the text of the Bible.
Bro, did you read the whole chapter of the whole book of Job?
I've read the entire Bible.
Okay, when his wife said curse God and die, right? What did he do?
He didn't.
He didn't?
Yeah.
Then why in the next chapter he said he cursed the day he was born?
He doesn't curse God.
But he cursed the day he's born. If he's God creation, did he not curse God and die?
No, of course not.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't
Oh
follow.
my goodness.
He never turns against God. That's like the entire point of the Job story is that he's faithful.
Exactly, but he cursed the day he was born, which summoned God in his life. Right?
I just don't think that that follows, right? Like, I don't think that if I were to say, like, I have such a shitty life right now, that it would follow from that I'm like insulting my mom.
You're supposed to honor your mom and father.
You know, because my mom birthed me and raised me. I don't think that if I were to say I'm having such a shitty life, that would be me like disrespecting my mom.
Exactly, just like his children disrespected God.
Okay, so you agree with my point that he didn't curse God.
No, he did. He cursed the day he
And
was
I mean,
born.
if he cursed God, then why did God reward him at the end of it?
Because he alone was blameless and upright.
But he wouldn't be blameless if he cursed God.
What it was is it consecrated his faith, showing that discipline or these moments that we go through consecrates us. And you still haven't had.
But then he
yours
would have
yet, bro.
failed. He would have.
It's like basically you are still in the middle of your contention with God. You know?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And we don't wish the same suffering that Job had on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the point of the
Well,
story.
I'd hope so. You know, I'm not sure God agrees with that though. It seems like sometimes God thinks that people should just fucking suffer even if they're blameless.
No, it's a purpose in suffering, according to Romans chapter 8.
Did Job deserve to suffer?
In a sense, yes. It consecrated him.
Okay.
And it restored him.
Okay, so you think that, if I like kill your entire family and all of your friends, but then replace them with like cooler friends.
You don't have to use what happened to Job like on me. Just look at a
I'm
diamond.
asking, like, would you appreciate that? Would that be good? Would that
just
be
look at
would
a
that be an
diamond.
acceptable thing to do if God killed your entire friend group and all of your family and then gave you like way cooler
What process
friends.
do a diamond go through to shine, bro? Where was it created? You know what I mean?
What?
What process do a diamond go through to shine, bro?
Like
Just think
pressure?
about it. Exactly, right?
Is that a yes? Wait, that's not a yes, right? Like
Pressure.
surely you would be not okay with your entire
Pressure.
family and friend group getting slaughtered, right?
Pressure. I'm watching this every day.
And that's bad, presumably.
It really is because they just won't repent of the things that they deem correct.
God. I bet your friend group is so fucking cool if they're not repenting.
No, I love them too. Just like I love you, bro. Like I'm patient with them.
You don't love me. You just met me. Don't say that.
That don't mean anything. I love every human, just like I love this chihuahua sitting on my back.
Okay. Well, I agree. If you use the term like that, it probably doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that's probably true.
I mean, just because you reject love, don't mean I don't love you.
I don't reject love. I just don't love you. That would be false. If I said that I loved you when I had just met you, that wouldn't be true.
Well, like God says, basically, we give everybody unconditional love until they give us a reason not to. And even when we're not around them, we owe them love. We just don't owe them access.
Wait, are you saying like God gives us unconditional love unless we give him a reason not to?
No, not God. God is always going to give us unconditional love.
Does
Just like
God
how
love
he gave
Hitler?
Bruce unconditional love. Huh?
Does God love Hitler?
Yeah, he loves him.
Wow, what a sick fuck.
Yeah, no.
You know, me personally, I wouldn't love Hitler. Do you think that you'd be a better person if you loved Hitler?
Yeah, because I wouldn't harbor it and die slowly from unforgiveness.
Yeah, it's just a step too far. You know, I hate Hitler. I think he's bad.
Okay.
I guess we just disagree on that one.
Do you hate God?
No, I think he's non-existent.
Okay, so you think God is non-existent. So I know I asked this before. What does this life exist for?
I think I've answered this question like 6 times now.
So if God doesn't exist, why don't you just move on with your life and just do you?
Because unfortunately, people affect me. You know, the decisions that other people make, the way that other people vote, the value structures that drive them to make the decisions that they do, to prioritize the candidates that they do, to engage in the practices that they do, are all underwritten by like these false beliefs that lead to like horrible
So
consequences.
by people responses of you denying God affect you in a positive way.
Say it again.
People's responses by you denying God affect you in a positive way.
People's responses to me denying God. Yeah, in like a roundabout sense. Yeah, in the sense that I convince people to not believe in God and then they make better decisions in terms of like the things that they value. Yeah.
So it liberates you watching people deny God through your influence.
I don't know if I'd say it like liberates me. I don't think that there's something for me to be liberated from.
That's why I said, you never heard of a subconscious antichrist?
Nope.
You are one, bro. Like you don't believe in God, but like you get a move or you get like some type of twinge from denying God and watching people do it with you through your influence. And you
I
don't
get
even
a
believe it.
I get a twinge from a lively discussion about whether or not God exists. That's what I get a twinge from.
But how is it lively though? Like when it comes to you mocking the Bible or like saying like things that you misconceptualize and like you just tweet like
Sorry, what's one way that I've mocked the Bible? Just by saying it's false?
like by twisting context. You know
Like
what I mean?
what? When? Can you give an example?
About slavery, about what man did with their free
Oh,
will.
wait, what's the context to the slavery verse that would make it morally acceptable?
Because that's what man did with their free will in the world being in a fallen
Who's
state.
giving the
And he
law?
blamed God.
Who's the
And he
lawgiver in
blamed
this situation?
Moses was the lawgiver.
That's heretical.
How? They were under the law
Because
of
it
Moses.
says explicitly that God is giving the law in Leviticus. That's literally what's happening in the book of Leviticus, is that it's, I
Exactly,
think,
but
God and Moses on Mount
not the
Sinai,
giver of the
and
law
then
filled with the
God
Holy
is
Spirit?
laying down all of the laws.
Exactly, God gave it to Moses. Like
Yeah,
he
exactly. So
received the Holy
God is
Spirit.
the lawgiver. I'm glad that we agree that you were wrong like 30 seconds ago when you said that Moses is the
And
lawgiver,
that's the thing
that the
about you
law
guys. Like
comes
you
from
guys get
God.
you guys get so caught up on like what's right or wrong, you miss the context spiritually. It's so sad, bro.
Was this a perfect set of laws to give?
No, that's why he sent Christ. We have freedom in
So
Christ.
God
That's what
did an
us free.
imperfect thing?
No, it's just he knew that we had failed to it.
Is it perfect to give imperfect laws?
Bro. So like you all right, look, so let me ask you a question.
I just asked you a question. Is it perfect to give
I
imperfect
know,
laws?
bro, but it's so sad.
Okay,
Like,
then we have a
it hurts
contradiction
me.
on our hands.
It hurts me, bro. But
God
look
gave
though,
imperfect laws. If you give imperfect laws, that makes you imperfect. Therefore, God's imperfect.
hmm that's how you feel, but
It just follows.
it follows for you. But
It
my whole
follows
thing
from
is
logic.
my whole thing, bro. All right, before we move on, or before however this ends, because I can talk to you all day. It's just, bro. Like you said, you're seeking to understand if God is real through evidence, right?
Mhm.
And the way you do it is through debating, right? And then you quote scriptures, you bring up scriptures that you just use to cherry pick on how God isn't real or to justify what you're doing. But that's not genuinely seeking God, bro.
God isn't some deadbeat dad. He's supposed to be a perfect being. There should be nothing imperfect about it. If there's verses where God does good things interspersed with God committing atrocities, that's not a perfect being. The standard to determine whether or not God is perfect is whether or not every single thing he does is perfect. It can't be cherry picking to find verses where God does things that are imperfect, because that's the standard that you've set out for God by saying that he's a perfect being. All I have to do to disprove that God's a perfect being is find one thing that's imperfect.
So you don't ever believe you will believe in God.
No, I believed in God.
Oh my goodness.
When I was like, 1 through 13.
You believe in God, yeah.
I used to when I was younger.
Why did you just say that then?
Because it's true. I used to believe in God. I don't believe in God anymore,
I
but I
think you
used
were
to
so
believe in him.
flow. I think you were so flow state and so confident in what you were doing. You don't even know you just said I believe in God.
I believed in God. Like past tense.
Okay. And you were 13. Was it wait, didn't you tell me the guy asked you about the rock thing? And that's
Yeah,
what made you
he
stop believing in
did.
God?
Do you even I'm
You don't know
skeptical.
what I'm
Do you even have like a refutation of the rock?
What? No, I just remember the question, the scientific question that he asked you or whatever it was that made you stop believing in God.
That's not a scientific question, it's a philosophical one.
Really, it just made you stop exercising faith.
Well, it made me like no longer believe.
No, and now you're sowing discord.
I think I'm spreading the truth. Do you think
Okay.
but
Wait, so you're
let's
spreading
ask
the truth that
you.
God isn't real, but you're seeking God through evidence.
Yeah, I'm totally open to evidence. I read a lot about this topic. I read a lot about God, the
Bro.
evidence in favor of God, the different models of
Bro,
God,
you are the art of
arguments in favor of
confusion,
God,
bro.
arguments against God. I don't know. It's an
You
interesting
are the
topic.
art of confusion, Ian.
Am I the art of confusion, or are you
No, you
confused?
are. You just said multiple times that you're seeking to find God through evidence. You're open to that.
Yeah, I'm
But
open
you're
to it.
spreading the truth that God isn't real.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's because my
gosh.
positions. If I were wrong, this is the difference between me and you. If I was wrong
Oh
about this,
my
I'd want to know it.
gosh. Oh my gosh. We love you,
If
though,
you
bro.
were wrong about God being real, would you want to know it?
If you were wrong?
If you were wrong about God existing, would you want to know that you're wrong?
Yeah, I want to know.
You'd want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I gave you like evidence against God's existence, if I found like contradictions in the Bible, would you take that as like a sign that God doesn't exist?
No.
And that's the difference between you and I, is that your head posture is tilted against atheism. Your head is hardened against the truth.
No. That's what the word says. We all must seek out our own salvation with fear and trembling. And I just don't think you have that yet.
I don't know. What does that mean?
I mean, most of us, Jesus rode around on a donkey amongst horses and chariots. We've been in a lot of circumstances where we had nothing to where we seen the power of God. you know. But you know, sometimes people get proud, you know, and you know, puffed up with pride, and you know, you'll never be able to find God.
Oh,
That's
you
why
just mean like you
knowledge.
gotta seek God like
That's
humbly?
why knowledge. That's why knowledge was the downfall for us. You know what I mean? You can't even see simplicity.
I'm not entirely sure that that's true.
It
I
is, bro.
think
But we love you
Augustine
though,
had like a
bro.
very pointed conversion
We love you.
story.
We love you though, bro. That's all I'm gonna say, Ian. We love you. All right.
Okay.
I'm laying on my stomach, guys, talking to Ian. That's all. My chihuahua's on my back. I don't want to disturb him.
Okay.
But we love you, bro. All right.
I don't think that's true. Not in like any sort of like serious sense.
I mean, even if you do what you do, like, you know, it's like we can't stop what you do. But it's just like we will always come in and, you know, be the messengers. And then like First Corinthians say they will be without excuse. We're gonna cry, you know, when you don't receive salvation. But
Why
it's
wouldn't
okay.
God send, I don't know, like better debaters?
I mean, because like as Paul said in his letters, bro, the best prophet of them all, he said that I don't come to you with persuasive language. I come to you broken, filled with the Holy Spirit.
How am I
That's
supposed to
why.
find God if nobody's persuasive?
Oh my goodness, keep figure it out, brother. Love you.
Okay. I mean, it seems like God's kind of set me up for failure.
I hope you
He's
get the
given no
best.
good evidence for his existence. You
It
know, he's
saddens
saying
me because
explicitly that the belief isn't very persuasive.
it saddens me. It saddens me, bro, because like if the smartest man, right, that belonged to the kingdom came in here, he still wouldn't be able to convince you, bro.
Why wouldn't God
Like
send him?
because he probably wouldn't even think it's proper to waste his time with somebody. It's like throwing pearls before swine. But that sounds nasty, don't it? Like all the nasty things you say about Christians or what they believe.
Oh, like what?
We not supposed
What's
to
the
do stuff
nasty
like
thing that I say about Christians?
bro, you mock God all day. I come in here all the time, yeah.
But like, what's you say nasty things about Christians? Like what? Can I get an example?
Bro,
Brutal.
you twist the Bible. It's like
Like
Satan.
what?
He's a liar, and the worst type of lie is twisting the truth.
Like
You
what?
don't
What do
read
I
the
lie
context
about?
for yourself, so you twist it for your own benefit.
You
It's
were literally,
blasphemy.
you brought up one example about how I took the Bible out of context, and you were just dead wrong when you said that God isn't the one giving the law in Leviticus. You're just wrong about that.
Okay, all right.
So the one example of me taking things out of context
I'm laying
fell
on my
apart.
stomach, guys.
I didn't ask.
No,
What?
your comments.
What's the thing that I take out of context? Because clearly it's not the slavery thing.
All of it, bro. Especially the part when it says, "Draw near to me in prayer.
How do
Come
I?
to me in your sanctuary, in your alone place, and open your heart to me, and I'll reveal things to you that I'll reveal to no other man." Jeremiah 33:3.
How could I take
You
that out
can't.
of context if I've never cited it before?
It's no, because you never did it, and if you did it, you wouldn't be having this lie.
Do you think that? I'm sorry. I think you're a bit confused. My question is, what thing have I taken out of context? You've made a specific claim about me in the way that I debate. You make the claim that I take things out of context. Give an example.
I think people like you love like proving people wrong or
Okay.
making them so stupid.
Yep. You have no example. That's exactly what I thought.
There we go. You win. See, look, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
Yay!
I accept your
Send a gift.
surrender.
Send a gift. Send a gift.
Call
Yay!
this guy the Trump admin the way that he's surrendering.
Surrender.
Yeah, surrendering.
When you surrender properly, you know victory is already won. So this don't really.
That's like the most insane cope I've ever heard.
Okay. Cope. What are you doing then in life? You're not coping?
I try not to. I try my
What's
best
your-
to not cope.
What's your coping mechanism?
I don't know. I have like a good support system. I reach out to friends when I need to cope. You know, I'll talk to my girlfriend about things.
What if you didn't have any of that? What would you use
I don't
to
know.
cope?
I'd probably be pretty miserable. You know, I'd probably have some pretty bad coping mechanisms then. If I didn't have that, if you take all the healthy coping mechanisms away from me, then I'd probably have some unhealthy coping mechanisms.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Pandora has it right. Maybe I'd beat the fuck out of my meat. I don't know. Maybe I'd like really spend long nights pondering the orb.
See, this is what I be talking about. This right here.
I'd be sitting down, slamming the clam for excessive periods of time.
Would you watch porn while you do it?
Maybe. Although I think that there are like I don't know. I have like ethical reservations about it.
Would you watch someone else's sacred activity while you jack your meat?
I don't know. I think that comes down to whether or not I think it's ethical. I
Word.
currently don't. I'm inclined, and you know, plus I don't know. You know, I have a girlfriend, so
Word. Exactly. So why you saying this stuff, bro? She watching. She like, babe, what you talking about,
yeah,
babe?
maybe I would be if I had like unhealthy coping mechanisms.
Babe, what are you doing, babe? Why are you getting like that with that guy? You don't even do that stuff, babe. Why are you talking like that, babe? You got
Are you
me.
supposed to be my girlfriend in this scenario?
I tried to be, my bad.
You know, my girlfriend would say way smarter sentences than that.
Oh my fault. See, you see how you being condescending. I don't
I
care about
am.
someone smart,
It's
bro.
this is going to be condescending too, but I think it kind of demonstrates the point. I think talking to you, it's probably impossible to not be condescending.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to like, oh my brain, oh my intellect, oh god.
Yeah, it's pretty wrinkled. Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
got
all brains are wrinkled, right?
clearly not all of them.
Bro, all brains are wrinkled. Quit playing.
Clearly not all of them. Like,
Bro, all brains have wrinkles. Quit playing.
I can think of one that doesn't.
What brain don't got no wrinkles?
Yours, dumb fuck.
You see that little sticker she posted? It got wrinkles, bro.
Which one?
Even Mojo Jojo brain had wrinkles, right?
Yep. But I bet if you looked at yours, it'd be fucking smooth as a marble. It would be like a reflective surface.
It's cool. I think I still love you.
I think the fact that I had to explain that to you is like kind of really good evidence in favor of it.
You didn't have to explain anything. Bro.
I did. It just happened. Everyone saw it.
That's what moves you.
Do you think
people responses?
Do you think men are superior to women?
Like, do you see what you're doing? Like, it's so lame. Like, it's so lame.
This is a really easy question to answer.
Like I'm watching you actively look at the comments, and then you try to like think of things to try to humiliate somebody. Like, it's so lame.
Well, this one actually came from a super chat. You know, somebody sent me $5 to ask.
Somebody sent you $5 to ask me that.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Do you think men are superior to women?
I'm glad I'm getting you paid, bro.
Okay. Do you want to answer the question?
No, we all equal, brother. You know
Oh,
that.
cool. Based. Yeah, let's go. Up top. Does Paul agree?
Yes, Paul agrees. Not when it
Okay.
comes to teaching the word, though.
Oh, sure. So we're all equal except for the areas where we're not equal. And in fact, like the biology that you were born with, like half of the population is just incapable of being good at it.
No, I mean, you know, well, God is using a lot of prophetess nowadays. You know what I mean? Especially with some strong testimonies. So
Are you Protestant?
no,
Are you Catholic?
no,
Okay. You're
I'm
not Catholic and
reborn.
you're not Orthodox.
I'm reborn.
Yeah. So here's a question that I've been having about.
Ian,
Do you
wait,
think that
wait,
the
wait, wait,
do you think that the
Ian,
correct church
Ian,
is?
wait.
Oop, I'm waiting.
I'm reborn, bro.
Okay. What is that?
1 Corinthians 15.
Reborn.
You ever read 1 Corinthians 15?
Oh, like born again. Okay, yeah.
You ever? How you didn't know that, bro? If you up here saying God isn't real.
No. Like I know about born again Christians, but does this correspond to like a specific? Oh, sure. Evangelical, Pentecostal, Baptist, Methodist. Oh, sure. Are you just like non-denominational?
Yeah, the relationship with the Holy Spirit, when it says the bride from many tribes, nations, and tongues will come together according to one spirit, supersedes religion, bro.
So here's a question that I have about non-denominational stuff. How am I supposed to know what the correct church is?
You're supposed to read the Bible yourself, bro.
Yeah, let's say I live in like the 800s AD and I'm fucking illiterate. How am I supposed to know what the correct church is?
That wasn't the order that was given at that time. That's why we have an Old Testament and a New Testament, bro.
You think 800 AD is the Old Testament?
That's bro. Are you are the art of confusion, dude.
When do you think the Old Testament and the New Testament were? Like, how do you think that's relevant to 800 AD?
That does not matter. That is not.
This
That is
800 years
the
after
Bible. The
after
Bible is
Christ.
accessible right now today, bro. Like, why does that even matter,
Because
bro?
non-denominational makes zero fucking sense, because if your method is correct, if you're supposed to read the Bible and then determine what the correct church is based on you reading the Bible, it makes no fucking sense that Christ gave the Bible to a bunch of people that were illiterate.
He gave the Bible to
For
you. That's what
for
he did.
thousands of years, people couldn't follow the correct method.
Ian, Jesus gave the Bible to people.
Who were illiterate.
That's what he did.
No, he it was written about him. He gave the gospel, or he gave the like the
And what was
message,
and
the
what
good,
was
or
the
sorry, the
gospel?
good news. That's what he is. He gave the
Right.
good news.
And was the gospel what? The gospel was filled with what? His parables, right?
Yep.
Right? Right? And then it became the new addition to the Bible,
Yeah.
which is called the New Testament, right?
But you're telling me that the way to figure out what the correct church is by reading my Bible.
I did not tell you
For
that. Like,
thousands, you just said it. You just said that you should go through the Bible. You should read through the Bible and then
do you
determine.
see what you
Okay,
be doing?
then without
bro?
reading the Bible, how am I supposed to figure out what the correct church is?
Without reading the Bible, how you supposed to figure out what the correct church is? You are the church, bro. We are the church.
No,
You talking?
that's
Read
just
John chapter
false.
2.
That's like gibberish. Oh, read John. Read. You did it again. Fucking blunder.
That is, you see
Yeah.
that Holy Spirit? That is the truth, bro.
So
The
to be
Holy
clear,
Ghost.
you actually can't make any sense, or you can't give like a clear answer as to how I'm supposed to figure out what the correct church is without reading the Bible.
You have access to the Bible. Ian. You, since you're talking about
No,
you.
I know I do. But the reason why non-denominational faith makes like literally no sense
Yeah.
is because people were illiterate for an extremely long time. The way that you would know what the Bible even says is by going to an established church like the Catholic Church.
So why did Paul write 7 letters to churches, like correcting them for what they were doing wrong?
Because those churches could clearly read.
What? That's why he did it?
Also, wouldn't those churches just be Catholic?
What do you? Can you answer my question, dude?
Church in Corinth. Yeah, well, at that time, it would just be Catholicism.
You see what happened when you get puffed up with pride, bro? You think you cooking sometimes, and it
Yeah,
stabs you. in the heart, bro.
actually, yeah. No, all these churches would just be Catholic.
You trolling, bro.
That's literally true, by the way. Wait, sorry, who is the rock that Jesus founded the church on?
That does not matter, bro.
Oh shit, dude. Yeah, fuck Jesus. Let's hear more about Paul.
Like you so like what are you like? Why you gotta be funny about something that's so serious?
You just threw out the word of Jesus, right?
I feel like
Who's the
Ian.
church? Who's the rock that the church is founded on?
Ian, I feel like if it was just me and you on the phone having this conversation, you couldn't be so sarcastic.
You're right. Yeah,
You would have no audience to like
yeah. It's
feed.
because I would have killed myself already.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just you would have no fuel.
No, I said that, but yeah. Do you want to
You know
answer
what I
the
mean?
question? Do you want to keep on dodging?
You just asked me 3 questions that had nothing. You didn't even answer my question. Paul wrote 7 letters to 7 different churches, correcting them on what they were doing wrong.
Yeah. I'm not sure how that contradicts what I said.
Because the Holy Spirit is the truth, bro. I told you the relationship with the Holy Spirit is
Clearly
supersedes-
not. I mean, clearly they have like some sort of hierarchical structure where they're working the dogma out.
What?
You know,
What?
okay. They founded these churches. Okay. There was a pope. Jesus
Are
gave,
you okay?
he turned over the papacy to Peter.
Are you okay, bro?
And then that was the central authority that he founded his church on.
You glitching, bro.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, Paul,
Go.
instructed by the Holy Spirit, wrote letters to churches correcting them on what they were doing wrong.
Yeah.
bro.
How does that contradict anything I said?
I'm not trying to prove you wrong or right, bro.
No, I
It's
know,
just-
but like,
you said
that.
church. You said, what church would I go to find the truth? And I said, just read the Bible for yourself. Then you
So
brought
it
up-
is reading. So you do need to be able to read it.
Oh my
You just said read the Bible for yourself. If let's say I live in the year 800 AD, and I can't read. How would I figure out what the correct church is?
Oh God. What is the New Testament according to your knowledge, bro?
Yeah, the New Testament. Okay, I mean, first of all, wonderful dodge, 10 out of 10. I don't know. They should have casted you in like the movie Dodgeball, and maybe they'll add it to the Olympics.
Okay, get to your answer.
Yeah. So the New Testament is a couple of different things. So the New Testament includes stories and tales of Jesus, and it includes letters from Paul, and then letters that probably in all likelihood weren't from Paul. Letters between Paul and various people or various churches, and then there's Revelation, where it tells you about the future, what's going to come next. It's like something like roughly like that.
What is the New Testament? If you could put in a synopsis, bro.
The New Testament is the set of books
That's it.
that I just described. Like I could list out the books for you if you'd like.
So the New Testament is the new covenant that was given to us, right? And the Old Testament is the old covenant that we're no longer under, right?
Well, that doesn't seem like it could be true. Are you saying like, I don't know, like Paul's letters are the new covenant?
They're part of the new covenant, bro.
But they contradict what Jesus says.
Oh my goodness.
With respect to something like, I don't know, circumcision?
Oh yeah. When Jesus said in John chapter 17 that many people will come after me and do greater things than me, how did Paul contradict Jesus?
Well, wait. So specifically, do you know what Jesus's chance on, or do you know what Jesus's stance on circumcision is? You're literally derailing.
Why do you have to interrupt with questions that have nothing to do with what we established?
Because you said that it has something directly to do with it. You said that Paul's work is a part of the new covenant. I'm telling you that can't be true because Paul contradicts Jesus.
How, bro? When he was filled with the same spirit.
They disagree with each other on circumcision. Paul thinks it's fine to not get circumcised. Jesus thinks that you should get circumcised.
Where? When in Galatians chapter 5, he said we're not under the Mosaic law no more, which includes circumcision.
Exactly. Yeah, because Jesus says that you still are under the Mosaic law. He says that not one letter, not one stroke of a letter is to fade until all is accomplished.
He simplified the law, bro.
Let me read this verse. Let's get some insane mental gymnastics. So this is Matthew.
He said, love God with your whole mind, heart, and soul, right? And with your whole body, soul, and mind. And he said, and love your neighbors, you love yourself. This summarizes the law. What are you talking about?
So let's just go through this together. I want to get your interpretation of this verse. This is Matthew 5:17 through 20.
Okay.
Let me just get all this.
But to fulfill. He said he didn't come to abolish, but to fulfill.
Yeah, I want to get your interpretation.
So read Galatians chapter 5, bro.
Okay. So do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. All right. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
All right. And Galatians 5 is after Matthew, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which is after.
So you're a Paul follower.
Wait, no, stop.
You wiped your ass with Jesus's words. You prefer Paul over Jesus.
Is that really what you guys do? Is that really what you guys do?
That's what you do, apparently. Like, you apparently put Paul over Jesus. So you disregard Jesus's words in favor of Paul's.
That is mind-boggling, bro. You guys will do anything. If you don't even believe in God, what are you doing?
I'm pointing out to you that there's a contradiction in your belief system. You're literally telling me that I should listen to Paul over Jesus.
How is that a contradiction when Jesus left his spirit in his apostles?
Because Jesus says that not a single letter, not a single stroke of the letter is supposed to pass from the law until heaven and earth pass away.
And in the book of Acts.
Quick question. Has heaven and earth passed away? Has heaven and earth passed away?
In the book of Acts, right? Which is the act of the apostles, right? In the
Has
Acts of the Apostles, what did they do?
heaven and earth passed away?
In the book of Acts, what did the apostles do?
Another Paul worshiper, it seems. Have heaven and earth passed away?
When he said they would do greater things than me, what are the apostles doing?
Okay, you just don't want to answer the question. Not even a little bit.
I'm not going to humiliate myself for you.
Okay, here's
All you
here's
do
what's
is-
gonna
all you
happen.
do
I'm gonna
is
write the
say-
question on screen and then I'll write down your answer. Have
All you do- all
heaven
you do-
and earth passed away?
You a clown. All you do is set people up, bro.
All you
It's
do
not going
is
to help you
set
with your
people
salvation.
up. This is not going to help you. Your separation.
Humiliated. Victory is already won.
Is already won. Okay, so just to summarize your answer. So my question is, have heaven and earth passed away? And your answer is, all you do is set people up. This is not going to help with your separation. You're humiliated. Victory is already won. You think that answers the question?
Your salvation, bro.
Oh, sorry. I misheard that. Let me fix that. I bet that would make more sense.
Also, because you deter so much, bro. I told you to read Galatians 5 where you can see the law summarized. And that's after the book of Matthew.
Told you to read Galatians. It's
5.
after Matthew.
1L. Galatians 5.
And then Matthew probably has 2 T's. Galatians 1L.
Professional.
Okay, so the question, have heaven and earth passed away? Your answer to that question is, all you do is set people up. This is not going to help you with your separation, your salvation. Victory is already won. I told you to read Galatians. It's after Matthew. That's the answer to the question, have heaven and earth passed away?
Mm-hmm. Read Galatians 5.
Okay, read Galatians 5. Do you think read Galatians 5 is an answer to the question, have heaven and earth passed away?
There you will find your answer.
Okay, is there going to be a yes or a no?
Yes, you will find your answer in Galatians 5.
Galatians 5. Let's see Galatians 5. Let's find the instances of yes and no in Galatians 5. Not a single instance of the word yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we can
Christ
do-
will be of no benefit to you. Based? Okay, what do we got? There is no law against such things. Sorry. By contrast, the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, and faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. There is no law against such things.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So Galatians 5 just didn't answer the question at all.
That's not Galatians 5, bro.
It is Galatians 5.
That's not Galatians 5.
It is Galatians 5. Sorry.
You read what scripture? Just
Galatians 5. Unfortunately.
All right, go down, bro. Quit playing.
Yeah. So all
Go
the
down,
instances,
bro.
there seem to be
Go
2 instances of the word no. So this is the first instance of the word no. Christ will be of no benefit to you. And then the next instance of the word no is here. There is no law against such things. So neither of these is an answer to the question.
The entire chapter is your answer, bro. Just go down.
Well,
Go
I just want the yes
down,
or the
bro.
no.
And why did you go to Galatians 5, bro?
I want the answer to the question. Please stop dodging.
Not dodging. I gave you your
You
answer.
are.
I gave you your answer in totality, bro.
I just want to know, have heaven and earth passed away?
Galatians 5, entire chapter. The
Is
law
the
is
answer yes or
summarized.
no?
I'm still answering that the law is summarized.
I just want to know if heaven and earth has passed away.
2 laws that summarizes the whole 613. Love
Okay.
God with your whole mind, heart, and soul, and love your neighbor as you love yourself.
How many hours of Weasel footage did you watch in preparation for this debate?
I'm not sarcastic, bro. On serious matters.
I just want to. Well, clearly not, right?
I was earlier. I was.
I don't know why you're like physically incapable of answering the question. Maybe you're just like terrified, but
Bro, I wish I could be scared of something.
listen, if you don't want to answer the question, it's fine. But there's like kind of no point in talking if you won't just answer the question. The answer, frankly, is like obvious, right? You know whether or not heaven and earth passed away. You're just scared of the answer. You know, look around you. Clearly, heaven and earth haven't passed away yet.
You
So the
wanna
answer
stop
is
talking?
obviously no. But you know, if you say no, it's gonna go bad for you, which is why you're not gonna say anything.
All right. Do you want to stop talking?
I'll give you one last chance. Is the answer yes or no? Can you just acknowledge like basic reality and give the answer that we all already know?
Galatians 5. You want,
Okay.
to, you want to simplify it?
Okay. Well, if you're not going to answer the question, then I'm moving on. All right, let's read some supers. Cole Austin, thanks so much for the super chat. Hate maxing. True. Matthew Johnson, thanks so much for the super chat. These folks need to dissolve their egos. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know. It's like, it feels like delusional hearing like a person talk about other people that way, about how they're like, oh, your heart's so full of hate. Like the psychoanalysis is like crazy. Oh, also Molly, you should probably make a note to clip that guy. Virtuous Path, thanks so much for the super chat. I really hate listening to this guy who refuses to track your arguments. That's true. But, you know, every mouth breather will be forced to track. You know, every knuckle dragger will be forced to concede. Officer Turth, thanks so much for the super chat. God is all powerful. Okay. Whoa, UFO Fortnite, thanks so much for the super chat. Holy shit, $200. It's a $200 super chat. That's like fucking impeccable. That's immaculate. That's Jebba. That's Scuba. That's incredible. I really appreciate that. That's like seriously cool. Let's get a big W for UFO Fortnite. I love you. Thank you. That's crazy. Not actually, you know, I love you in like the fake sense, but you know, let's get a big W for UFO Fortnite. I don't know. Big super chats like that are really helpful for me. Like I said, I'm starting to enroll in some college courses. I want to get a philosophy degree. I want to go get like a master's in philosophy, but it's like obviously really expensive. So I don't know. I hope to do that maybe in the coming years. I guess in my head, I'm thinking probably next fall, maybe I'll apply. We'll see. I'm grinding away. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. 2 times could read Socrates saying, meat hammers are delicious. I swallow, by the way. And they'd be saying, Socrates is just big upping his gym bros. True. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking men appreciating aesthetic. Coffee Mom, thanks so much for the super chat. Can you do a misogyny check for the caller? I have a psych theory that belief in God and higher power is a covert assumption of cosmic male superiority. Well, you know, you can blame that guy for a lot of things. I don't think you can blame that guy for that, though. How did I get good at Parley? That's a great. Sorry, that's not what the super. But how did I get good at Parley? I fucking grinded that shit. That was like, I've never worked harder on anything in my entire life than I've worked at college debate. Like I kind of like straight up. Like I actually didn't go to classes because I was too busy practicing debate. I was too busy doing speed drills. I was too busy doing like round replays. I was too busy writing up case files. I locked the fuck in college debate. I probably practiced with my partner every single day. We didn't miss a single day. We practiced every single day, like 3 to 5 hours a day. We were like voracious. We texted each other constantly about sick arguments that we wanted to run. We would text each other constantly about like new information about teams that came through the grapevine. And that's how I became like ranked 3rd in the nation in Parley, is because I fucking lived and breathed parliamentary debate in college. It was like I've never worked harder on anything in my entire life. Holy shit, I miss it so much. Okay, Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Do old men need meds to keep their faith upright? That's funny. You gotta get your Why am I forgetting? Fuck. This is bullshit. You know what I... No, okay. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for super chat. No, the fucking boner medication. What the fuck is it? Viagra. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They need their... What's a good pun? What's a good pun to do? I don't know. I can't think of one. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Milf Wrangler, thanks so much for the $50 super chat. Holy fucking shit. A share of my profits from all the wrangling. Well, you know, I appreciate you, Milf Wrangler. You keep the community safe. You know, you make sure that all the MILFs don't get lonely. And we appreciate that. We appreciate you for that, Milf Wrangler. Let's get a big W for Milf Wrangler. I super appreciate it. Virtuous Path, thanks so much for super chat. Caller sounds like he is slowly falling more asleep during the call. That's true. He got a bit more deflated over time. Adrianarchy, thanks so much for super chat. I love you. Plus, you are an antichrist equals I love the antichrist. True. That's so funny. God, we're doing like Christian math. Fuck, wait. One sec. Let me... Not tonight? Okay. Molly, I'm like super considering. I don't know. You don't have to... Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Fuck. God. But what if he's like crazy funny? Nectu, thanks so much for super chat. He said he's on his stomach, Ian. Come on now. Typically, I don't like to degrade people in ways like that unless they're like, I don't know, like low-key evil. I don't think that guy was evil. I think he was just kind of dumb. Like I only like to make like comments of like the sexual variety that make my debate opponent uncomfortable when they're being like a humongous, like aggressive piece of shit. Otherwise I don't typically. It feels like unwarranted. You know, telling like I think that it's like valid to tell somebody that they're like getting their fucking back blown out if they're like calling you like the F slur. But I don't think that, I don't know. I typically don't do that just if the person's like just dumb. I don't know if that makes sense. So I don't know. I didn't want to take like advantage of something like that. Eat some shorts. Thanks so much for super chat. Those dreams about your bros gains are normal. Welcome to the club, King. True. Have you learned any Hegel from Hegel fan? A while ago. I've known Hegel fan for quite some time. My history with Charsky goes back to when I graduated from college in like 2023. So we've been friends for like 3 years. They've taught me like a bit about Hegel, but I think probably I don't know. I don't know how I have met Charsky IRL. I went to a debate tournament and you almost doxed them. Nope, won't do it. I went to a debate tournament somewhere and I met them there. They're like, I don't know if you know this, but they're like they're like 6'6". They're fucking huge. But yeah. I met them a couple of shut the fuck up. All of you shut the fuck up. Fuck all of you in the chat. It's so funny. Eat some shorts. Thanks so much for the super chat. You York, you England, you California. Shut the fuck up. I think I read this super chat like 3 times in a row. Those dreams about your bros gains are normal. Welcome to the club, King. That's funny. Andreas, thanks so much for the super chat. Ian, thank you for making me a rational thinker. Andreas, I'm glad that I can do that for you. It's a huge honor. Pensive, thanks so much for the Great Greg membership. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. David Action Figure, thanks so much for the super chat. F of x equals Gixt. F prime of x equals Jexus. F double prime of x equals Holy Exprit. Hashtag Christian math. True. Crucifixions, thanks so much for the super chat. We have something in common. I'm also from Colorado, Evergreen, and now live in Maryland, Silver Spring. Here's some money. You rock, Ian. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm from Centennial in Colorado. And I live right around Baltimore. Let's go, Orioles. I love, is it called Old Bay? What's the disgusting shit that they put on everything? I don't like it. I'm sorry. I don't like it. I hate Old Bay. I think it sucks. I'm sorry. But anyway, so obviously I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I have to leave now, but I love all of you. What? How the fuck? How am I getting Berkeley SK? How the fuck do you know about that? You're not supposed to know about that. Bro, we got, oh my God. Let me break down for you the fucking closest we came to beating Berkeley SK. We fucking went in there. I think we read like 4 new sheets of MG Theory. We like spread through 4 new sheets of MG Theory just to fuck with them. And then we kicked all of it. We were like grouped together the we meets, you know, they meet all of these, moving on. God, how the fuck do you know this? Who is this person? You know too much. I don't know who this Munich person is. You know too much. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know how you know this much about debate and about my debate career specifically. You know too much. Plus, I mean, you know, Berkeley SK when God, they're fucking legendary. They went like undefeated, and I think it was like 2 nationals in a row. They went 100% undefeated. They're fucking insane. Brenna and Tristan, they're like crazy. I don't know. Okay, this person knows way too much about my debate career, but listen, you should DM me or something. All right, I'm heading on out. I'll see you all later. Have a great day. Oh, and to North San Diego Handyman, Come back tomorrow. I want to debate you. North San Diego handyman. Come back tomorrow. Later.